It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! He got two flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The blast is in! Come on! Holy shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool, the players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
And you said come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die.
Hey everyone, welcome to the final day of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10. I am JRT, and by my side is Exner today, and we're ready to cover the semifinals and the grand finals. We had some blowouts yesterday, Cole. Honestly, nothing really that close, but I believe that will change today.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of maybe how things go in day one, but this is always where things I think start to really ramp up and we get a little bit more intense. We see what these teams are made of. We see why day two could be so exciting with these three best of threes going through the semifinals into the grands, and of course a lot of exciting action. Maybe some familiar matchups that we've seen a couple of times here in Revival Pass, and looking forward to
Yeah.
seeing them once again to see who's going to be closing out.
Yeah, I mean, we've had all four of these teams win a revival series in the past, right? Marsborne just won revival series number 9. Voca won way back in series number 5. They were known as Timbermen. Then same core though. And then you had Skin Rave, who were known as Nouns, and then Blue Jays, and now Skin Rave. They have 1 championship and 3 second place finishes, but the number 1 team here that's won the most NA Revival series of all of them is NRG with 3 championships and 2 second place finishes. So they've been in 5 grand finals. They're looking to make it 6 here if they can get past Voca.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to our expectations for this team set really high. The roster adjustments that they've been able to
Yeah.
use this event for to try and get more comfortable playing with these rosters before, some competition that they play out. And so I always think NRG uses this event as a bit of a staple for their growth, for their chance to elevate. And you can definitely see it in the consistent runs that they've been able to make so far.
And they're going to the major, right? So like, they're one of the only teams here that's going to the major, which is super exciting for North America. And I mean, they're obvious. This is obviously a stepping stone for them as well for that, right? Practicing, making sure their protocols are good as they're heading into that big event, the biggest of the year. So we're going to go on and talk about NRG more. Let's just jump right into the PrizePicks NA Revival Series analyst segment and talk about that squad, those players that form it up. And I mean, we're not going to get it on screen just yet, but we can just jump into it, Cole, and talk about Sonic, right? Because he was added to this roster relatively recently, I think over the last month, and he was a fantastic addition for them. I think jumping over for him was a natural choice because he wasn't happy with what was happening over at Wildcard, and it was an upgrade over Carson, at least the way Carson was being used on this team, because I feel like Carson on Voca is fantastic. Like
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting seeing that dynamic, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun little grudge match here between these two rosters. But as you said, I think Sonic, if you talk about a guy that can operate in a bit of a structured system here that requires you to, set up to be modable, I think Carson shows glimpses of that. But Sonic's gonna come through ready to play and consistently deliver in those very crucial roles there for this NRG squad. And I think that's what the big benefit is of bringing him into this squad, getting himself settled in. If you want to look at like what was some promising, trios there. You've always talked, or duos rather, you always talked about George and Carson throughout the years. But obviously, if you're talking about a team that wants to have, firepower and the expectation that the system here is going to lean in on some comfort, I think Sonic is a much better approach for this team and fits this roster quite nicely overall. I mean, I've always liked to see Sonic's growth as a team. It always seems like he's a super motivated piece. So glad to see that he's making it and looking very comfortable so far in this team.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, obviously, like they're looking back on their results in Pro League and probably disappointed, right? 3 losses there, no wins at all, and they were hoping for better results. But I think like the more reps they get with Sonic on the roster, the better it will be once they get to international competition at the major. Focusing on, you mentioned George as well. I agree. Like George is always a big piece, but for me, eyes on for Zodic. I mean, this is an offer that we wrote off a little bit, I would say, right? We weren't expecting him to really come back and do much of anything when he was not obviously with NRG before this, with the previous team he was with, but he really popped off, and I'm impressed. I didn't expect him to do this well and immediately having impact for this squad. So, yeah. And then it's funny because we have so many players to talk about. I don't think there's one that I can't highlight. Nitro as the IGL, he often has impact with the frags. Bro is the top rated player on the team over the last 3 months, 1.23 rating, and is explosive in moments. Overall, like you can see why this team, out of all the teams in North America, is going to the major.
Yeah. I mean, I'm right there with you. I have high expectations for this squad. I definitely agree with you about Zodic. When I looked at how Nitro was calling out through 2025, I think it's a lot more op centric here, especially with what we talk about quite a bit is the map pool here that
Yes.
requires you to have a really steady opper. That's going to make you lean on what Zodic could do for this team. So yeah, I'm right there with you here. He's going to have a lot of action in this series.
All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk about the Voca side. And look, Voca, I mentioned it just before. Carson, he's a player to keep an eye on, especially on Mirage and Ancient. I think those maps, he can be super impactful with his aggressive play. And I think yesterday, did they play on Train? I believe they did. And he was also pretty good there. Not as powerful as he was on Mirage, but he's got that ability to disrupt, like that absolute balls to the wall pushing, like no fear at all,
Yeah.
going in, taking fights. I think one time Mirage, he just walked out of ramp, took a
Yeah.
fight towards Tetris, immediately jumps over to find Frag over at stairs, and then looks into jungle for another. Like it's ridiculous how effective he can be in that role. But also it's a double-edged sword, right? He can also die right away. But the great thing about this roster is they're built around supporting that, right? You've got firepower behind him to recover if Carson's first foray goes awry.
Yeah, I think it's the instincts that he has right now for Carson that are so effective. It's his ability to create gaps and kind of identify where those are there for a map on T side. I mean, that's why I think his role on NRG in the past was particularly challenging, is that he needed to have the freedom to make, 12 moves in a row on T side, to give 12 opportunities to try and do his own thing and try and create space. And if you're Nitro, I don't really know if that's the vision of the team that you want to build here. You want to have a little bit more control over those pieces, a little bit more control over that roster. So I definitely feel like this is the team for him here. If you're
Yeah.
Carson, this is where you're going to be able to impact the biggest in the server there for those T sides. And I'm right there with you. He's a complete disruptor here. That's why, if you're looking at it, he's going to be getting into the mix there for better or for worse in this series, no matter what the case is.
Speaking of disruptors, Dia, since he rejoined the roster, I think they only have like 2 series that they lost, something along those lines, maybe 3. He's been absolutely lights out incredible on the AWP, and it finally kind of fills that vision that Snav actually had initially since Slump was added to the roster, to put Slump on the rifle and have Dia opping. In fact, it was supposed to be Dare before, but Dare didn't want to, so Slump took it, and now they brought Dia in to replace Dare, and it's been fantastic, honestly, and he's absolutely another one to keep an eye on. Outside of that, yeah, it's another kind of situation similar to NRG, where you have a lot of players that each one could be highlighted in their own right. Maybe you could argue a slight weakness in Slump because he has some big downs and his floor can be quite low at times. But outside of that, I mean, Snav as an IGL can come out and frag with the best of them. So I think that this is a well-constructed team with a slight disadvantage, excuse me, against a squad like NRG, who are just flying high right now. So let's jump now into the veto and see what maps we are going to get. We don't have okay, no graphic, guys. You're not going to see it. So we're just going to talk about it, and I am going to pull that up. I haven't looked at it yet. It's going to be a surprise, and there it is. Okay, so it's going to be Getting Info, banning Inferno, NRG ban Ancient, and then Nuke picked by Getting Info, Mirage by NRG, and Train left over. So it's Nuke for not Getting Info. It's listed as Getting Info here, guys. Sorry about that. But it's Voca, of course. They just got picked up by the org. So Nuke getting picked by Voca, Mirage picked by NRG, and Train left over. What do you think about that, Cole?
I mean, looking at the opening map here, I definitely like the opportunities that can be created here for a player like Carson on Nuke. Again, it's a map where you really trust in a ability to lurk. You trust in his ability to get stuck into these rounds and be a difference maker. So interested to see that come through here as kind of a possibility, especially with the luxury of knowing that NRG is going to pick Mirage into you or leave that up to a decider. The odds of them banning Mirage is going to be very slim, so they still get that luxury in the veto here. I think it's a smart move from Voca overall, and then Train as a decider is definitely going to be an interesting showcase, because again, this is where I look at NRG really trusting in the availability of an opper here. This is where they've really defined themselves. Even back when they were still playing with OC, it was the most attention that you would see OC get on a map in a veto here. He would constantly be set up for plays, so it's going to come down to the ability to provide for Zodic here in this decider as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, just looking purely at the numbers here, if you look at the Nuke picked by Voca, it's not their best map. It's right behind their best map of Ancient, but that wasn't available to them, of course, since NRG just threw it out of the pool immediately. So 9-5 record, which is not too bad. And I think they have a plus 25 round differential there. Then you go on to Mirage. for NRG, and that's a very, very good map. Only one loss over the last 3 months for them, and sitting at 6-1. Finally trained, it's a toss-up. I think that you're right. It comes down to which offer is going to be performing better on that side, and it's going to be a nice op duel. I'll tell you that right now, and we're going to get it throughout every single map of play. Let's get started. Pistol round on Uke between NRG and Voka.
There we go. Ready to hop into the action, see how things shape up here for our opening map for the semifinals. And again, a bit of a grudge match here between these two teams. I know that Carson's going to want to show out up against his former squad. You're going to see how important this matchup is for both of these teams here. NRG wanted to keep up the momentum of what was a great season, making it to the major, trying to make these roster changes to elevate their ceiling. And looking for another title here in the PrizePicks Revival Series. Got an A-pop coming through here, but they also have a lurk and slump waiting for the action, but Sonic just blocks 2 out of 5 before they can even start. He doesn't even have the dualies. He's doing it with the USP close range, and he found himself another. He's completely uprooted the round here, forcing Dia down the vents, and at least a chance at a bomb plant for Dia. But they've got to get past the crosshair of George. He's taking a duel, but now there's extra help coming through, and the bomb plant's going to be a non-option. It's just going to be on Snav trying to do damage on his way out. And Sonic gonna cover him. So NRG off to an electric start.
Yeah, I mean, this is the impact you expect to see from Sonic. I think he's very strong in pistol rounds, a very reliable rifler as well. Immediately finds 3 here for this NRG squad, who are trying to make a statement, right? If you look at the last 3 times they faced off against this Voka core, it's been a 3-map series. They took 2 of them, but the last one went the way of Voka, and I believe that was in the NA Revival series, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, they obviously want to get revenge here, and I think going into the major, want to show that they can dispose of North American teams without much fuss. So that's a couple of things that's going through their minds. We'll see how this whole series plays out, but I believe that Voka are a very difficult team to just shut out of a server.
Yeah, they're going to constantly play things close. They're going to show up with the firepower. I mean, this is a team that's so tricky to shut down. Unless you get them frustrated, I feel like they can hang into any series. Which, I mean, always is a possibility, but tough to make happen consistently. We got, I think, a Deagle towards the outer yard right now. Just Glocks, actually. So no investment here, really. Just hoping for some overextensions. Everyone's got head Kevlar. Everyone's going to start to feast up. Bro going to be at the helm, but a nice shot from Jane. He tries to farm up some economy there. He gets shut down. 3 kills with the MP9's not bad. Only a single casualty. The gun rounds will come through quickly for Voka.
There we go. Guns are out, as you say. AKs for everyone. And on the side of NRG, a bonus round will come through. Couple of MP9s in the mix, but 3 rifles, too. Very serviceable buy-up coming through from them. Smoke's going to get tossed early. Flashbangs as well on the side of NRG. They're just trying to keep Voka away because of how much aggression they tend to show and outside. But as it stands, Voka kind of taking their time, going a little bit slower into lobby. George also spamming with the MP9. Is he going to connect on anything? Doesn't seem like it. In fact, he's the one who gets tagged down to 73. So he's just going to fall back and play past me. Kind of a bait and switch setup here with Nitro. Sonic the first one to fall. That's one of the big pieces gone too, the rifle towards outside. Slump happy to have found that. Snap looking for a follow-up. There it is. And these rifles can be very lethal with Voka. Absolutely tearing through NRG. Bro will be the last, but that's it. Carson delivers him the killing blow with a shot from his AK to the dome.
They just read the setup perfectly right there. From the side of Voka, walking in towards that ramp side, catching players off guard. Nitro, who was boosted up, gets cleared still, despite the opening comfort, and Voka have no troubles. Here's I mean, again, an interesting, point here for Voka as well, is you're looking at Slump turn into a rifler here for this squad right now, and as you said, maybe sometimes it can be feast or famine. This map feels always very comfortable for him, and his lurking towards the outer yard, just right there, you're able to show some impact. You're already able to thread in some opening damage. You're able to deal with Sonic in that outer yard. That's a fantastic start for a player that I think really wields that confidence and needs to play out towards that outer yard effectively. I mean, that's a fantastic kickoff for him. He's able to sneak his way down in towards Secret already, but smoke sense faded. And you got Bro down here as well, jumping on the rotates and trying to use that block utility to buy as much time as possible.
A little bit of noise made by Voco.
Oh my
What a
God.
shot from Bro. Slump gone.
No
I think
way.
he's hungry for more. Maybe he's trying to find the
grab
AK.
the gun.
He can't find it just yet. Snav
Oh, he's
pulls
gonna
out the
step
pistol.
out.
I think Snav pulled it away.
Snav grabbed it,
Yeah,
yeah.
Snav grabbed the AK and threw it away and said, no, you're not touching that. I know what you're trying to do. And now, Bro just falls back, realizing that someone else has to be there, given that the gun just disappeared. That being said, Voca have kind of traversed their way towards heaven. This could be a surprise for George. It will be. George still flicks up and gets in the meantime. Zodic finds two. Shane and Dia gone. A 5v1 in favor of NRG. As soon as they get to full power with the guns, they absolutely close down Voca.
And Bro got his AK. What a beautiful story there. Eventually found the AK he was looking for in NRG. Gonna close it out with confidence there. Trusting in the scope of the op there. Bro with a really difficult position, but able to create enough hesitation, and it forces Voca into the wrap towards the heaven side of things, as opposed to maybe trying to get their way down Secret and target what was the weaker side of the map there. Bro holds it together, keeps him at bay. But to determine that round. The impact of that 5-7 through this smoke. Now much better tools here. HE to blow open the smoke, and attempt at a reaction, but Sonic will deal with it outright with this AK. Another one from Sonic looks for the transfer. Finally silenced by Snav, but Snav goes down walking wounded. 40 health as the rest of the team scales down. They will make it down Secret here. Trying to rush on in, and there's a rotate. I believe it's Nitro that's jumped down here instead, or actually Bro, and he's able to cut off the cross. 2 kills offered up as they're gray screened. And not a chance to activate here except for Shane.
Shane in a 1v3. Oh, here's Flare coming down the vent. That was a lot of noise made by Nitro. So Shane, happy to get a freebie there. Still 55 seconds on the clock, so I'm not sure why Nitro had a head full of steam in that instance.
Wow.
And made so much noise, but there you go. Shane will continue his path towards the B site. A player is waiting here. 40 seconds remain. Shane, what can you do? If you break the glass, they'll know you're here. George will have all the information he possibly needs, and George will flick around as soon as the noise is made. Shane is dead to rights.
Smart attempt in the clutch there to target in on exactly where his opposition was, but can't land the duel. Head-to-head there. Yeah, a little bit awkward there for Nitro. I can see the vision around the jump down the vents, right? Just, you know, you don't expect a player to be covering that base, but at the end of the day, will still be confirmed here. 4-1 before the eco does have to come through again. This could be a very strong start for NRG. And their opponent's map pick. It's a luxury that you capitalize on. Comes down to picking it a nuke. You get that CT start. Carson looking for something to work here with the Deagle. Try again towards those outer yard duels, see if anything's gifted to you, but NRG just aren't offering up anything for free.
Voca continue to fire away here towards the A site. Snav waiting for a potential peek to come from Secret, but that will never happen because no one's really there. So he'll just be waiting for the entire round. Unless someone goes in for a fight, including himself. Zodic, in the meantime, watching ramp with the AWP. And this is a slow approach from Voca. Finally, it feels like they're going to make a decision to fall back out of lobby and potentially go for a play towards outside. Maybe not? I don't know. This is Carson's having a peek into Hut.
Maybe get a little bit more utility out of their pockets here. 30 seconds left. And well, now you got a player making noise towards Mini, faking that this could be an A play. They get a rotate off of ramp. They get an opening duel. Things get a little bit chaotic in the late stages. These rotates are going to be tricky here. It's a nice shot from Sonic to cut things off, but no coverage offered up by Sonic leaves his hopper exposed.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get a double rotate down here. Should all be safe to deny this round here, but good damage from Voka to create that disruption and kind of lull them to sleep there on NRG.
I think that's tough for Sonic though, right? Because he's dealing with another fight in the meantime, and then the opera goes down. Like in the middle of that, that's when Zodic dies, and Sonic's like, "Oh, damn it! You know, I gotta go and help him out," but it was too late. So he does get the trade. Make sure that that is the most damage the player that's coming through lockers can do. And a 5-1 for NRG. I think that's the important mark here for them. CT side looking very, very promising. You know, on a map of Nuke that hasn't necessarily been that great for them over the last few months, right? 3-5. They have a 4-game losing streak, but we can't forget 2 of those losses came in Pro League up against Legacy, who we know how well they're playing right now, and Fluxo, both 8-13. NIP as well at Fragadelphia, a 9-13 result there. So, trying to bounce back from that up against this Voka squad. And looking good. Slump. Hello, Slump. You gotta clear your corners. That is a very common spot for the CTs to hold. And Sonics couldn't believe his eyes. He's like, okay, freebie.
Yeah, I mean, he knows when he takes down Slump as well, that's a large part of that out-of-yard pressure.
Yes.
So you just really confirm a lot of information. I mean, that's why you can see Carson now trying to adjust to that and take some space back, but now he has to do that with a minute left in the round here. It's not going to be the easiest recovery process for Voka. They're going to need some X factor, and well, burning one in the flames is going to do just that. Bro couldn't escape the grasp. I think he was getting spammed and couldn't run away.
Yeah.
And they're getting ready to group up here towards this ramp execute while Carson is threading the needle on this flank. No one watching this. George needs to deliver a multi-kill here. Dia gonna chase things down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Now that cuts off the rotation from Carson, who flies up the vents, and they're stuck in transition right now. Gonna dive down the vents with 2, making noises. The bomb will also enter that way. He might need to call Dia over, but instead, you're gonna look to plant the bomb, and it's just split up in between, stuck between 2 mines here, and Snav, realizing that the round is already gone, he's not going to have any say in this one.
That's the problem, was Dia was already committed and there wasn't time on the clock for the rotation, right? Like, Snav's like, oh, A's clear, and Dia's saying, no, we don't have time, we have to go to B and plant the bomb. And throughout all that panic, NRG made the absolute correct call to send both players towards that B site, hearing the footsteps and getting themselves a 6. It looked really promising for Voka in a moment. Like, it was 3v2 in their favor. They had the advantage, a couple of players leaning into that A site, but then as soon as they lose that Heaven player, NRG immediately rotate to B to try and catch off the bomb planter. And, you know, no bomb plant also hurts here for Voka because they're not going to have enough money to get AKs for everyone, along with Util. That's a lot lighter on a map where you really need it, especially towards outside. Like, 3 smokes towards outside is very standard. Molotov going to come in here. NRG tossing it that way, and a little bit of patience required for Voka before they move in. Slump looking for a peek, and before, you know, he's probably wary of it now. Like, Sonic could be around here. You expect him to clear these corners, but actually going to creep his way down into secret. Not really spotted out, so this could be a good forward position for Voka to work with.
Like what they have right now, and Sonic gets plucked out. The op that was saved be used effectively, and I don't know if they've realized that there's already a player down secret side. Slump is waiting for re-aggression. That contact's taken. Bro fortunate to walk away with his life unfazed. But again, you've dealt with Sonic, and this positioning from George is super deadly in the back of Big Garage, depending on where they want to take this. And if Bro does a good enough job, which it seems like he's done, of scaring them off of the lower hit, then they're going to be set up in a nice position where George can set up a crossfire. They're walking back in towards lobby again with limited time left to try and pull through this decision. We'll see if they can choose correctly. It's going to be through Squeaky right now in towards this A-bomb site, and again, it's left weak, and this is the right call.
Nitro gets 1. Shane gone. Looking for the follow-up. No second. Snav will take a ton of damage in that engagement, but he wins the fight, and now Slump getting Bro. George, potential for a multi-kill here. There's the first. Now they have to be wary of that mini presence. A good time for Zodic to peek if he wants to. Eventually, you'd imagine it's going to happen. Now they know he's there because he fired off a shot and couldn't connect with it. But you're looking at the HP bars for Voka. Snav and Dia on notice. George will take care of Dia, but now it's all up to George. Flicks around for a third. Can he find the fourth? No. Snav drops him, and Voka will get their second on the board.
Nice attempt right there, offered up by NRG in recovery. George sliding through there, making felt like the impossible happen there for a split second. Can't turn on a dime though. Needed to find that last kill on the Snav. Didn't realize where he was located. And Voka close it out. I mean, again, they have to deal with these very long, drawn-out rounds. They are, leaving a lot left to question on the clock, but it's also leaving a lot in question for NRG as to where they're positioning here. So I like the usage here. This is an all-in play from Carson, though, and it's instant dismissal onto one. Take a little 4v3 here. Stia finds the trade as well. And into the ramp side they go, full steam ahead.
Zodic watching. Oh, saw the player but couldn't connect on the shot. And now they know that Voka are heading into the B side and have control of it. So the decision needs to be made. Do we go for the retake? We've got a little bit of util, but not much money in the tank. Nitro, this is the play that's going to determine it. He's got Zodic by his side. Zodic. And Nitro going out. Nitro gets one. The follow from Sonic, and now Nitro gets the second. He's turned on the afterburners. Sonic finishes off the job, and Snav is gone. Defusal through. NRG on for a seventh.
It's just so much trust right there in between Nitro and Zodic, who have to work through those tricky angles, but they get exactly what they're looking for. Hard clear coming through from Nitro, dealing with that bait and switch setup, that contact play that was put together by Voka, the op covering off the trade potential. And they knew exactly what was around that corner there. No fooling NRG in this round, and they get themselves another solid pickup there for NRG on the CT side, considering the start looking a little bit desperate for them in that 4v3. Unable to piece it together. We got the auto shotty from Nitro, which is a bit of a staple. Just like this auto shotty on CT side here. Notes from Hiko here, it seems. Giving this rest of the riflers the full firepower. All that they can utilize, and Slump once again dealt with, this time by the op of Zodic. Gotta create some new avenues, and Snap might be able to do so.
Incendiary toss by George here. Footsteps coming up. Gets one, and Zodic swings around to support him. Such good chemistry being seen here by NRG. The spacing fantastic. Not even losing bodies in this situation is crazy. Zodic continues to hold here around the edge of the smoke. There goes Dia. And now Snav left in a 1v4, watching the flank, spamming away, but the util just overwhelming him. Flashbangs, Molotovs, everything going his way. And if it's not burning in the flames, it's the bullets going through his body that'll take care of business. 8-2 for NRG.
Look at Nitro laughing, man. He just knows they aren't giving Snav a single inch right there. Complete barrage of utility. What do? You just have to shrug your shoulders and walk away from that one. Having a good time here is NRG on this CT side. Absolute field day. Losing a couple of well-strung together rounds, I will say, from Voka that show how well experienced they are on this map and sort of comfortable calls, but we've also seen that clock cost them a little bit here and there. So it's a tricky way to play out this side, especially when you're losing opening advantages quite a bit. With Sonic and Zodic being able to deal with Slump over the grand scheme of this half here. I'm getting close to more action with that rifle work, trying to get the smoke spam going. There's your first volley of utility that has since faded away. Here's the second to allow for Slump to safely cross in towards Secret. Only going to offer up a little bit of disruption. And the spam going to follow it up as well. Gotta think at some point they're gonna need to rotate a player down lower, but instead they just commit towards a ramp defense. Zodic able to cut off the cross here. On in for his rifler, but they're starting to scale on him here. Gotta be careful. Wow. The close range duel's looking comfortable for Zodic. He's got a rifler to back him up. And now Carson struggling to recover that AWP as George just gatekeeps it.
Yeah, George doing a great job here. Eventually, Carson charges forth, gets one. Felt like he could have gotten the second two, but Sonic will cut him down. And Slump is the last one available. Eco round not going the way of Voka. 9-2 for NRG as soon as Slump dies, and there it is. Wow. Unbelievable performance so far for this squad. Not to mention, this is Voka's map pick. And NRG look like they're the ones that chose into it.
Yeah, it's gonna be that case there when you look at your Opper having 108 ADR, finding 12 kills in the half so far. I mean, constantly finding big opening duels, and guess who else is doing it? Sonic as well. Both these players in towards the outer yard are just dominating map control and playing those late rounds out effectively as well when given the opportunity. And so it really feels like there are no great options here. Secret control has really only been established once this half, and they didn't really get to utilize it fully. Think about such a crucial part of the map here, and they just don't really have the availability to take it. NRG suffocating style right now. They're looking to do so again. You can see the setup for Sonic. He's stuck in. Cheetah blow up in the smoke there, trying to cause some disruption, some chaos here. They might not expect Sonic to be here. Perfect play.
Oh my god!
Beautiful! He only takes 2 there, but the damage is done. Dia finally able to trade. But what a perfect setup for NRG.
I mean, George the wingman for Sonic in that situation, and helping him get 2. Could have even been 3 because the flashbang was absolutely perfect. Shane, Snav, and Dia. It's all up to them to prevent NRG from finding double digits here on their CT side. And obviously, if you look at the numbers, Voka have a much better CT side than they do T side, but it's not usually this few rounds that they find on their attacking end. Snav, ooh, a little bit rough there. Doesn't really find George soon enough. Maybe the smoke of the nade was causing problems for his visibility, but either way, it's only Dia left who finds the trade after Shane falls. 1v3, 24 seconds left. Bomb is on his back, but this is going to be tough.
Ricky here, see if he can slide in here. He's got to get past the op. He's trying to jiggle up the shots out, but he just can't find it. And then NRG going to cap it off with double digits here in the first half here. Taking 10. Looking dominant, trying to continue this conversation here of what they could do, showing their peak in North American Counter-Strike, and again, bringing in more and more comfort as time goes on. You can see the impact that Sonic has. You can already see the connection in between Sonic and George, as you highlighted in that last round, and it's really well strung together there for this defense.
Go. Pistol round. Zodic opens it up with a headshot onto Snav. Between Zodic and Sonic, you've got 2 players who love to play pistol rounds. And now you're looking at some. Oh, puts Zodic down to dirt with a razor sharp shot from his USP. And now Voka tried to get aggressive into lobby, but this could be their undoing. NRG are kind of holding for it. 3 players waiting. Now they know that Shane's around over in Squeaky, so this is going to be a problem for him. He might have to pull the plug and fall back. But look at the space Nitro's found in towards the B site. In the meantime, the bodies continue to hit the floor for Voka. Shane, the latest victim. Slump and Dia huddled together on this A site, hoping beyond all hopes that something will change, but nothing will. Slump, last one available, does get 1, but that'll be it here, Cole. 11-2 for NRG.
You saw Bro there go for a quick reconsideration. Saw that the last player was on A. He dives down the vents. The rest of the NRG camp there will go and hunt their kills. They'll win through elimination. They will dominate a pistol and likely this map because of it at this point here. Of course, you're going to get the 4 spies out of Voka for the remainder of this game, as they really can't get much going for themselves. 4 spies on Nuke, I always feel like, are that much more possible with a lot of close range angles and with smokes that are super effective. So never out of things here on this map when it comes down to a 4 spy. Just really tricky to pull back flawless Counter-Strike from this point forward.
NRG made attention towards outside. George walks into A and finds 2 immediately. Snav and Shane are deleted. Slump, Dia, and Carson on this 4 spy. I mean, they know that they're going to the A site, but What do they do here? You're kind of locked out. You have a couple of smokes, maybe. Carson goes for a fight, loses it. And at this stage, do you just save? I mean, you're down 11-2. It kind of feels like you have to go for it.
I mean, you can see Slumps trying to force anything here. HE to blow open the smoke, trying to get some leverage, but
Oh my god.
we know which way this one's going here over the
Yeah.
grand scheme. It's just not going to happen. Voka know it. Even if they're in these desperate situations, they're not up against map point just yet, but they're going to be here in just a couple seconds. That's NRG. Going to find their way to 12. I'm going to tick down, and a well-placed execute there. Speedy pace towards the A bomb site. George with a double entry. Goes down to the bomb in the end, but he set his teammates up nicely for 10 chances to close out this map.
I mean, yeah, that's ridiculous. I thought we were going to get a close series here, but I guess not. At least not on map number 1, unless we see an absolutely ridiculous comeback from Voka in a round where they're forcing up to their very last dollar, and it will yield them at least an M4 purchased up around the Galil and the Scout that was saved up in the previous one, and a couple of MP9s. Utility's strong too. You never know. It's CS2. Crazier things have happened. This buy-up feels pretty dire either way. NRG gonna close things out quickly. Jump on their map pick a Mirage after this. Carson will get one. Okay. That's something. Scout shot taken. He's distracting for Carson at the very least. Carson gonna take around the corner, but he won't be able to win the fight. In the meantime, the Slump does get the job done, I believe, towards outside on Sonic, who was trying to creep in towards Secret. There's just so many pieces here, and now George takes this round in the palm of his hand and will throw Voka right down to the ground. Dia, last one available.
Oh man, that's pretty from George right there. Dia gonna look to save it. He just has a USP out, doesn't even want to reload the A1 at this point. He's got a smoke and a kit there. That's his only living hope left, and he's gonna get just waited out now at this point. Not giving him an edge right now. Swing for the fences from Zodic to close it out, and NRG rip this series, or map away rather, looking to rip the series away heading into their map pick, but this is Voka's map pick. They get 2 rounds on the T side, and things just look a little bit scary for them to open up in the semifinals. This isn't the competitive team that we know.
Wow. That is a huge difference in terms of performance on this map. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, we talked about it in the pregame, right? We said there's so many layers to this NRG squad. It's hard to pick a player to highlight because they're all worthy of being highlighted. And well, you saw it there. There wasn't a weakness. Nitro, sure, I think only had like 5 or 6 frags, but it doesn't matter. You know, the rest of the squad's being set up for success. He doesn't care in those instances. We see that a lot from this squad. I mean, NRG's playing well. Nitro's is in the back line saying, all right, I'll throw some flashes for you guys. Go on in, take the fights, have fun. And that's just beautiful work from NRG.
I just got to, lock in on what your job is there. And when you look at the combination out of, players like Sonic and Zodic having a field day towards the outer yard, that's going to determine a game outright, I feel like. You also saw some great rotations from Bro in the mix that got them lifted off there. Because if I'm remembering correctly there, I mean, rocking with a force buy at one point where Bro was on a 5-7 Heath threads and a kill. Like, it just felt like as soon as you got a little bit of steam here for Voka, it was shut down by some of the individual playing well. 15s and 16s for everyone besides Nitro is super consistent out of your most active pieces in the map. And, you can see how much they trust in the riflers alongside the op here on the server.
Honestly, Sonic is a huge buff for NRG right now. Like, this is going to be very fun to watch this team go into the major. But right now they're here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series trying to make a statement, like I said before, and they already have on map number 1. You see that I think the 4 players are all about the halfway mark to their PrizePicks frag estimate. And I mean, I don't know if it continues like that. None of them might hit it, but it's not because they're not playing well, Oh my goodness! All right, let's switch.
So, some players need to get greedy here on NRG here soon.
Although, we'll see. I mean, but that's the system they have. Is like goes against that mantra, right? Like they want to be a team that plays as a unit, plays their role well, and when they do, frags are being distributed very evenly. So it means that the system that Nitro has put in place is absolutely working when you see these types of results. Anyway, let's switch gears and talk about Voka. And unfortunately, not much to speak of. 8 frags for Dia and Carson. I don't even know if there was a moment to necessarily highlight throughout that entire map where I was like, oh, a player did, a pretty impressive job. Maybe Dia. Honestly, I don't know, Cole. It was really quite one-sided.
Yeah. I mean, just a couple of bright spots in a pretty doom and gloom map of Counter Strike for Voka. Like you said there, you're looking at like really crucial players getting shut down by the NRG side. I give them a lot of credit for what they were able to do in this matchup. And unfortunately, Voka was on the other end of that head to head. They're getting dominated by really threatening presence towards the outer yard, really establishing constant control and not relenting when it came down to it for Zodic and Sonic and even Bro when they finally did make it through into relative safety. So those numbers really aren't surprising considering the sort of suffocation that NRG had in this matchup.
Now we head to Mirage, and this map has been very, very fantastic for NRG. Like, if you look at the results, I think the most rounds over the last 5 maps they've played there is 6 that their opponents got. And that was against Legacy. And remember, they lost that series to Legacy. But if you're 13-6ing Legacy on Mirage, I don't think there's a bigger confidence booster than that.
That's
available
crazy,
to
yeah.
you. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Anyway, I mean, there is, on the other side, a 6-game win streak for Getting Info. But if you look at the competition comparatively, it's not the same. It's just not. And I think NRG are going to feel really good going on to Mirage, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, those sort of numbers up against Stumau and Lotto is pretty
Yeah.
impressive. As you said, dealing with those players on Mirage, it shows that they can match the firepower. I think the NRG are one of the most creative teams here when it comes to Mirage as well, when it comes to bringing in different ideas and things of that nature. So you're going to need to see a player, I would just say, like, on an individual front like Carson right now to shake things up and get in the minds and heads of NRG early on in this next map. If he can bring that to the table here, I have high expectations that they can still show up and deliver when it comes down to Mirage. But yeah, NRG's a dominant team here on this map of Mirage.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, I would say, for Vogue. And I agree with you. Carson's going to need to be that difference maker, that catalyst for success. We're going to hit the break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2 for you guys.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to have the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby. Oh! Oh my god, that's that was hilarious. Everything to be gained. The blaster swing. Come on. The first is in. Come on, Horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
All right, we're back here getting ready for the second map of play on NA Revival Series number 10, and NRG absolutely smoked Voka on Nuke. I mean, it was not really close at all.
Yeah. I need to know why you look like an awkward ant. What did you do?
I was dancing before we started, and Rob said that. And it's probably true because I don't really know how to dance very well. So Rob said description likely accurate, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy myself dancing, Rob. It's
Yeah.
you know?
That's a good way to put it there. You don't have to be good to enjoy dancing.
Exactly.
You know? So that's Can you show us the move that you were doing?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Fair enough.
We'll pass on that for now. Maybe later. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this next map though. I mean, Mirage is going to be a chance to bounce back for Voka. I mean, obviously, for a team that needs to be able to step up here and show a little bit more of what they're made of compared to what they had and Nuke and for again the reasons why I believe this, Carson I think has a little bit more of a crucial role. I think it's a lot easier to actively lurk in this map and get up to those frustrating positions. I think it's a lot easier for Dia to get activated and confident. I almost don't even know if he had an op in that last map for the whole matchup, other than one round on the T side. So he got shut out there quickly. So definitely looking to revive on the defense for him coming down to this CT side of Mirage.
All right, let's jump into it and see what's going to happen here. Voka, I mean, definitely. I agree with you. They're going to need Carson for sure to be effective, even on CT side, right? Because he takes those fights up mid very effectively sometimes. But if he's not on point there, then you're in trouble, I would say. He has to be that catalyst for them. And Dia as well with the AWP, kind of silent on that first map. I expected more of a duel between him and Zodic, but it was just the Zodic show on Nuke.
He had his reigns on things consistently here, and see if that trend remains true. Coming up onto Mirage. Got a interesting execute right now. Molly goes deep in towards jungle, and finally a smoke towards connectors. So instead of fighting for CT control, they fight for jungle control. Get the bomb down pretty comfortably without taking too much contact. And now starts the timer up against a retake setup. Snap with a defuse kit and a smoke to boot. And some pressure being put on here. Playing in passive positions out there. They're allowing for Voka to retake some of this control. They're just dwindling the HP bar slowly but surely. There's that smoke on top of the bomb. And that's going to be the pressure point here now. Shots start to connect and rain out. Positioning looking strong here, and consistent fights being won. A complete flood despite 4 players on very low HP. Voka are going to be able to fight through the adversity.
Honestly, yeah, nice retake coming through, and you're right. I mean, despite all the damage that's taken, NRG's Glocks can do no more than give Voka a ton of paper cuts. 1-0 in Voka's favor. NRG with that bomb plant will absolutely be force buying. So they'll be likely getting a Galil in the mix, I would expect anyway. What are you buying, Sonic? There it is. Galil for Sonic. Everyone else on the Tech 9 or a Mac 10 to try and get that util in play, but even then it's not that much utility. But I mean, you look on the other side, it's the same story for the CT side, right? Like, you just want to get those rifles up, it seems, for Voka. They're not really concerned as much about the utility, looking more for those straight fights, which you could argue is a little surprising given the way that previous map went, but we'll see if it's the right choice.
Staff buys are where I think NRG throws some of their coolest executes. They have some execs that feel kind of old school, where it's just like a wall of smokes to try and get the bomb planted, so you don't see the traditional, smoke jungle, smoke stairs. Kind of see like a wall to break through into the site and allow for bomb plants, and then the way that they play those pose plants are really interesting as well. So we'll see what they have in this one. Got a little bit of utility in Barrage, but it'll be a standard execution, and for this case, utility working perfectly to break down the setup and force him into passive positions again for another retake setup here for Voka.
Will they succeed this time? Snap could be overlooking the player in jungle completely. Like, I'm not sure that he's aware that Zodic is this close, especially with a fight coming up against Bro. Zodic slipped into CT, and Bro actually gets one before that. Carson finally gets the response, but this is looking very rough indeed. Flashbang, Flying Slump, he's still fighting for it. Cannot get anything done, though, and it is NRG who are going to take this round. Carson trying to fade away, but Nitro will likely be fighting this, and I don't think Carson's even going to be able to save his gun. No, he won't. George flanks him out, and NRG tie it up immediately.
That timing right there from NRG was unbelievable. Zodic getting himself in towards CT while Bro somehow managed to cover the window was crazy. I mean, that's at least, you maybe sacrifice a player in CT for the way that you can work through jungle control, and they get the best of both worlds off the back of that timing. Bro deals with the player in window that was supposed to be a late activation for Voka and catch players off guard. And Zodic gets the flank through CT, so you couldn't ask for a better timing on that play. And the force buy works out big time for NRG. They get guns ripped away from the defense. And they have to play up against just 4 Deagles now on a force buy reaction from Voka. It could feel like more frustration lingering. As soon as you lift off on this map of Mirage, you get it answered right back with a great execute from NRG back-to-back rounds.
That really takes the wind out of your sails if you're Voka as well, right? Because you're like, oh, we got the pistol. No one died. Looked good. Let's build up a strong lead here on Mirage and really make a fight for it in this series. And NRG immediately come back and take the round. And not only do they get it, they drop all the bodies too. So no guns can be saved over. Force buy for Voka. Doesn't even feature an SMG. It's just the Deagles and one lonely 5-7. That is in Shane's hands.
Feeling a little bit claustrophobic for Sonic right now. Just trying to get that bailout option, and there you go. Sonic will get taken down. Caught in a bit of a tricky position here. We'll see how the clears are for this execute remaining. But Snav dealt with. George deals with the site as well, so only one able to establish a foothold on this defense is Slump. Everyone else taken down swiftly in a trade from Sonic, not even looking to plant that bomb. Wants to end it early, and NRG do just that. They take a couple of casualties, but they trade effectively enough to sustain here into the round.
All right, well, it got a little bit scary, right, when you lose Sonic and then another pistol player is able to strike true for Voka, but NRG keep their calm, cool, collected composure. We'll get a second and now face an anti-eco, likely 3-1, which again is got to be such a disappointment for Voka after winning that pistol. They're going to try and get aggressive into mid here. Snap, oh my goodness, what a flashbang cost. I mean, the awareness from Nitro would be like, yeah, they're probably going to charge mid. I'm going to throw this flashbang to Sonic. Oh, what's that? Slump and Carson actually get a couple here. It got interesting for a moment, but Sonic wraps up the round with a quad kill.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't lock down those last 2 kills, we're talking about a 2v2 with guns recoverable. Could have been awkward. Could have been scary for NRG. They survive. They only lose 2 players in the round overall. Voka gonna get quickly into the rifles now. Again, you're talking about with the financial struggles here of Voka. Just no op-in play for Kia, which is what we highlighted could be a good start. A player that we know can take control over the server. Can try and do it with the rifle, but I don't think it's as effective as the way that he opts on this map. Can be such a difference maker if he has his weapon of choice, but not afforded that opportunity right now.
NRG slowing up the pace. Sonic around connector, but there's a lurk, and George towards Palace. There's a great flashbang for Sonic to peek around. Snav gives up the space, and that will save his life, I would say. The fact that he deviates towards that right-hand side. But as it stands, it allows NRG to gain even more forward positioning into mid. Now Bro looking into the B apartment. Shane watching it. Voka would really love an opening frag here, but NRG are giving them nothing to look at until NRG actually go for the execute, is what I imagine.
Now you hear Bro definitely hearing this footsteps right now and hearing that this is jump spotting coming through from Shane. The rotation coming through, and now Shane has to buy time. He's trying to reposition and does hold down a single kill. Looking for multis, and the clock from Zodic will deal with them. The trade available, he cuts off the help. The support system now taken down as well. Dia slides his way to the site, but he misses his chance and now runs away. Burns in the flames. There's time for this plant here. A player rolling up cat late to the round as everyone tries to exit market here.
Zodic looking major ready right now. He's got 2, cutting off rotations 2, sees the barrel of Dia, and then hits the shot. Threading the needle to find that as well. There was a second for him to get the shot on, and it connects. Sonic gets the last. That's a 3v5 that NRG pull back flawlessly for a 4th round victory. They're just looking too good right now.
Yeah, you see how they manipulate the defense. They get the rotates rolling, and a really tricky round to have impact from. If you're Zodic, you have to manage to find the kill onto site, which is usually an impossible task for an opper, but it's made easier by the fact that he's low on HP, whips out the Glock, deals with it, and then cuts off the support system through market of trying to instantly react and get back into position in time to try and support Shane, who's doing his best to hold things together, but eventually gets overrun. And Voka, much needed timeout. So as you said, that 3v5 vanishing in thin air is exactly the opposite of what they needed.
Yeah, Zodic spinning around, practicing his flicks during that timeout. Or just having fun, generally. It's going to be a 6th round of play for Voka. 2 Deagles, 2 5.7s, a USP, armor around it, so the half buy is on. But I don't know if this is going to be too much of a challenge for NRG with the way they're playing right now. They have no weaknesses.
Absolutely not. Looking to recover a little bit of structure, but make sure we're going to start things off with a nice opening duel. To lurk some players up the cap flank as well, and Dia strikes, but just the USP not going to be enough to deal with the pressure here. Snav looking for anything extra, but avoided by Sonic, who doesn't want to hand over his life as well. The Molly for good measure to keep him from getting chased down here. Calling in for his help. Will come through eventually. He does get sidelined by Carson, but this is NRG with a 5th round anyways. No concerns with how they get it. NRG going to dominate here and take another.
There isn't a single piece of wasted utility from NRG in that round. Like, everything had its purpose. It was just, nothing missed the mark. Super efficient. This is an NRG squad that wants to take their 4th championship here at the NA Revival Series, it seems, and Nitro's talking up a storm. But he's doing a fantastic job supporting his squad, both when it comes to the fragging as necessary, but mostly with the utility so far here in this series. Goodness me. And if you're Voka, right, like there's a flashbang ready towards the end of the round in mid, and they're just trying to find some exits, but NRG are giving them absolutely no room for comfort at all. As soon as you take down an NRG player, there is a flurry of bullets and utility waiting for you.
It's just feeling like there's no relief. Look at this setup. Exotic spots out the shoulder. Did he pop a shot off? I think he did. That's why Carson would have fallen back. So that would make sense. Little AWP shot rings off. And connection onto Sonic there as well. So Dia, back with his gun of choice, is able to already strike true. Into recovery mode here, down a man with 4 players on the defense of this A-bomb, so you expect this one to go well for Voka. We'll see if Nitro can get involved. Snap tosses an HE, doesn't realize how close around the corner Nitro is, but he still wins the head-to-head duel there. Doesn't matter if he's caught off guard, able to sustain.
Finally something for Voka, and you see Zodic brought down to 2 HP. This round's not going NRG's way. Only 30 seconds left. I think Zodic and Bro may just opt for the save. So it all starts with Dia, and we talked about it before, Dia and Carson, right? We needed them to be strong if Voka are going to have a chance at coming out with victory here, and both those players get those opening duels in their favor, and NRG can't really activate afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's, 2 players that need to be able to offer up the win condition that we know this roster can bring to the table. And they're able to strike the first couple of kills. Also, Snav holding off Connector. That could have been a big vulnerability to facilitate the access on in. If he's able to strike up Khan, then you're looking at more threat on that A-bomb site. But Voka matched that threat with a lot of numbers themselves.
NRG changing it up just a touch. 2 players in underpass, 2 towards ramp, and 1 playing top mid, spamming the smoke, expecting something to potentially come through on the side of Voka, and you can't blame them, given how apt Carson is to push that smoke. But as it stands, Voka are giving up the control of mid completely. They're playing very passively here. Window control is now lost by Snav. He's actually going to try and spam through it, but it only does a little bit of damage onto Nitro.
Avoid for now this early fight towards middle, playing in a more passive stance. It looked like for a second a boost was going to be on order. And not given any duels so far. They're going to wait things out a little while longer. Deep Molly tossed in. Maybe they cut off the rotation through Murder Hole right now. Going to make things a little bit delayed. Working their way up. Con again. There's a massive setup here to deal with this con pressure. Nav and Slump standing side by side, shoulder by shoulder, with help from Catwalk as well. But still being able to answer back with a 2v, or a 2 for 2 before Snap finally gets involved here. Our player's still tucked in towards CT. These HP bars are dwindling here. And the kills eventually come through. It puts George into a clutch.
1v2 for George. Carson down to 15 HP. George takes the plant. Carson jumps up for information, and Carson will finish the job on George. Third round for Voka. Finally some signs of life for the squad that looked completely silent on Nuke with 2 rounds in a row.
Massive statement there. Being able to survive, it feels like they really got a read on what they have to do in these late rounds here right now. For the side of Voka, it's constant resources stacked where they need to be, and again, take a little bit of trading, take a little bit of damage here, but they still have the numbers game that's working out in their favor, and this is just feeling like a much more sustainable way for Voka to work through what is some very active firepower.
That nade's gonna do a lot of damage. Oh, not, or not, excuse me. My bro was a little bit further back than I thought. And the nade actually clips the wall. So bro only takes 5 HP of damage. Not too shabby. And he gets to hold his spot without being spotted out. NRG on their first eco, by the way, of the entire series. Had a 4-spy before, but not an eco. 4 players bunched up towards the A site. Here comes the execute. Smokes are good. Slump doesn't have visibility. He's the only one watching the A site for now. Bro gets caught looking towards B, but now that's going to activate NRG towards the site. They just want to get a bomb plan here, but Carson trying to deny it. Gets to. Sonic gets the headshot. He's going to get a shot on him. Now spam on forward from Snap will ensure that the bomb plant does indeed not go down. 4th for Voka. They're only 1 round back of NRG.
Some big strides here. Back into this matchup, into the series outright. With some of the step-ups that we said needed to come through and get involved. And now they're bringing the double op out here. Now that you got Slump rocking the scope as well. Just for good measure, making sure that they get everyone involved. And I like this start for him as well. He's just going to go rolling out towards apartments. And where usually you would see an opper try their luck in a primary opper play in this position, he can just sit there and post out for the whole round as the B anchor of sorts. Might need to rotate over though, because the play is heading towards A, where the bomb site again is stacked, where they have the great numbers, where they have the good utility, trying to set up for these flashes and blinding up a player running inside the jungle smoke. And a huge opportunity right now presenting. They try and collapse through connector, but when will you finally see the strike from Bro? He's going to go through the smoke. And towards CT, gets cut off. Snav, he heard something, and he's not going to let that slide. He has pressure being put on the Dia. He handles it. 1, not the second, but that'll be found out by his teammate alongside him, so no big concerns there. Voka capitalize.
Yeah, lost the sight. Did Voka, but absolutely solid on the retake. Great work on the side of Dia, along with Shane, right? Combining for those 3 frags, but an important op shot hit by Dia throughout that mix as NRG were trying to threaten towards CT. But he shut that down before it even became a conversation. So finally, Voka tied up at 5-5, a chance to retake the lead, which they had back in the pistol round, but that was very brief. And really, at least showing that they can compete with NRG and go toe-to-toe with their rifles, which we expected coming into this one. We weren't necessarily underestimating Voka. We knew that NRG would probably have the edge just because overall they seem like a more solid 5. But Dia, Slump, I mean, well, maybe Dia, Shane, I would say, highlighting those 2. That can be very solid. Carson, especially on Mirage, and that has been the player to keep an eye on. We talked about it. He needed to be solid here, and he's got 11 frags on the board.
Yeah, I mean, again, the consistency in which they have good reads on the round. They have good positioning out of Carson, and the extra man that's always over for Voca is so promising. I mean, that's what's got them through these 4 rounds, it feels like, in consistent fashion, as you said, as well as Carson having those big numbers and everyone else showing up with their roles. But it's the rotations that come through quickly that are offering up a big difference maker here. Missed window smoke, a little bit awkward to scale out here. Forced to throw more and more utility. So again, they stack the A bomb site. Flash up connector. Look at the amount of presence in connector right now. Op ready to go here as the flashes continue to roll out the aggression. They continue to blind him up here now, and he has to shotgun off his way out of this situation. Looking good to do so. His teammates trying to fight as well, and Snap transfers inside the smoke for 3 kills. Able to keep things contained here. Voca gonna take a lead.
Finally, some smiles for Snap as well. It's been pretty grim on that side for Voca throughout the series, but they've got a lead after it was 5-1. They get 5 in a row of their own and look to make it 6 in a row, potentially to take a 7-5 lead into that second half. And when you look at the numbers for NRG over those last 3 months, I mean, absolutely ridiculous CT and T side win percentage. In fact, their T side win percentage is higher than CT side, which you don't often see on Mirage. 67.9% of their T rounds are typically victories, and 64.6% of their CT rounds are good. So, I mean, nothing's really going to change into the next half for NRG. I think they're still going to be solid, but Voca are going to have to keep up with them time and again, round after round, and Snap is doing that again here. After losing the opening body, he finds Sonic trying to sneak out of that smoke and brings it back down to even numbers.
The first point of contact for the slump bot, who catches the jiggle and reacts accordingly. Bro was past his crosshair, had the chance to maybe catch him off guard, but he sees the shoulder there, gives him the advanced warning. And they try their luck back towards this B side because A's been, stacked up through connector and the heavy presence that Voca are establishing in that side of the map here. They finally realize now why that's the case when Slump shows his op for the first time in a little while, and we're like, oh, they just have all the apartments control. That's why we're constantly running in to pretty heavy setups. They're going to do so again late into the round here. Reaction is to try and cheat some players over and get some support system. Yeah, in a very tricky to uproot position. He gets caught.
Yeah, and interesting where they're placing Zodic, right? He's just playing Overwatch from that, and well, now he can't be implicated in this play. Shane can find Nitro, then he gets George, and now Zodic is way out of the play. That's the risk when you set things up like that. 10 seconds left, round's over. It's going to be a 7-5 half in favor of Voca. Zodic, you don't have to save for anything. You can try to take a fight, but I guess there isn't much that can happen in the round anyway. As we will move into the second half, a fantastic recovery from Voca.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge streak of rounds right there. 6 in a row for Voca heading into the second half. That's a lot of momentum picked up there, and NRG kind of running out of answers for how they work their T side. Big difference maker coming through is Carson. Is Shane also, giving over that B site over to Slump to take control of with the AWP. We get into the second half here now. What do they got for us? NRG on the pistol. No retake setup, right? You're seeing a smoke and a flashbang, but no kit. I think he gave Bro the dualies to play out towards that A side. So it's going to come down to their availability to hold this bomb site as opposed to play late in the retake.
By the way, the last time these two cores played against each other on Mirage, it was in May 7th. That's quite some time ago, 5 months ago. And Sonic, well, he's ready to get back to his winning ways with a headshot on Carson. The lurk is gone. And Sonic can relay to his teammates, hey guys, it's clear up here. Stay on the A site. That's probably where they're headed. So 4 players will be waiting to greet Voca towards A, and greet them they will with a flurry of bullets from the USP's response to Canada. Shane will get 3. Total anyway, but he's the last one standing, and that'll be Sonic ending him with his second on the round. 6th found for NRG.
Impressive that they kind of make it close there for Voca. They start to realize where the positions are and pull it back almost from a 5v2 to a 1v2 eventually, but NRG going to close it out and land the trades available here. It's going to be, again, what we kind of expect out of Voka. They're not super aggressive when it comes to these force buys. So they're going to remain in that trend. With no bomb plant, they would, 9 times out of 10, I feel like, unless they're facing a big deficit, make this call. That's what they do here now. Sonic set it up with a little bit of aggression. Hunting these ecos, realizes there's a deagle around the corner, doesn't shy away from these duels. Gets all the time in the world to land that spray. He'll peel off and over, and he continues to fight forward. Wanted to take full advantage. Usually what we see out of these rounds, though, is for the opper to get that aggressive with like a SMG. I mean, I know that Junior does it quite a bit. With Skin Rave there, he'll hunt down all of the ecos he can with the MP9 to try and farm up some cash flow. But they send Sonic forward. Definitely a player you want with the kills and with the confidence. And that's exactly what he'll gain here.
Yeah, and it's a nice recovery from NRG. They take the pistol round, they convert off of it. We're tied up again. Here come the rifles for Voka. But like I said, it's always going to be one difficult round after the other for Voka, regardless of the side that NRG are on here. And I would say that even though the stats say that it's a weaker side, quote unquote, for NRG here on CT side, it's still going to be very difficult for Voka to uproot them. And it is Mirage. So if you can find your rhythm and your footing, foundation-wise, economy-wise, eventually the T's might run out of steam. Slump moves in from underpass. He will be alone in that venture, at least from underpass. And they gets a decent amount of damage. Looks the wrong way, but so does Sonic! Oh my goodness, I thought Sonic would have him dead for rights, but instead he does get traded by George. We have a 4v4.
Yes, I mean, surprisingly, George is able to slide out. I think there was some great flashes thrown in. Or Voka caught with utility that left those players top of mid without an option to trade out. So Slump does go down in kind of a frustrating fashion where he was relying on his teammates to cover off his bases, and they just couldn't put that into the picture. And now they lose apartments control. Double up in connectors is a bit scary though, and they've taken down the player with the rifle. Through the smoke, they're gonna do a little favor, looking for the trade, and gray screen, no. Dia gonna drop as well, just leave Shane with a side turn, but he lands a monster adjustment now. Nitro rolling up on what is a furious flank. Will he be able to catch Shane by surprise? A confident swing, maybe call him on the edge of the smoke, doesn't matter. He still beats him on the jump there towards CT, and Voka needs Shane to come up clutch. He delivers.
Yeah, they needed him for more reasons than one, right? Because that's just the bonus round coming through from NRG. The MP9s almost finding victory, but Shane pulls it off for his squad by finding the first and then the second in that 1v2 clutch attempt. And I mean, it's not easy, right? Because Nitro was swinging through, and Shane had to be sharp to realize that the fight was going to be presented immediately, and he was. Lead restored for Voka, but they've still got another test ahead of them. The AWP and the 4A1Ss will be coming through. Sonic has been very, very good with the op, going back towards nuke CT side, so I expect to see a lot more of the same here. NRG are not going to get aggressive into mid. Everyone nearby is probably Sonic. You could argue Bro that's just setting up util for Sonic though.
Taking, again, a bit more of a passive stance here. It's hard to do over a whole half there versus, again, Carson, who can be such a game changer. Boost up here. And they're going to walk into the angle. In the meantime, I think you're going to look for a boost in towards window on the T side. They just smoked it. But when you got 2 players in towards underpass early, it's exactly what they're going to get away with here. And Bro just can't catch him on the angle right now. So Snav in a deadly position as they try and scale up towards Cat. There's the spot out. There's the fall off for Bro. But this B side is going to get no help considering that Snav is in a position to cut off these rotates. It's a key detail. Oh,
Dia actually catches Bro getting a little lackadaisical on his peek around. Cat now slumping. The rest of Voka are charging in towards B. Snap gets another, and Dia finding Nitro. There is a little bit of a response from NRG, but they are locked out of this B site, and with the money the way it is, this is already going to be a save.
Yeah, they caught Bro off guard big time right there. I thought they... I was right there with you. I thought that there was going to be a chance to get the jump on that play and for Dia to get sidelined, but you get exactly what you're looking for. The round set up from the very get-go. Voka boosting a player up and towards window and slowly working the map control afterwards. They're forcing the boost off, making sure not to lose any players early, avoiding a lot of the NRG setup there. And then when you finally see them spring into action, sure, it helps that Dia gets the opening duel. That's going to give you a lot. It leaves Nitro all alone. And again, when you have Snav in a position to ensure that there's no way NRG can comfortably rotate, that's going to be a dream round set up from start to finish.
Voka looking to steal away Mirage from NRG. You see the money situation is not great on that side for the CTs right now. It's Bro, Sonic, and Nitro pretty much ecoing here around the saved AWP and the A1S, but we've talked about before, just one rifle can make the difference, especially, I would say, in the hands of Sonic. But unfortunately for them, oh, maybe not, Bro. Connects with the Deagle headshot. Still alive as well as Vokar trying to go in. Finally, he will fall. And the tough choice here for NRG is, do we try for this? I mean, it would be better to keep the guns alive. We'll have a healthier buy-up in the next. And yeah, they're making that call.
Yeah, it makes sense here. Sonic going to stretch out for some exits if possible. But you want to keep on to the rifles. You know that these post plants are a little too strong. NRG struggling to pick back up. That same momentum. Spread to Voka, staying elusive. Catching them off guard, setting up these rounds well in the second half alongside it. Double digits going to be locked in from them. This is the performance we needed to see out of this team when it comes to answering it back in this series after Nuke was just completely one-sided and it looked like they weren't really going to be able to show up. Even the start of this map as well, right? I mean, the same case is true.
Yeah.
When you look at like the first 6 rounds of this map, they win the pistol, they get forward spot back, and you know, the concerns linger. But they answered with 6 rounds in a row to close off the half, and now lose the pistol and are still picking up momentum.
See if that'll change here. NRG managing the economy well at the very least, and keeping the guns healthy. So they still have the opportunity. Exotic. Flashbang over the smoke. Sonic gets flashed himself, so we'll need to fall off that without getting much information. Shane tagged down to 6 HP, but still makes his way to the bomb site. George in a very important spot. He needs to find something with the smoke will block off his ability. The nade, despite being flashed, Nitro will connect on that, but he loses George in the meantime. And an incendiary is tossed forward, but it will be Voka again trying to take control of this A site, Cole.
See if they can recover. Sonic trying to escalate the play on in. No flanking present. It's going to be a straightforward retake from CT and jungle. Smoke's going to help them get through here. They have another smoke for the bomb as well, but there is no kid present right now, so they need to find these kills as soon as possible. One on to Snav. They start things off. Smoke on top of that bomb here, and they still have to flush out Dia. They're going to look to ignore him. Smoke seems a bit straightforward.
No.
They can't
What?
find his target.
Oh my God!
He got lost in the sauce right there, and somehow Nitro completely avoids him, dodging those bullets and winning the round for NRG.
It's like he traced him in the smoke, but could not get that shot in the middle of it. Just had to fire right in the middle of the smoke, and he goes wide of it. Oh my goodness. What a shame for Voka. That could have been the death knell for NRG in this map, but instead, it is a revival for them. 8th round found. Voka will still have enough money to get a buy up here, but should NRG be able to string another one together, we're going to have quite the map on our hands. Sonic appears to want to go out there, and he's already hit his PrizePicks check mark. 31 kills for Sonic. He has been exactly as we expected for this NRG squad. A potent right that's consistent and can take fights and change rounds.
Really impressive work here. Knows that there's a lot riding on this matchup in terms of building up steam and momentum heading in to a major here. So bringing in this level of play here time and time again. It's the exact sort of expectations we were hoping for him to deliver on. Is that high impact rifling and very active positions and trusted by Nitro to work within the system. And right now he's on the sticks. Just got that op sent over. Sonic gonna hand it as he is low. So he likes the better tools here if possible. We'll see how his opping goes. This is again another boost on the seal to late activate this play in towards window. Try and alpha up a second prong for this connector fight. There's an HE to blow open the smoke. There's a limited time left here as they gotta get a move on. 25 inching towards the clock right now. The execute has to take place here soon.
Sonic gonna get flashed out here. It's good utility from Boca, but Sonic's around the corner. They're gonna clear him. They do, but they can't win the fight because George is supporting. Now Sonic is able to strike for another one. Back and forth we go, but in the end, after the smoke clears, Carson will be the last one standing up against both Bro and Nitro. Spam through the box. Ticks Nitro down to 88. Excuse me, that ticks Carson down to 88. And eventually, Nitro will be the one to end him. 9th round secured for NRG.
Big time pickup there. NRG, I mean, just again, it comes down to what feels like a bit of a numbers game for them. They have a nice stack of players ready to go just in time. You see Sonic rotate in with the AWP to find some damage being done. He cuts off some of the rotates, and it ends up being a very well put together triangulated setup. Or they still close it out, put themselves in a favorable position in the 2v1. Flank wraps it up. NRG closing the distance ever so slightly. You're going to need much more rounds like that. Trusting in the rotations, trusting in the map control that if you're going to concede it, you got to make sure that you're holding on to these important crossfires. Have the numbers to sustain that here. Carson thinking about making a bit of a move here. It's met by a molly. It's going to be slowed down just a tad.
There is the hero AK in the round for Boca in Carson's hands, but outside of that, we've just got the eco. Boca, I'm leaning A. Should be an A finish. I mean, they did go in towards T apartments and even hovered around B apartments, but in the end, this was always going to end up A. Not going to be easy for them with Zodic watching with the op. They probably know that, and George on the other side, who's anchored down this site throughout the entirety of the half. George is topping for information. He'll call over for reinforcements if needed, and they will be needed.
There's the execution utility tossed up. Carson gear rifle going to need to elevate here in the molly. This is what they're met with on the inbound. It's a very retake-centric setup here. Giving over a lot of space here. Player stuck in towards the left side and instantly dismissed. Nothing out of George's position. And no one rotated through CT to help. So now map control established. An extra rifle picked up here. Evoca are on for a bit of a shake-up round. I don't know if NRG are going to make it an effort.
I mean, they have to. They have to go in. There's no way that they don't have a look here. Maybe now they won't. I don't know. Snav gets the shot. Slump waiting in CT. He's gone too. Now they can start to accelerate a little bit. They'll have to. And there goes Sonic. Popping off for a few more. You can't stop him. Gotta go fast, says Sonic, as he gets a 4K and a 10th round secured for NRG.
I mean, again, it felt like they were walking away from that round, but they hang around long enough to catch those extensions. And Sonic with another massive impact round there. 4 kills. Save them the scare of losing that. and handing it over to what was a single AK invested out of Carson. And what looked like just a straightforward victory for Voka is again upset by the impact.
Like, those 4 frags were so quick for Sonic. You thought the round was over, and he's like, nah, I got this, guys. Don't worry. We're tied up at 10. Might go the full 24 here. Guns are out for Voka. Again, that was just the eco round for Voka, so actually a lot of impact in it, and the fact that they were in a position to win was kind of crazy. But, they don't get that win. At least the bomb plant, which bolstered their economy. Now they're going to take it. Oh my goodness, is that Zodic hovering around mid? No, that was Sonic, excuse me. He, again, looking for a fight, doesn't find it, and lucky to fade away because of the util that was raining in. Now Bro's going to throw a smoke that'll be favorable for Sonic, spams through and gets the dink on Snav. And now swings again! Carson gone. This is unbelievable impact and great flashbangs thrown by NRG to set him up for these swings.
Yeah, utility damage and flash is effective here so far. Put down Carson into one-shot headshot territory anyways, the util, and then the flash finishes them off the back of the Sonic shots. And Sonic's already repositioning inside of A main now. And guess what? It's clear. Double up on the aggro. You can probably send one to activate on the flank here. And now it's going to come down to this B hold. Bro and Nitro looking to link up here and show some efficiency. And it's a nice off angle that Dia overlooks. Doesn't expect that sort of peekaboo place to play in Van. And now Bro playing peekaboo as well. Able to uncrouch there and catch another trade potential off guard. This is going to fizzle out. Voka going to try and make a last-ditch effort here. Molly forces out one player, but it's all on the shoulders of just Nav. And Nitro going to fight every which way to close this thing out.
Nitro called upon, and Captain America will deliver. 11-10 for NRG. Voka are stuck on an eco at such a critical juncture. I feel like a timeout might be worthy of being called. Just to say, guys, are we going to force the finish line? Do we really want to go for an eco? Maybe they're thinking back upon that round a couple ago where they did manage to take the site and almost won the round. So like, maybe we can just do it with that. Maybe it'll work out. Oh, if they would have activated quickly towards A, it might have been good. This round is not live. Excuse me. This is definitely not live. Because I was like, oh, what's NRG doing? Why aren't they defending the A site? But yeah, something happened, so we'll have a bit of a brief technical pause.
They're doing the old play where you just hide and spawn and play
Yeah,
retake on either bomb site, you know?
Yeah.
That could be the move right there for them, but I think George may be disconnected. I mean, either way, it's definitely scary territory here as you see NRG take this late surge of momentum. You got to be able to, you know, pick up where you left off. And again, if you're thinking about how Voka could have comfortably closed out this map, maybe you're wishing that you could have had that 4v5, that post plant where things were getting a little late and Sonic, you know, blasted past the 4K to save them there. You're going to look at that round in particular and think, okay, if we just had that moment, this would have been much easier for ourselves. And obviously now things are much more difficult with NRG gaining steam towards the later stages of regulation.
I mean, there's multiple things as well, right? Like the smoke diffusal that came through from Sonic,
Yeah.
right? The bullets couldn't connect. They went everywhere but his body. One is all it would have taken. That's crazy luck, honestly, on his side that it doesn't come through. And, I mean, they build off of that. It was 10-7 for Voka, and all of a sudden, NRG, they got 4 in a row. You know, we're still waiting for everything to get sorted here, but it should be back into the action shortly. Either way, NRG are in prime position to take this series.
See if they can bring it for the remainder. Pressure put on for Voka. And they've got a half by to avoid off against it. I mean, they got to manage to have the same level of impact that they had in that chance to close and then one up it in the post plant. And then shut the round down. Shut Sonic down here individually. Because this is where you see Sonic pull ahead from the pack right now and step up in terms of the impact. You saw it in the last round where he's set up for flashes and aggression towards the middle. They trust that he's going to be the playmaker. And he rises to the occasion. And now you got to shut that down here if you're Voka.
All right, we are live this time. NRG do have presence on the A site, as you would expect. expect. Nitro was out towards mid, maybe a little bit exposed for a moment, so a faster play from Carson could have caught a frag, and this time, well, Sonic's going to take up the space again. Carson gone. They've neutralized any mid presence from Voka. It's actually going to be an A hit. Who's waiting for George? Pretty close, in fact, to Palace. They have to clear this effectively, and they will not. At least not on the first foray. The second wave does come through, and Dia trying to make up for that smoke spam that was missed. He gets two. Snap finds one for himself as well. Bomb plant should be able to come through under these circumstances. Bro and Zodic are close by. Zodic's kind of stopped in his tracks. He's expecting a player to occupy the space in jungle, while Bro has moved up to CT and is throwing that flashbang.
Oh
They
my
try to set
god.
each other up. Well, just beautiful shot from Bro either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were a little cautious there.
Yeah.
Snap's footsteps earlier, but now his position just spotted. Confirmed there, and Bro laser focused on his location there. Will knock it down in the end. They deny the heroics of this half buy. Voka trying to put one more on the board there, keep NRG at bay from 12, but they'll claim it no matter what the case is, no matter who they have to call upon this time. Bro in the late stages, but still Sonic 2 with the liftoff. Finding the opening pick there, finding a way to help out George on that A side, and Bro, these two players here that have gotten the PrizePicks check marks, Bro going to be added to that tally so far.
Sonic with 40 frags and only 19 deaths on the series. And I think he has well above 120 ADR. Bro actually going to get that PrizePicks check mark for more than 30.5 frags, so good on him. He's had a decent map of Mirage for himself. But the heavy lifting has been done by Sonic. And now Voka, they've saved up for this. Zodic gets the openers. Carson with the trade, but that's onto Sonic, which is probably a good thing given how many points he's given them. Sonic will get flashed out, throws the incendiary, and Bro is activated from underneath Palace for one. Throws the nade immediately into Palace, and then puts the pressure on Dia, who doesn't know what to do. He's caught between two minds. Do I fall back? Do I go through the smoke? Do I try to take the fight? Voka are really reeling right now.
So slow to activate as well. They're hoping Carson could thread in something, but he's just posted up, expecting maybe a flank through apartments right now. That's where his crosshair's located. And time's going to continue to tick off the clock. For the CT side, there's no need to adjust their positioning. You got to find a way to flash off the op presence right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that just feels impossible. At least Sodic is rotated in deeper towards CT spawn, so a chance.
The problem is Dia is just the one with the flashbangs. It's so difficult to get that flash from that position for the offer. George getting a one. Sonic finds the last, and it's all Dia in a 1v4. The first foul, but only 15 HP remains. Bullets whizzing past his head. Finally decides to push out, and that will be his undoing. Final frag goes the way of Nitro as NRG take the series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, great step up there in the closing statement coming through out of Sonic. And then Bro as well getting involved when he was given a lot of A-side targets to actually deal with the execution, to deal with the pressure. He's also able to handle it there. But overall, I think definitely the story of this series is going to be Sonic with the consistent map-by-map domination that he brought to the table, bringing those swing rounds into the mix there that could, you know, kind of disrupt NRG. If they don't win them, those could be big difference makers throughout the grand scheme of a half, and instead they close out those rounds with confidence. They find a way to win there, and you know, a lot of excitement here for this NRG team as they are first grand finalists.
Yeah, and I mean, at least for Voka, they're the ones that come through and are able to contest a map after losing so one-sidedly on Nuke, right? 13-2. That's just devastating on your own map pick. And it felt like, as you were mentioning, it would be the same story in Mirage. They fight back, they get a 7-5 lead going into this second half, but then the wheels start to fall off the bus, right? Like they got a 10-7 lead, and then all of a sudden NRG just storm out. They get these nice round victories, clutch round victories in a lot of ways, and that's what leads them to a 6-round streak to the finish line. And we're going to see the numbers come on our screen now. Sonic with 40, I mean, Zodic with 30, only one away from getting the PrizePicks frag estimate. That is so very close. And then Bro just got over the finish line as well. I mean, everyone played well. This is what we were talking about, you know, all four of the riflers, you know, would be strong. I should say the three riflers and the Opera would be strong, and Nitro behind them, just kind of supporting them when needed. And they might not have hit the PrizePicks frag estimates, but two players still do.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely two players that you like to see that are going to be involved there in a lot of these rounds. I mean, Sonic in particular, playing in connector, playing in the outer yard. That's a guy that's going to take a lot of duels there. And you mentioned the 40 kills there, but as you said, the 20 deaths as well just show how much he was winning in those active fights and how much he was getting away with his life. He wasn't getting traded. He was staying, elusive up against this Voca squad that has a lot of firepower, that can get themselves in tricky positions if you allow them. And it just seemed like Sonic had his finger on the pulse throughout both maps defensively.
Oh, no question. And now let's check out the other side for Voca and see what the total numbers ended up being for them. And, Dia and Carson looked very good, honestly. At least on Mirage, they started to wake up. They're the two players we called upon, Snav as well as supporting, but it didn't work out. All right, well, we've got another match coming up very, very soon, folks. So we're going to have to wrap this one up and see who our next grand finalist is going to be in that semifinal. Skin Raven Marsborne are going to put on a show, you have to imagine, given the way these two teams have played over the last 3 months. But before we hit the break, we would have to thank our wonderful sponsor for making this all possible. And that sponsor, of course, is PrizePicks, which the NA Revival Series is sponsored by. The best of North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0M store.com to buy some cool gear and sign up for ticket alerts for Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. We hope to see you there. All that being said, we're hitting the break. When we come back, we'll have that second semifinal.
Finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, that's that was hilarious! Everything to be gained, the blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on! Oh, shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What?
Oh, God. Yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
All right, we're back with the NA Revival Series number 10, sponsored by PrizePicks, and we got Marsborne and Skin Rave coming at you. Another great series. I feel like we kind of got robbed of a great series there potentially with that 13-2, but I mean, NRG just played so well that I can't say we necessarily got robbed in that sense because they were so very strong and deserved the win. They played that well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to how things shape up here for Marsborne and Skin Raves, a matchup again that we've seen for quite a bit, and obviously are looking forward to seeing if it can continue to rank competitive as Marsborne come through as a recent victor and are looking to continue to pick up that momentum that they've left off on. I have high expectations that this is a team that can consistently develop with hardworking pieces, and the big revelation after that victory that they last had is obviously 60 becoming a caller for this team. A really cool story now that he's showing how effective he can be in that role.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, you're looking at the bracket right now. NRG are our first grand finalist. We're trying to find our second one here. I agree with you. I think 6E has really embraced that role well. They got that overtime win up against Skinrave previously. But the thing is, every time these two teams play each other, you get really close maps. The thing is, more often than not, Skinrave on the other side are the ones getting the wins, right? They were known as Blue Jays last time they played in a BO3, and it was Blue Jays that took it 2-0. But I mean, it's a very long 2-0 that it was. 19-15 on Dust 2 and 13-11 on Inferno. And even if you look before that, you did get some dominating wins, like in the BO3 before that for Blue Jays. But every other one has been either close or extremely tightly contested, going 24 or more rounds, Cole.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the big detail here. Obviously, that this is a Marsborne team. This is a Skinray's Rave squad that can play competitive up against each other. But obviously, we're looking at what is going to be a bit of a
Yep.
different look. Marsborne coming into this mix. You're bringing in again a huge difference maker in the server when you look at 60 and what he can bring to the table. He is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle when it comes down to what he can bring on this roster. Again, Calling doesn't seem to take a big dip in his performance here that we've
Yeah.
seen so far. So it still feels like he has that firepower flair to him, but it also elevates Wolfie on the AWP a lot more. That's been also a huge bolster to the Marsborne camp, as well as that opping and IGLing has kind of fallen out of trend here in recent history, and we're seeing a lot more oppers lean away from the calling department, or just switch to riflers and keep calling, depending on what you choose. But for the side of Marsborne, giving the rollover to 60 has unleashed Wolfie into even more firepower.
Yeah, it's been a huge buff for Wolfie. I think he feels far more comfortable not calling and just sticking with the AWP, making plays, getting frags. And yesterday was an absolute stunning show that he put on. It's not just yesterday. Over the last 3 months, in 80 maps, a 1.15 rating. Like, he has been that good for this Marsborne squad. And you talked about it, 60. Not much of a firepower hit, but there was a firepower hit, right? He's down to 1.02 rating, usually is the one hovering in that 1-2 spot, but I think it's fine. I think that he's still able to pop off in key moments, and he's allowing, as you mentioned, Wolfie to reign free, reign supreme, across the server. So yeah, definitely those two are ones to highlight. I would say Grizz, another one that's also been key for the squad in the past, but yesterday it was Viz. That was ridiculous. And I mean, whether you have Viz or Grizz popping off, I think it's a benefit for them having your fourth and fifth players, looking that strong.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with you. It's a real luxury that there are no missing pieces right now. Even when it comes down to tougher matchups, I think Chop gets a bit of a buff as well. When you look at what he can do under pressure, when you look at what he did in the last Prize Picks in a revival series, he was a big monster in the final. So it's always the pressure that turns him into a diamond. So definitely like the build that Marsborn are going on. We'll see if they can continue some of that momentum here forward.
Definitely. All right, let's switch gears. Talk about Skin Rave. I think the players want to get going, so we got to go through this. And Skin Rave are going to have, of course, Marky as their newest addition. He was added as I believe they switched names to Skin Rave, and it's been pretty promising results on their side. He's always a threat, whether it be on the lurk or the anchor. He's a player that managed to slip into the back lines, and you don't really spot him, and all of a sudden he's striking, and you have no idea what to do to deal with him. So absolutely, Marky is a player to watch. We have Walco on the squad now. He's not IGLing, so I think that's kind of a benefit for him with Cryptic taking care of those duties. He's in the middle of the pack with a 1.10 rating. And then, yeah, you even have Cryptic. We can circle him. I agree. Cryptic is a player worthy of highlighting because even with IGL responsibilities, since they switched orgs anyway, they've got a 1.07. He's got a 1.07 rating on his side. So everything looking peachy keen, I would say, for the side of Skin Rave. And if you look at the losses, they've only had 2 series that they've lost versus I think 10 wins or 9 or 10 wins overall. OG and Wildcard. Like OG, I mean, understandably, like that's a pretty good European tier 2 team. And then Wildcard, who have had their ups and downs, are difficult to deal with when they hit their ceiling, right? So understandable, but outside of that, they did beat Wildcard recently, right? We talked about it. They go up and down, and that was a win for them over in Challenger League. So yeah, I mean, this is a squad that's looking good overall for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is a team that shows some serious firepower. I think most importantly right now, this is a team that also shows that they have kind of a winning mentality to them in terms of they took some pretty tough losses at that Blocktoberland where that was their last ditch effort of trying to make it into a major. And I thought,
Yeah.
you're looking at that failed opportunity. You have the situation where Klasia leaves as they were kind of on the cusp at the time when Klasia left. I believe they were in the contention for the major. That obviously wasn't going to stand because some South American teams had opportunities to rise in the VRS. But this was a roster that almost made it. They were very close into to getting into that picture, and they walk away from that hanging their heads up high still and knowing that they can focus on this next season. And I think that's a really good kind of build for the Skin Rave roster is that they missed out on a big opportunity and it hasn't really rattled them. They've gone through some adversity throughout the second season and they're still fighting with this new roster that has been really building and picking up steam here and has been able to thrive despite some of the changes.
All right. Well, all that being said, let's jump into the veto and see what maps we are going to get here, Cole. And I'm just trying to find. There we go. Got it. Marsborne banning Mirage, Skinrave banning Train. Then we've got the pick of Nuke by Marsborne, Dust 2 from Skinrave, and Inferno left over. I'm actually maybe a little surprised that Marsborne, instead of kind of floating Mirage, decide to ban it instead, just because of how dominant Skinrave have been on Dust 2 over the last 3 months. I mean, they play it 25 times, and you look at the next most played map, it's Inferno at 10 times. So you kind of, the temptation is, okay, get this out of here. Put Mirage in the mix and then force them to ban it instead because they haven't played well in Mirage. 1 in 5 over the last 3 months. Anyway, look, it is what it is, and Train will be banned by Skinrave, which I think is to their benefit because that has been really strong for Marsborne.
Yeah. I mean, I think, in this new look Skin Rave roster, they've been really avoiding Train quite a bit there. As you said with Mirage, kind of forcing Marsborne to lean in on that
Yeah.
ban. And I think it's Skin Rave who is a team, to be fair, and to their credit, is a team that's willing to go against what is a strength of their own to try and punish pick. That's something I know quite a bit about Cryptic, is that I think if he was left with a Mirage open, he might have jumped at that opportunity to see if they were aware of that and see if they were ready to play out on a map that is pretty uncommon in Marsborne's camp. Like that is kind of a tendency of his here, but obviously, you're going up against a nuke where you've been able to keep things competitive in the past. Again, if you're talking about this new team build that Marsborne is, you're trusting that, okay, now that we have a bit of a revamped roster, we bring in 60. We hope that we can get more impact out of Wolfie, defensively speaking. And obviously, 60 can bring in some good calls as well that can put us over the line and actually be the difference maker, because before that they took 2 losses on nuke to this Skin Rave roster. So while it does look pretty fierce in terms of like the 90% win rate and all of those details for Skin Rave, I do think Marsborne are giving themselves maybe a solid opportunity, a good foundation to succeed here on their opening map pick.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm just looking at this, Cole, and I'm having a hard time seeing it. 28-7 combined for Skinrave on Nuke and Dust 2. They are getting their top maps through, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, after that, it was Inferno, which is also good for Marsborne. So it's just the map pool doesn't match up well right now for Marsborne up against Skinrave. And I think that's the biggest problem that
I
we're
mean,
going to see.
maybe that's the reason as to why we saw a couple of those like very kind of one-sided series in the past, and why we
Yeah.
see Skinrave kind of have a bit of an edge in this head-to-head matchup here.
Yeah, and I think that overall, the Skin Rave squad has really come together around Markey, and some of those past matchups might not be as relevant because of that new injection of life into the roster. And you also have Laxi, who adds this element of aggression, excuse me, that we saw with Akimbo, that while with Akimbo, it wasn't as effective long term because the whole team was just holding W half the time. Now he can be that one player who's like Carson. I think that's a good comparison. Like a player like Carson that goes for the fights aggressively, tries to find some space for the squad, and then can fall back afterwards. But yeah, no, it's going to be very difficult, I would say, for Marsborne, given the map pool that we've seen come through, for them to find success. Look, let's jump into predictions. What do you think is going to happen here, Cole?
I mean, it's such a tough call here because, as you said, you look at the history, you look at the map pool, and you kind of say, okay, Skinrave looking a little bit more favored in this head-to-head. I kind of lean in that direction here to believe that Skinrave with the map pool, with the just inherent advantage that they have, it's going to be interesting. I do think it's going to be a 3-map series, even though those first 2 maps look a little bit favorable for Skinrave, but I'll say that they probably take it overall 2-1.
All right, I'm going to say 2-0 Skinrave. I'm going for another 2-0. Yeah, no.
Okay.
I just feel like the map pool is favoring them so heavily that it's going to be very difficult for Marsborne to come through. Will it be close? I'm not even sure about that. I'm honestly not. I'm honestly not. Because I feel like Skinrave, they're just so good, man. They're just so good lately. And I know that Marsborne's an exciting up-and-coming team, but I would rank them probably in the top 5 in North America Tier 2 right now. But at the same time, as number 5, like the rest of the teams are all above them. And while they are making big waves recently and have been climbing the ranks, for me, it's Skinrave that are the ones to beat. And Junior with that AWP may be able to control the flow of the play against Wolfie. I think it's going to be a nice duel to watch, but Junior's got so much experience behind him, and he's able to carry his team so effectively in key positions with the AWP. So yeah, for me, it's Skinrave 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been seeing here, just to touch a little bit more on Junior, is that he has been a lot more active. I would say just kind of going for more clutches than what maybe people have come to know him as, a bit of a, passive. If you're in a 1v2, you're going to save 9 times out of 10. Like, he's been such a clutch player for the Skinraves team underneath this banner. Even though he still has a little bit of that classic style there, I'm fine with it because his op does impact the server quite a bit. And he's winning a lot of those very tricky clutches for himself. So for me, I have a lot of faith that Junior can be a difference maker. Even though some people kind of doubt him in the server, I still I've seen it time and time again where he's able to be the clutch factor that they need to call upon in some series. And I want to see that more consistently here. If they have that in playoffs right now, or in this the semifinals rather, they're going to be just fine to deal with Mars. When I'm with you there.
Yeah, and Junior's got the dog buff too. Can't forget about that.
True.
So,
the guard dog buff. He never has to look outside. Never looking out those windows. You can see him a little bit there, but yeah, that's a bummer there. He's in the bottom left, as you can see.
For you guys couldn't hear, Rob, our producer, saying we don't have the full cam, so we can't do a zoom in on the dog today. It's very sad. It's Chez's fault. Yes.
Everyone blame Chez. if you like dogs, blame Chez.
DM Chez as well if you want to. Say, we love dogs, Chez. This is your fault that we can't see Junior's dog. All good. Go for it. Let's get it started here, though, on map number 1 of this second semifinal. Skinrave trying to hold on to this site, but Marsborne maybe trying to very early on make me eat my words as they absolutely explode out and take care of everyone.
Yeah, a bit of a unconventional take towards the A side. They don't blow the squeaky door open, they open it. Actually, that's just a polite way to enter into the A bomb site. And Marky and Junior, I mean, not a lot to say here in this round. Pistol likely going to go in their favor. Trying to set up a flashbang to enter on into this retake. It's well landed, but the shots just don't connect for Marky. Looking for anything to add to the tally, add to the bank accounts, but it's going to be a fairly flawless victory for Marsborne. They close out with confidence here. Started off well.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Very clean pistol round. No casualties for them. Skinrave will immediately bring the force buy in. 4 5.7s and the scout. I wonder how they're going to deploy things here. Just looking at the numbers on Nuke, I believe they're pretty good on both sides, right? On the side of Blue Jays, as you'd expect, with a 9-1 record over the last 3 months. 62.3% on T side and 60.9 on CT side. Excuse me, reverse that. 62.3 on CT side and T side 60.9. I might have said that as well, but it doesn't matter. Viz is going to get that headshot on towards Cryptic, and it will be a quick 5v4 for Marsborne.
Nice start there. Grizz also keeping any further lobby control at bay. An arm's length here. Might be, but Marky's aggression is traded, not available. unable to answer back. Now they've got a crossfire in hut and back silo that this T side is committed to. They're going to continue to give the duels here. It's Marky in a 1v2 to try and win it all. And the bomb is still going into the site here. They would have the option to drop down the vents. They didn't choose it initially, so they're going to commit to the bit of this A side. And Marky caught with utility out. HE going to do a little bit more chip damage. He needs headshots though. He finds another one. Flash works out.
There's no way!
Viz falls and Marky somehow fights his way through hut and finds all 5 kills.
Marky, are you kidding me? How does he win the 1v2 as well? Absolute stunner of a performance. The ace for him. He's all smiles, of course. Hands off the keyboard and mouse in celebration after getting that. Unreal stuff for Marky. We're tied up at 1 when it felt like Marsborne were about to get that second. And I think it's kind of a similar story to the NRG matchup where you're looking at Marsborne as the slight underdog here. They want to be able to get off to a good start, and not converting there is going to hurt them quite a bit. As we have Tech 9s for 4 players in the MAC 10 for Grizz.
Not converting in that fashion as well. They had the option to dive down the vents. I was wondering why they were sticking around and fighting there and running into what they knew was Marky in lobby and the scout of Junior and back silo, and yet they still just brute force their way into that A bomb site. You're gonna definitely be left scratching your head. Just that decision making there this early on into the half. Can they redeem it though? 60 looking for that availability. They're caught at range with his back turned. Cryptic can't complete the kill. They're forced into these passive positions. Junior gave over ramp. And now under pressure here, Marky has to do it again. In an essential 1v5 on the lower bomb site. He gets run down, and this time the key point man of last is taken out. And there's Laxi falling as well.
Okay. Marsborne, 4v3 and 60's a problem for them to try and get towards that B site. They still can't spot him. He's burning so much time off that bomb right now. Again, pops out. This round may already be over. I don't think they're going to go for it now. 60 doing fantastic work. And he even gets Walco as well. Phenomenal recovery from Marsborne. Their force buy works out, and despite the frags going through here, it's too late for the round to swing Skin Rave's favor. Wolfie and Chop staying alive comfortably. Won't be able to upgrade much further in terms of their firepower, but happy with the FAMAS and MP9, and more importantly, the round victory.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff, all things considered there. That was a tricky round to fight for there if you're Marsborne. But they bait the rotate out of Junior. I don't know, what kind of queued it up, but he leaves the ramp side fully open while also secret control is threatened, so Marky is just left fighting between 2 180 duels. He's got to spin around every which way. There's just no chance for him to thrive as good as he was in that last round. So we got an MP9. And Skinrave realized that they got snuffed out of that round. Looking to establish better control in this one. Junior with the op towards the outer yard. Smoke's gonna fade. The missed shot on the threat angle. Although Cryptic will find one through the smoke anyways. 5 and so much damage on the follow-up there as well. 60 taken down incredibly low through the smoke. Finally, they sort their way down and towards the secret side. They're having to do so walking wounded.
Cryptic holding Squeaky. Laxy's hunting for a frag at secret, but Wolfie's the one to deliver the headshot. 3v3 numbers, even still plenty of time. Chop sneaking onto the A site. Cryptic may see him, but no! They spot each other, but no one really fires the shot in time. Molotov tossed, and Cryptic can relay to his teammates that Chop has gone down the vent. Walco flicks for one, looks towards secret now, and will get taken care of. 2v2, but so much damage done to 60. They're thinking about deviating back towards the A site, but make the decision to plant the bomb at B in the end.
They're just cutting off the vent rotate that Cryptic would like to drop down into. A Molly could force out the Wolfie peak. There it is. He's gonna take a little bit there, looks for a comfortable swing and gets himself tucked in. And there was Junior, who now knows he's boxed into this corner, so no escape for Wolf. He's got to fight his way out of this corner. Flashbang goes down, trying to isolate the targets, and a flashbang sit back and return, but he's delaying. Cryptic going swinging for the fences there. A little pre-fire action will do the trick. Wiping the sweat off the brow there, as if he had let that up any longer, that timer could have ticked too far gone.
I think Cryptic got caught by both flashbangs. So it's like, how do I go in? How do I take this fight? So a little bit of frustration building up on his face, but eventually he's able to get that and do the job for Skinrave. Back and forth we go. Force buy after force buy. So typical of Nuke. Marsborne will have a couple of rifles to work with around 3 Tech 9s. We'll see if they can pull it back once more. Aside from the pistol round, it has been as close as it gets between these two squads. Laxi tosses the incendiary towards Squeaky. Marsborne aren't going to rush out here. Taking their time, defaulting a little bit. You do see Sixy. Did he slip through? I think so. I'm not sure if his back got spotted as he's going down to secret, but absolutely gaining a lot of space. The thing is, he needs the other players from ramp to make it in his direction as well. Marky trying to defend, falls without a single frag, so now Sixy will have the support he needs. Bomb taken away now. Cryptic trying to get his way back in there, but can't. And I mean, Skinrave have already called it off. It will be Marsborne hanging on. I say hanging on, but really they did a great job getting into that bomb site, and the force buy yields them so much. Skinrave, a 4-man save under those circumstances is crazy.
Yeah, no option right there. I mean, again, you have to look at, you know, the control that you have in the early round, and if you lose secret and you don't get a player down the fence, so you're letting 60 kind of work the control first. Maybe he just didn't even get spotted, so maybe Skinrave don't even know to rotate down the fence yet. The other option is you go in and assemble a bit of a stack. You lose one of your A players to the ramp side and help out, and I think Junior was there, but he got caught by flashes. They overrun the ramp room. And that's all that you need to get by around. Skinrave certainly feeling the pressure right now with how Marsborne are working this T side. And I got to give a lot of credit to, you know, what 60 is able to call out here. It is super effective half buys where you think if you can just capitalize and keep this up, it's very impressive stuff that Skinrave are going to need to find solutions for.
Well, the good news for Skinrave is they don't have to reinvest into this round because 4 players saved their guns, but bad news is Marsborne continue to threaten and they can't really find their rhythm. And again here, A site potentially overtaken. Junior does collect one, but he's on the outside and no one's really in this site anymore, in fact.
Bomb has been planted.
Chop's just double entry the A bomb site there with an MP9. That is wild stuff. 2 instant openers. That's probably going to be that. Save formation here from Skinrave, and Marsborne turn up the pace. No, sorry, that was Chop and 60 that got the openers, to be fair. But either way, you crack your way through that A bomb site like that off the back of some slow, drawn-out rounds, and you can see that now the conditioning is setting in.
Yeah.
You throw one set of out-of-yard util for the side of Marsborne, and you're getting a lot of players a little bit jumpy to deal and draw the attention. Then you get that fast A-punch. And now that's a threat that they can have for the rest of the half here, that they can execute that A-bomb site out of the gates, and that Skinrave are freshly aware of that.
6 barking out instructions to his teammates. That is the first time we've had 2-round victories in a row for Marsborne. Skinrave seem very timid on these retakes, though, right? Like multiple times where they've just gone for these very significant saves, like 3-4 players. You don't see that very often. Maybe on Inferno, but you oftentimes you have the ability to just poke your head back in and have a look. I think the one that surprised me the most is when it was just the tech side. Now 60's just gonna stomp down on 2 players. Viz supporting him. Viz is the one to actually get the frags, but back and forth we go, and Junior makes it a 2v2. These all-out brawls at the beginning of the rounds are absolutely insane. And now Skinrave, this time you have to go. It's a 2v2.
Yes.
Try to fight in.
Absolutely. Necessity to make a move. There's Wolfie. Caught between 2 mines right now, covering off lobby for a short period of time. Bomb still with a little bit of time left here. But again, there's no kits right now. So Wolfie watching the flank. Marky with a tricky angle, but he looks away just at the wrong time.
Man.
That was Molly on top of the bomb, and there is a smoke available. Junior's got to get it. He's got to get it rolling now. And that's exactly what he will do, but he doesn't have a kit.
Oh.
So he can't actually do much about it there. Junior gonna look to escape, run away, find safety, and T-spawn there, but it's a victory there from Chop's delay.
Unbelievable work, yeah. Chop just firing away. I'm surprised they don't throw the smoke faster, right? Because Chop was isolated from the util. Maybe that's the reason why they're trying to get him out of the fight so they can throw the smoke and defuse the bomb, but you know, no kits cost them, and Marsborne up 5-2 on their T side of Nuke. Feels like they may have underestimated their Nuke a little bit, but it's okay. Marsborne, it's been some close rounds, so even though it's a 3-round lead, it could easily have swung the other way. Now Marky's going to get one before he's traded out by Wolfie. That's ramp control lost. Skinrave are going to hightail it towards B. At least one player is. That's Cryptic, and he's going to have reinforcements soon. Cryptic holding the line. Looking in from observation. And 60 pushes down Secret.
Just dealt with. Lexi able to connect onto a kill. Rocco also rotating, but they never realize where 60 is. He gets caught with utility out, though. And again, a round that is on. Molly goes down, force off the pressure from Viz. And the double up towards single door now. Makes things interesting here. They're going to fight for a little bit of control here. They might just actually dive up the vents right now. Single door open, and they're going to switch positions. It's a bit bizarre. Junior, going to hear this. Not be able to react in time there. Following in the footsteps would feel like a death sentence up vents. He's going to have to wait for his teammate to get involved for quite some time right now. This is going to be a big challenge for Skinrave.
Yeah, I mean, Walco going into heaven now. Needs to have a peek. Viz is watching. Junior does see Viz drop thanks to Walco. Now to Chop it. Oh, Chop misses the opportunity to strike. Junior's now locked into Squeaky. He says, go and defuse the bomb. I've got you covered. It's going to take a full 10 seconds. Chop around the corner. Finds one and the second as well. The 1v2 goes his way, and he continues to take down his opposition here towards the A site.
Grabbing Chop again when the pressure arrives. They're just able to step up to the plate. It brings home a monster clutch for Marsborne when they needed it. Able to save them the strife. Working in that late round, just making a lot of risky decisions, but good ones at the end of the day. They're keeping Skinrave at an arm's length, even though they were starting to wrap things towards that B bomb site and condense them. Not able to escape there. What do you do here? Skinrave, you got the guns back out though. Last round you see, or last gun round rather, you see the way that they are picking up the tempo on the side of Marsborne. Missed shot from Junior. Can't quite connect there. Allows for them to cross. Spots out a little bit of info here. Marky now trying to get involved. That's what you're hoping to get set up there, but opportunities like that have to be capitalized on there. Marky gets traded out 1-for-1, and again, 60 fighting his way through some of this control, weakening up the defense, forcing the hand. This is where I feel like he thrives right now as a caller in the way that he feels out these rounds.
Cryptic finally getting that second frag that they've been looking for multiple rounds and the man advantage as well. Junior attacking on 60. Here we go. Skinrave finally with a 4v1 edge. Wolfie the last one standing, and he does get one, as you just saw. But an op clutch required with 30 seconds left. Doesn't have the bomb on his back. This one's done.
Just when comes down to Cryptic being where he needs to be at the right time there. They draw in a lot of attention, and Marsborne's late attempts towards ramp have usually been a win condition for them, but this case, I think that Skinrave were kind of adjusting, and they added an extra player on that ramp side. You can see that Grizz completely overlooked him, never expected a player to be that far forward. So, round fizzles out, Marsborne, they do get stuffed, but they've still got plenty of money to lean on, with that op saved included. They're going to have another comfortable gun round coming through here, and if you're Skinrave, you're going to be feeling confident that that call out, that adjustment coming through worked out well for you, but you're going to need a whole lot more.
Wolfie watching with the AWP now. Gonna see if anyone's gonna try and charge up from secret. As it stands, patience reigns supreme for Skinrave. I say that, but it looks like they want to actually crunch into lobby. Yeah, they're going to. A lot of information gonna be gained here. Chop's watching from above. Probably hears some of these footsteps if they're being made. I think there was a little bit of noise. So we'll to relay that over to his teammates at the very least. Still a lot of time left on the clock, but much slower pace in this round.
Big pickup there. Grizz gives Cryptic one hell of a swing. Provides an opening duel. Again, that opens up the map so effectively. They're just getting isolated targets pieced up there. Grizz finding himself a second. Dealing with the mini pressure. Another target. And Laxi spotted out there. For more information, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. At least fights his way through hell in towards heaven. Well, right back down there as the flames start to burn. He's forced to walk away, and it's going to be another save call from Skinrave to get right back into the swing of things after a bit of a frustrating loss there. They fight towards that outer yard, and Grizz rips these opening duels open.
Ooh, that's a tough one for Skinrave. Felt like things were starting to lean in their direction, but after getting 60, it goes the other way once more. Marsborne have isolated another round victory for Skinrave. 7-3 in their favor. Just, you know, looking purely at the numbers here on the side of Marsborne, usually pretty good on T side, right? I mean, if you're picking into this map, you've got to be. 49.5% of their T rounds are wins, but they're already above that. And they may even do even better as things go on. 2 rounds remain in this first half of action for Skinrave to mount some kind of recovery.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about Nuke, I think one of the reasons why we look so forward to it for Skinrave is when it's picked against them, and oftentimes it actually, you know, can be in these series. It's Junior that gets a CT set start, and he's able to take over. He's been limited in terms of even shots popped off, even chances to try and find opening duels. He's just constantly getting it matched by different positions here. Miss is dead, so should his teammate be, but there's a trade inside the smoke. 60, how does he track it? Able to find the reaction, and Junior caught walking the tightrope, trying to escape into a molly, into the rifle spray. 60 continuing to impact the server. Laxi trying to break through and create some new strides.
That's a nice nade toss by Markey. Lands the feet of Wolfie, but they know Laxi's here, and that's what Grizz and Wolfie are focusing on right now, is clearing him out of this position. Or I should say, Grizz actually already on the site, waiting second vent. Missed shot for Wolfie. expects the peek from heaven, but Marky's disciplined, decides to throw the incendiary instead. And I mean, the bomb could just be brought down towards the B site. There's still 50 seconds left. Oh, but Wolfie goes for the fight into Mini instead. Such control gain, but Marky back to it. A 1v2 clutch in his favor. Skinrave find a fourth.
I mean, Marky's heroics is what they need to live on right now. It's how they lifted off in this matchup in general, with their first round being a Marky ace, but that 1v2 made to look easy for Marky. That's the firepower that he provides. Absolutely fielding comfort here in these late rounds, rotating into these plays late, and finding ways to shut things down. Incredible work. There's going to need to see Skinrave with a lot more of that. Chance at one more. Not a lot of comfort here, and it seems like a pretty similar setup here. Viz takes it working towards that outer yard.
Oh my god.
Arm shot off of Viz in a second fight forced by Junior. Goes hunting for his prey. They're out towards A right now. Grizz is taking that ground. He's going to lose his life, and Cryptic able to recover as well. So all should be hung in there by 60, who's left last man standing. Fly-by headshot out of the tech behind. Cryptic doesn't get a chance, but at least a trade offered up by Laxi to provide the security.
Yeah, sometimes you just never know with 60 when he's just going to go crazy and start finding headshot after headshot. But in that instance, he is cut short after only one. And Skinrave have this man to thank right here for the fact that they even have as many rounds as they do. You can't forget the second round ace clutch that he pulls off, and then the 1v2 in a difficult circumstance after Wolfie makes the adjustment and finds his teammate in Mini. He is just striking back for two immediately. And we'll have to see if Marky can continue to offer this type of impact for a squad that's still going to need it. Down by 2 rounds, going over towards the T side.
Bullet fired off from Grizz. That's an instant dismissal there. One on the cross there. Walco drawing in a lot of attention, making him fight his location, and they all hunt him down. 3 players, 4 in fact, take him down eventually with a team kill in the mix. He's actually put it into a 2v2. Walco finding a way to impact 3 kills in the round here. Now just need a little bit more. It's just on the chop here again, looking to show off clutch. Headshot goes down low here, and Marky, no better person for Skinrave to close it out for and trust in than Marky here to deliver another one.
Yeah, this was another player that was plucked away by Skinrave towards their squad. Marky, they thought he could fill the void well in terms of, you know, that lurking presence, the player that anchors down sights, and man, oh man, did he ever. 14-7. Is his scoreline. Leaps and bounds beyond the rest of the squad. Cryptic at 9. And the closest after that is Laxi and Junior at 7. So it really has been the marquee show for Skinrave. You're going to have to hope that he has an activation behind it, because I don't know how long he can keep that up. At least if you're a Skinrave fan. But Walco, he's going to get that reaction and response. 60 gone. He is finding a trade. Chop the same. Man, every single round so tightly contested. And again, the force buy of Marsborne looking extremely potent. 3v2 materializes out of seemingly nothing. We've still got the man of the hour alive here, Marky. But man, Marsborne, difficult to put down.
I'm on the floor here, and you don't really expect Wolfie's position, but Wolfie might just be avoided outright. The full minute left on the clock here. All he just tossed in. I think Wolfie gonna start to make some moves. Yeah, he's gonna leave CG spawn and get a bit of a reposition here. Getting down to Vince feels impossible. Marky again can make anything happen, it feels like, in these late rounds. Nako taking an HE. Might be able to recover the bomb. Drawing out the attention. Is gonna budge here. I trusted his teammate can hold it together, and he absolutely does, because he sets his focus on Marky on the vent drop there. And now Walco left into a clutch here on a 1v3. Riz going back down the vents, and Chop will deal with them outright there. Comfortable victory on the force buy for Marsborne. Guns recovered, and it's an answer swiftly back.
All right, well, that's bad news for Skinrave because they were trying to string some rounds together on their T side, but we saw those force buys go very back and forth at the beginning of the first half, so wouldn't be a surprise if we got the same story here. Marsborne, some free upgrades from that previous one, couple of Galils in their back pockets, and they invested into 2 M4s and the Scout. Haven't really seen too many crazy plays on the side of the Operas. I mean, we saw Wolfie in that at the end of the first half, trying to make some noise and win a round, but it's Mark Yu stole it away from him. I expect things may change as they've switched sides, but we'll see. There's the Scout getting a tag. Laxi lucky to be alive with 1 HP, and Viz takes care of 2 and a third from 60. Oh my goodness, they're dropping like flies now. This force buy not going to do anything at all. One of the more one-sided rounds we've had so far in this map as Marsborne extend their lead to 3.
Just not able to get anything going right there. Very comfortable victory. Marsborne shut it down on the force buys and have their chance to set the tone for how the rest of this matchup going to go and how the rest of this map going to go. Able to hold it together on the CT side. 60 having a ball. Laughing all the way to the bank here. And again, just stepping into new shoes with this new team as well. And the quick fade that they place into him on this Marsborne roster, really impressive. Trust that he can take over the mantle, and he has absolutely held it together. He's got this team on to new heights, it feels like. And this Glock Eco, erupted by an HE to lift off, is likely going to be shut down by Chop. Himself a good old time there, getting those sweet Ecos. Moving their way on up to a double digits now.
All right. Guns are back out for Skinrave. They're hoping these last few rounds are not going to dictate the flow of play here on Nuke. But, you know, your analysis correct here, Cole, in terms of Marsborne's chances at victory. They calculated right. Going for Nuke. It's not over yet, but a round victory here could seal it up. Grizz holding the line at ramp for now. Skinrave feels like this could be their final destination. The smoke's going to slow them down, maybe even deter them from going towards ramp at all. There's still plenty of time for them to make a decision here.
Play bounces backwards. Maybe for Secret there, I'd have to imagine, and falls in the face there. Doesn't quite have the intended movement, but the smokes start to fade here. The silent scale towards Secret successful. They get down. I've made no noise, so there's no need to really jump on these rotates here. This is kind of a gambly setup out of Marsborne. No one down the fence, so Secret players can start to crawl through, and now Grizz is eventually going to rotate, but that puts all the pressure on 60 dealing with this ramp presence all on his own.
28 seconds though. Time is of the essence, and 60 strings 2 together. Junior managed to get the response, but there's only 23 seconds left now. Cryptic towards the site, breaks open the glass. That's the info Grizz needed. This round is likely going Marsborne's way, and there we have it. Junior just going to be stranded and alone. Bomb on his back, but likely can't get a plant. Doesn't want to die after time, and that is a very realistic possibility. Takes the fight with Grizz. Doesn't expect a second player to be here though. 3, 2, 1. No time left. Will Junior fall? Yes, he does! No money in the bank, and Marsborne gets the 11 chop, adding salt to the wound with the BM.
Oh, that is a great rip away right there. Chop, just at the final seconds of the round, lets it expire, rips the gun out of the hands. $800 for Junior. And there's so little time to recover in this map that $800 is going to feel like the ultimate blow here. It's a all-in investment for Walko. He's bought down to 0. You got a half by sort of around it here, but man, what a statement. 60 delivering again with that firepower. Put him with his back against the wall there, able to find two in a ridiculous fashion. Now, what does Grizz have in store here? He's going to get challenged. They're going to move through the smoke.
Oh. That's not too bad. Walco getting the trade there. Lose 2 pieces, but it could lead to a bomb plant. Viz waiting here over at Decon. Laxi tries to stick the plant down. Look, yeah, no one's supporting him. That's really weird that he'd go for that plant without the players next to him. Now Cryptic and Walco have lost the bomb, so they'll have to fight their way back into the bomb site. Walco get the blindside shot, and he does. Viz gone, but they still have to make their way back into the site, and there it's left up to only Walco. AK recovered, but he can't go back to A. He has to head back into this B site. I'm not sure if Marsborne are aware of the fact they have bomb control. Yeah, they definitely are now. Chop's on the scene, and Chop will be taken away from the scene by Walco's AK. A spray to the head. 38 seconds left. This is still winnable.
I feel like there's so many or lack of communications going on for both teams right now. It feels like every kill for both these squads is a surprise.
How? Yeah.
And now Walco recovers the bomb. Okay, so he just finds security. He's not going to make a move up the vents. He's going to plant and commit. Just lower side, 60 low. Walco with the chance to show up clutch here. Those double doors are swung wide open, so is single. And he's silent about this approach here. Smoke goes down. Make things a little more interesting. Yeah, it reveals him. There's also a smoke for Wolfie to toss onto the bomb. I mean, simply put, you make his life very difficult with this smoke alone. And, well, that's also quite tricky. The Tech 9 burst there feels like you can't do no wrong for Wolfie. Marsborne claim themselves 12.
Wow, this is an impressive showing coming through from Marsborne. 12-6 in their favor. 5-round win streak after Skin Rave took the pistol. And I need to remind you guys, these rounds have been very, very close under most circumstances. Aside from that one round that Marsborne dominated, maybe that was enough to really tilt things in their favor. Oh my goodness, that was weird though. I don't understand how no one's watching the bomb and how, maybe like you said, lack of communication, because the bomb planter was killed by Markey, so maybe he just didn't tell them that was the case. I don't know. It's so strange that Walco was able to go back to the site and get the bomb back in his favor. Anyway, Wolfie will get the opener. Cryptic the trade in Junior onto Viz. Laxi adds on to the fragging power here of Skin Rave in the round to make it a 4v2. Grizz and Chop will have to pull this one back from a 2v4 to end this map right here, and there's the first step. Grizz winning the fight against Markey, but he takes so much damage, down to 19 HP.
Yeah, one extra kill there, trying to make things possible. Chop cutting off Mini, but Heaven Route is safe, and you should be able to get a comfortable plant here. There's still so much utility to make this one easy. Chop starts to hear. This is, in fact, an A-side play. No option to run through the mollies. You know, the timer's starting to tick here. Wouldn't mind seeing a save even in this position. But that is going to make you think otherwise. Lurk smoke as well. Finds that kill, but he's
really
running. I mean, definitely out of this round at this point if you're heading in that direction, right? I mean,
no, I don't.
Yeah, he's just going for exits. They're looking to find the kills instead of win the round, or you make something interesting with Grizz. He just missed the timing. Take the kill there with the uppercut. No, can't quite find it. And now it is up to Chop to do the exit damage here. Sees one pass. He's on the hunt. And the bomb finishes off Junior. So again, the best way to lose here for the CT side is taking everyone down, recovering it off. That's not too bad there for Marsborne.
I guess. I'm not entirely sure how you don't activate off of Chop's frag. Like, it's a 2v2. Sure, HP might be low amongst one of your players, but try for it. You have a big lead. Should you lose those guns, you can just reinvest into them. Maybe a little bit of concern in terms of making sure the op gets carried forward. I don't know. Either way, Skin Rave will wrench away the 7th round from Marsborne. Barrage continues. Wolfie gonna break through the smoke, gets the shot as well. Laxi exposed at the worst time possible. 5v4 for Marsborne, and now they're probably expecting a push to be going into Secret as well. And you see that Sixy set up for this.
There through the smoke, trades available from Cryptic, but they're running out of players. We're running out of time here. Now Viz going to take another. They're just looking for the last, and it will be by force there that Viz finishes off the job. A dominant performance here on Marsborne. They open up here with what feels like a risky nuke pick, but they knew what they were doing heading into this matchup.
My apologies, Marsborne. I underestimated your game. That was very, very well done. It's just that 6E buff that comes through, right? He's got so much energy on his calling. In terms of the performance, you know, he'll try to pull things back. Oftentimes, he's in the right positions when it comes to reading the play. It's really, really impressive what Marsborne were able to string together on that first map. And it is dominant, but not the way I expected it to be, with Marsborne going up 1-0. You know, and now we go on to Dust 2 after this, and we see that, you know, we already talked about the Blue Jays' ridiculous record. Or Blue Jays, excuse me. Skin Rave's ridiculous record on this map. But then you look over at Marsborne. I don't think they're too shabby on this. Yeah, it's like a 50-50, 5-5 record. But over the last 5, they've won 4 with only a loss against Saw, which, I mean, understandably, at Fragadelphia, there was a lot of really tough competition at Blocktober 2025. But wins against Wildcard and Lag as well. But I think the Wildcard win is the most impressive one for Marsborne. Not to mention that all of their wins, their opponents did not get double digits. The most rounds were 8. Anyway, let's check out the stats here from this previous map. And yeah, I mean, Marquee was really the primary reason Skinrave were even able to get as many rounds as they did across the finish line. I highlighted that at the beginning of the second half, and really nothing changed that much since that point.
Yeah, I definitely you know, surprised to see the amount of impact that Markey had, and to be honest, only 14 kills. That's like, I mean, again, every kill that he had was, it felt like was in that ace, or it was in the clutches, those 1vx situations that he was able to deliver. And definitely want to see more available for Junior, who I kind of consider a map specialist. Again, put a lot of weight heading into the series on what he can bring to the table for his team right now, and didn't really get to capitalize in that first half off the back of it, and definitely didn't get many opportunities in the second to really get the ball moving. So scary start here for the side of Skinrave. But Marsborne, on the other hand, here, it feels like one of their classic score lines where everyone's able to have impact, everyone's able to feast. Here again, you look at players like Chop and Viz leading the pack there. You watch 6E have so many different impact moments with his multi-kills. Grizz with a lot of opening duels. Wolfie looking very, you know, consistent with the AWP, and it's just lovely to see everyone get involved here. I mean, this is all 5 players in this case that are having impact for Marsborne.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, then you're looking towards the next map, right? We already kind of hinted at it, but Blue Jays, or I keep calling them that, I'm so sorry, Skinrave, the team have played against them previously, and there were wins, right? 19-15 and 13-5, but that was not with 6E in the picture. This is, in fact, the first time that 6E is going to be facing off against Skinrave on that map, and I think that he actually tends to be, even as an IGL, a very solid performer on Dust 2, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, no question. It's going to be a huge opportunity for them to try and continue the conversation. This is a Marsborne team that's looking for, you know, now back-to-back victories, trying to establish a hint of dominance in their own right, trying to rise in the VRS. And I feel like this is a golden opportunity to do it here. They're riding the wind of the sails that they had from this last opportunity here in the PrizePicks Revival Series, taking it into this one now as well. And now they're just a map away from another grand final.
All right, well, we are going to hit that break, but when we come back, we'll have Dust 2 for you between Skinrave and Marsborne.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking go. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! He got two flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on!
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go.
All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10, and Marsborne are going for the 2-0 against Skinrave on Skinrave's map pick, right? They're going to Dust 2. They love playing this map. I think it's been pretty good for them over the last little bit, but it's going to have to be great here if they want to head to a third map of play.
Yeah, gonna need to rise above there. So they want to try and bounce back after a bit of a tough loss. Marsborne showing up on their opening map here. As you said, though, Dust 2 is still a big challenge ahead of them to try and sweep this series if they want to. Gonna finish it off on Dust, and Vin's trying to get aggressive here. Set the tone early. This is a tricky position no matter what you have the dualies or not, but he gets so much time to fire up there and ends up taking down 3 in total towards Tons. It's just Lax who recovers the bomb in the dual Beretta as it realizes the site is lost. Fighting his way all the way through middle. His teammates are down, and he tries to react by heading in towards Catwalk. A chance to maybe beat Chop on the punch here. Going to swing for this fight. Confidently takes a duel here. Second opportunity. Those dual Berettas rattle off, and now Laxi on for an ace on this pistol.
What is happening here? Multiple swings in each direction. Laxi, maybe Grizz catches him off, because I don't think Laxi's going to be prepared for how quickly Grizz will be around this corner. Laxi, yeah, a little bit lackadaisical for Laxi. No, he's going to spot out Grizz, but he gets tagged down at 54. Jumps on the boxes, but Grizz is just a touch sharper with the aim. Marsborne will pull off the pistol round, a little 360 spin for Grizz in celebration.
Some style points added to that defuse right there, and a big clutch to close out for Grizz, saving his team the worry there. Laxi picking up what feels like just the dualies that give you invulnerability. Those bullets went missing onto Viz initially. Then Laxi picks it up and he starts to fire away. They're avoiding all the shots. It's going to be an opening pistol here for Skinrave. Despite some of the hills that they've had to climb, despite Laxi showing up ready to rise to the occasion. He brings home a clutch on the side of Grizz, and well, on the other end of the server here, of course, Forcepy is going to rattle off. Again, you're going to have to look towards a player like Junior here on a map like Dust 2. But we've seen in some of these Marsborne wins, big performances out of the Wolfie as well on this map. And so I think this is where this head-to-head gets all the more interesting. It's two very confident players on on a map that requires a lot out of your oppers, and both players have shown that they can give on this map here the intensity that's required.
Junior's numbers on Dust 2 are actually kind of ridiculous. A 1.40 rating, 92.5 DAR with a 99 firepower rating and a 98 sniper rating. In fact, on the side of Wolfie, numbers are lower on this map, at least statistically, right, compared to everything else. 1.04 on Dust 2, still a 95 sniper rating, but his firepower rating 59. That's a little bit rough. So we'll see if Wolfie can pull through. And we have to bear in mind that some of those numbers were when he was IGLing. Now he's not anymore. So perhaps recently he'll have had those better performances, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the expectation. So he's going to be asked of it here and now. Just holding the single, causing a bit of a distraction as it is. 1-for-1 trade, and now the FAMAS spray goes wild. It's Grizz left, last man standing. He should be flanked from long. Sets his focus on long, absolutely blows up the play for Cryptic. And gets back into safety. So great play coming through here from the side of Grizz. He's going to get caught in the open though. Both players chasing him down through CT. The scout is all that stands, and it's just going to be Chop way too quick on the rotate for any further damage.
Alrighty. So 2-0 for Marsborne. Again, you know, a nice little recovery from Grizz to bring it back into the favor of in favor of Marsborne. And then Chop racks up a 2K as well. So we move on, waiting for the guns to come out in full force here for Marsborne. This is a weird investment from Skinrave, I'll be honest. Okay, they are going to go all in. Forcing up again. Curious. I guess I understand that because the economy is a little bit rough for Marsborne, having lost 3 players in that previous round. Loss bonus racks up. Yeah, okay. Okay. I can wrap my head around this, Skinrave.
He's got a bomb plant here. Know that Marsborne are on a breaking point, so you want to try and capitalize. Strike while the iron's hot right now. It's a goal for Skinrave, but it has to come up in their favor. Flashbang to clear out this catwalk side of things. You don't spot anything. Now it's about adjusting the rotates here. How does this setup hold together? HE combo with the flashes fantastically placed. So blind that Chop still hasn't recovered.
What?
He gets another, and 60 knocks down the rest. They're invincible on this B site. 60 having himself an absolute field day. I don't know how Chop survived, and Marsborne win the round.
Oh my god. Chop has absolutely
How did he live?
zero. I don't know. He has zero business being alive in that instance. Even he's shaking his head like, I don't know. What are you asking me for? I was just jumping up, and then I hit the deagle shot and got a second one when I should have been dead after the first. Ay, ay, ay. Skinrave. The struggles continue here on to Dust 2. And I actually did want to mention all of the players for Wolfie were him as the IGL, right? Because they haven't played, I believe, on Dust 2. Is he on the roster? I don't think to be correct on that. It's just against Skinrave that they haven't played on Dust 2.
Gotcha.
Excuse me. I got ahead of myself there. But either way, Dust 2 hasn't exactly been the most played map for them. 3v2 for Marsborne, a little bit of damage done by Skinrave here, and Laxy's hoping to do some with the pistol, at least some more. 4 in the opening round, 2 here with the Deagle. You see Marsborne are clearing up all the space towards B, so they'll know that it's heading A. They've got Grizz on the site, but he has to be careful, right? You don't want to take too much of a forward fight, because if you fall here, it's a big rotation for your teammates, and you're giving up a bomb plant. Okay. Or he's just going to take the fight and die and then give up the bomb play. We'll see. 60! Oh, he's on the scene from CT and sprays down Cryptic. Almost gets Laxy as well. Tags his toe. Bomb is indeed planted.
There's an HE here. Laxy's a nice move to get off the site. Still unable to find a gun. And a perfect bit of crosshair placement on the 60. He can't escape, though. Tries to adjust his position, tries to play off the smoke there. Nice move, and some phenomenal damage from Skinrave.
He's just having too much fun.
That he is. I mean, I understand it. He just keeps on dodging bullets here, keeps on firing up. And again, I mean, this has been a point here that I've been making quite a bit with him, but I just feel like he gets better as he moves on in the bracket. Maybe it's that his numbers just stay consistent over whoever he plays against, and it just looks that much better when he plays up against top competition. But I feel like his impact here as you move throughout, you know, the semifinals from the quarters to the grand finals it just gets better and better for him. And it's an impressive consistency to have here for yourself. It's one of the pieces that we kind of look as a supportive element of this team as well.
All right, well, back and forth we go after the opening frag is found by Laxi. 6E strikes true. Looks like it'll be a B finish. They might want to accelerate the pace here on Skin Rave. I've been going pretty slow up to this point. Yes. Well, he's spot Cryptic. He's hard clearing this. He has to be. No, he's not! Oh, Cryptic will get the jump on him right after Junior. Snipes Wolfie. Finally, a man advantage. In fact, a two-man edge for Skin Rave. There's the spot. On towards Grizz. Or excuse me, 6E. Oh, 6E's dead to rights. There's just no chance. There's no chance, right? There's no way he does it again. Okay. Yeah, he's dead this time. Grizz is the last one standing. Will spray down Cryptic at 55, but he takes way more damage on his side. Won't be able to escape because Junior's right above him and shuts the door. A little bit of BM in return. Maybe unleashing some frustration here as it's the first round for Skin Rave.
Well, here's the damage with the Deagle that comes into question. It's going to be a lot of reinvestments that are required here. They're going to try and keep the pressure applied. And you can see that the buy is going to look a little bit shaky. And that smoke forces moved across here. Usually, you know, Junior's so deadly with the cross. You can see how diligent Marsborne are at making sure that they can have safety for it, even if that smoke doesn't connect. So the pressure that he applies and the kind of respect that he demands. Playing out this map. Map control established here. Skin Raves picked up the pace in that last round to find that opening duel towards middle and get out mid to B as soon as possible. They're not letting go off the gas here. They're continuing to put the pressure on.
Sixty actually the best performer in terms of rating on this Marsborne squad on Dust 2 with a 1.22 rating and a 21.6% multi-kill percentage. I said 60, sorry, I meant Viz. And we'll see if he can start to have impact. But 60 in the meantime, 8 frags on the board, leading the charge with that 3K that he just swung around with from the B site a few rounds ago. Now, well, thanks to the efforts of Laxi anyway, the economy of Marsborne is a little bit rough, even after losing only one round.
Taking a move out. Finds an opening here, big time pickup, and that's the B site completely claimed here for a 3v3. They're going to be arriving late to the party right now for the side of Marsborne. Starting to reclaim some control towards middle through Catwalk, but haven't even started the conversation for this retake. And as you said, there's probably not going to be much more conversation for this one.
I think main objective is trying to maybe corral an AK off the ground. I think there's one lying here. Oh, Junior with the spot.
Goodness.
And I think that was Grizz aware of it, ducks down, saves his life, and then grabs the AK off the ground. That's very nice work from Grizz to at least upgrade the firepower heading to the next round, because there won't be an investment for Marsborne.
They should stay in tunnels, but their Marky's just running outside, and everyone is. You ever wonder if Wolfie pops his head up? He does. That's an extra pickup. And another. So 2 fantastic exit kills at the cost of nothing right at the outro of the round. Putting a little bit of economy damage here onto Skin Rave in a round that was already kind of sealed up. Skin Rave going to be happy with clawing things together, but of course, the amount of damage that they do, they're going to keep the pressure applied here.
A little careless from Skin Rave. I kind of agree with you. You know, they didn't have to go out there. They could have just waited in tunnels, kept their guns. I mean, I understand it, perhaps. Maybe they're interested in the hunt because, you know, the money they have. Speaking of a hunt, Marky's already caught off ahead there. Grizz eliminated. That's the AK on the ground. Cryptic finds 60. And Skin Rave are finally hitting that second gear that we expect of them.
entries consistently being found right now. Piecing up these opening duels, showing this high-octane counter-strike that we come to expect. And execute into an empty bomb site right now. Pull the pin on this now. Shouldn't have a problem. And there they go. They're already out into the seas of the B site. Chop looking for some smoke spam, drawing in attention, but again, this looks like an advanced way to save, and Laxi still wins the duel. While Viz is aware of it. He's not going to be quick enough to deal with the extra kill that Laxi provides there. Distance going to be closed ever so slightly for Skinrave.
Couple of guns saved over from Marsborne. I'm surprised they invested as heavily as they did into this round. I thought they would just keep the guns and go for the eco, but instead decide to risk it a little bit. And, well, at least they're going to walk away with a couple of AKs. That'll help things going to the next round. The loss bonus is also going to tick up slightly higher.
Terrorists win.
I think a half buy might still be the right call here. I mean, you could have an M4 drop by Wolfie. Chop is out of the service, so we got to wait for him to return. But yeah, gives us more time to talk about it. As Wolfie can drop the M4, Grizz, MP9, 60, FAMAS, maybe Chop MP9 as well to make sure you have the util. I don't know. I don't see it. I think a half buy is way better.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, even try and get a scout in the hands of Wolfie. You can probably buy one outright. You got the Lost Moon stacking up a little bit, so you can still buy a lot into this one. It's just about tools that you want to operate around these two saved rifles. I think what could be a well-placed timeout here in general for Marsborne to try and get back on track for themselves. Not a lot behind it. Just going to be a 5.7 upgraded for 60, 2 AKs still maintained, and we'll see how they rattle out. This little brief pause, I think that was just a tech, so I'm not sure if they're all that interested just yet in calling a timeout and trying to figure out how to slow Skinrave's pace down. But you got one more kind of eco half-buy territory where you can see if you can pull through some wins, see if you can trust in the rifle presence of Wolfie and Viz. And if you can escape this one with a win, you can avoid slowing down the momentum. Otherwise, you probably do want to get this timeout heading into the next gun round here. Either way, a B execute where the two riflers are. This is exactly what you want here.
Flashes in. Laxi gets one. Grizz to trade with the USP, but Laxi is just running through them. Wolfie at least strikes true for one to try and keep it close, but the rifles are eliminated. Chop backs away from the Molotov for the time being. Junior fakes the plant. 60 swings around, and then Marky puts him down. Chop, last one available. This is the last one. It does not. Junior ends his suffering, and Skinrave have pulled it back to tie us up at 4.
Oh, yeah, that feels like a round right there where Skinrave knew the exact setup that Marsborne were playing. I mean, look at the pre-fire out of the smoke. If you're Laxi, he's shooting before he's even out of the gray screen, finds the entry. 14-7 right now for Laxi, 156 ADR. He's having an absolute barn burner of a map for himself. This is 9 rounds in as well. He's having this level of impact. But you can see that this is a team in Skinrave that feels consistently willing to do preparation before these matchups and puts in the time and effort, you know, probably last night before preparing for this game as to how Marsborne like to deal with the setups. And if you're looking at the veto, you know, you're knowing what your map pick is going to be. You're knowing how you need to operate on this T side. Skinrave's absolutely holding it together here, trying to keep themselves in this series. Back to another all-in gun round. As I said, there is a timeout that I was expecting coming through in the here and now.
Round number 9. we're at a standstill. Marsborne don't want to get aggressive. Grizz throws the smoke to push them back from long completely. And now you see Skinrave readjusting themselves. 2 players towards the upper tunnels at B, 2 go towards mid, and 1 lurking around waiting for some aggression to come through on the side of Marsborne. But Marsborne, 0 mid presence. This is a bit of a risk.
A bit of a passive setup here. And the opscope of Wolfie trying to play dodge flash right now. Playing in an off angle that's good at avoidance. Good at catching players with utility out here. Laxi, nothing spotted just yet. Just at the cusp here. There you go. Just a little bit of shoulder shown. Enough to connect. And Wolfie gets his smoke down as a reaction here. Now it's going to come down to Grizz holding it together for long. And Wako needs to win this duel. He absolutely will. Opening up this A side.
Yeah, no damage for Walco in that engagement. And you see him dipping his toes into an incendiary, or Molotov, excuse me. I don't know if he was aware of the fact it was even there. He's so hyper-focused on taking a fight in towards Cat. Now Wolfies jumps up on the Cat box. Whoa, he's in trouble. Yeah, there he goes. Head flown off. Marky finds himself a second. And now it's all up to Chop in a 1v2. Has the smoke. Tosses it on forward. Walks into it. He's ahead of the angle Marky expects, so maybe the element of surprise as he pushes forward. Our player will spot him out. Now Marky knows. And they know exactly where to look for Chop, and it's a very liquid crossfire. Unlikely that Chop pulls this one off. Gets the spot and tries to get away. Will maybe succeed. The chase is on for Marky. He's low in health. Should be able to get far enough away from the bomb. And he does. So a gun saved over for Marsborne, but Skinrave's round win streak continues.
The ball moving. 5 in a row now strung together. This one, I think, one of the more difficult rounds that you have to deal with if you're on the side of Skinrave. You open things up with multiple kills out of Wolfie's AWP. 1 towards Catwalk as you're setting up the execute, so you kind of give over the game early on. And the big difference maker, I feel like, in this one is Walco having a little bit of impact. I mean, not much so far out of his rifling. But that kill towards long changes the tides of the setup there. And it's just a very tricky head-to-head duel. Walking out of the long doors is never a fun thing to do. Walco makes it happen in time for Skinrave to find their way into the site and overwhelm from Catwalk, despite the multiple opening duels from Wolfie's off.
Such a promising start for Marsborne. Looked like Skinrave were lost in the sauce the way they were playing that one round, if you recall. Their Chops jumping up and down and somehow staying alive. Skinrave are focusing so many efforts on taking him down, and then 60 swings around with a crazy 3K. But since that point, Skinrave have mounted a nice recovery. 60 spotted out here. Needs to be careful. Yeah, 60 almost catches the F9. In the end, does. Oh, and swings around, almost gets a second cryptic. Settles it down. Brings it back to a 4v4. Viz creeping up. Cat fires away with a 5-7 along with Grizz. And they will make it a 4v3, but no guns recovered. They're going to have to do it with what they've got in their hands. Oh, Junior's locked in here over at Fox and will hit the shot. Wolfie's head splatters against the wall. A 3v3. Chop looking for a response here from Carr. It's a pretty potent spot. Flashbangs are fantastic. And Chop's still able to react for 1, which is actually pretty good. But it's a 2v2 now, and Viz's flank is being exposed. It is not. Junior sprayed down. 2v1 now for Marsborne. They're pressuring Marky. He hits 1, but not the second. It's the 5-7s and the scout that ring true as Marsborne tie it up.
Just 4 HP right there for Grizz as he barrels through the smoke. I like the decision not to allow Marky to play off in that post plant there. Allow him to play off his instincts in the clutch. That is something you don't want to give Marky a chance to do, as we saw from that last map. They just run him down and take that last kill in stride here. Wolfie gets the op sent over his way, and Marsborne finally throw a bit of a momentum breaker into the mix. But it's a scout or an op shot that tags off towards a start here in a long duel that's successful for Grizz. Finishes off the last round, starts it off in the next. And now 60 looking for a bit of an all-in play here. And you think this is a bold position. He has his opper watching for the top mid peak. Still the element of surprise. And Wolfie saw him somehow. Tossed in that smoke there. And just over the edge of the box gets the kill. But the B side is vulnerable right now. Chop needs to find a massive multi. He only gets one. And there's a chance that just opens up for Skinrave.
That shot's ridiculous. That's clean. It wasn't even through the box. Just a sliver of a head showing, and Wolfie absolutely destroys him. Walco and Marky, I mean, yes, you know, Chop does die, but getting one, I think, is good enough in this situation with the amount of manpower Marsborne still have up. Walco. And up close to red tunnels, yet finished off, and there goes Marky as well. Marsborne don't give them any chance to plant their feet in the post plant, and it will be a 6-5 lead.
Great recovery held together. Marsborne starting to find their footing again here on Dust 2 in a fashion which we weren't sure they had after the 5 rounds strung together, but a little eco clutch showing up. Now back-to-back rounds for Skinraves. That last one showing a lot more poise in the early round to punish what has been their bread and butter here. It's been early plays that Skinrave have been able to capitalize on. It's been early map control that they've been able to take. And this time, shutout towards long. You see the active move from Wolfie's op in the 6E rifling towards middle. Well, they're going to go back towards long. Molly gets met on the inbound here. Smokes and flashes rain through. And again, very similar setup here. They're running it back here with the scope and the rifle here from 60.
Yeah, I mean, reminder, Skinrave are 19-6 over the last 3 months on this map, and they've won 7 of their last 8. Their lone loss to Wildcard, but outside of that, fairly dominant in every single win except for one, where they allowed double digits to be found by Regain. It was 13-10. Other than that, they controlled the flow of play, albeit against, you know, not as tough competition, right? A lot of these teams sitting more at the lower tier 2/high tier 3 level in North America that they're beating. So we have to bear that in mind, but they did have wins against tougher teams as well. But that was just a little while ago, before September.
Success here and overlooked the 60. Just about threads in the aggression. They're baited in by the op barrel. But now it is Wolfie's time to shine here. Misses the first shot, will not miss the follow-up. Just looking to close this one out. Remainder of the half here. 3 rounds in a row. It's a possibility here. The bomb is still dropped, and there's just 20 seconds left for them to run up catwalk. A player on the A-bomb site. Marky recovers, but they can get into the A-bomb site. Feels like an impossibility. The bomb is on the floor again. Junior, no chance. But to just make a desperate move and gets up, down by Wolfie for 1 kill extra. Nice setup to close things off, and Marsborne will take a lead at the first half.
Yeah, his body topples and crumples to the ground there off of Cat towards CT. And yeah, that's just a beautiful round put together by Skinrave, not by Skinrave, by Marsborne, as they take another lead going into this second half of action. 60 has gone above his frag estimate of 28.5 frags. He gets the PrizePicks check mark. And honestly, not necessarily surprised, right? We talked about how potent he could be with the firepower. Yes, there was a bit of a nerf to him because he's the IGL, but 28.5, clearly something he can clear.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter what the roles is, he's going to be a player that can thrive. It almost feels like that control of the server there is replicated in the calls that he brings to the table. He's trying to work his way through middle, but already chopped his skill past the smoke there. Laxi has to hold it together, and he's deadly with the dual Berettas, helped out by Cryptic as well. Laxi with another.
Laxi.
Showing even more here. 8 kills so far with the dualies. And we'll find another 4K. Actually, it was 8 kills now in total. Just predicted it right there. He had 4 in the first pistol, 4 in the next. He is just showing up on these pistol rounds.
I mean, I think they lost that pistol though, right? Like in the
Yeah,
end,
they did,
even though he
yeah.
got the 4 frags, this time they win it because every single Skinrave player was waiting on that A site, or almost every single one. So good on them to find that 6th quickly. And now Marsborne on the other side are hoping for another quick response as they had in that first half of action. Marsborne. Tech 9's for everyone. Force buy is through. Early util dumped in from B. Marsborne are kind of 2 minds right now. They have 3 players hovering around B. The other 2 are a cat. Looking at the util situation here, Grizz has nothing. So this might be to just try and pull rotations. 60 behind him with a smoke and a flash. Junior kills Grizz, so that's not going to help matters at all. That okay, it just exploded midair.
Like
I thought it looked like they hit each other. Yeah, it looked like they hit each other. The smoke made it explode. That was weird. Anyway, 60 going to get the frag on Junior as well, and that could pull rotations. We'll see. Still a minute left on the clock.
So many different options here right now, but the smokes are going to fade away, and these 3 players are leaving the B side. In a late maneuver, which would be up catwalk, highly likely, now that you see 60 lurking towards long. They have a second volley of utility, and they throw the crisscross smokes in towards mid to B. So you're hoping this gets the long player to budge and rotate off, because you want 60 to be the last prong of approach here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Actually, getting caught in the jiggle. He's going to turn away here and set his focus in on cap, but by the time 60 can really activate, his teammates are all sidelined. Some tough timing on that play there. Can't make it through catwalk. Too much resistance here at 60. Running low on ammo on that A4. Just swings with a Tech 9. He gets another kill.
What?
He got Walco as well. All right. So some good damage done by 60 in total, showing how much that firepower can matter, but round's still going to be converted here by the side of Skinrave.
At least you make it expensive if you're Marsborne, but yeah, we are tied up at 7. We'll see if Marsborne can pull away again. But as it stands in this round, it seems like we got our answer already just by the buy-up as to which team will be victorious. Walco spraying down 60. Junior waiting at mid. Here's the footsteps. He's going to have a look-see. By the time he does, they're already past his angle. I'm not sure it's going to mean much. So, okay, maybe it will. Well, a chop spots out Walco. That's an upgrade off the ground. An MP9 picked up. Obviously wants to join the rest of his squad. Cryptic won't be going with that deagle at all because he puts it down to dirt. Cryptic a 2K. Grizz and Chop last 2 standing, and that's probably the round ender right there.
Highly likely. Gonna look to double swing Junior. Drop his gun. Flash up high in the peak down low from Chop. Oh, looking for extras. Just takes a couple guns down for his troubles. Drops up to $6,000. Definitely get an op-out for Wolfie here. Fairly comfortably. That's exactly what he will do. Tosses over an op to Wolfie. Marsborne gonna look to lift off though with the first gun round. Skinrave eager to try and take us into this third map, this Decider of Inferno. Despite losing 3 rounds in a row to end the half here, they gained 3 in the beginning. Grizz set up with flashes towards long. The smoke for the molly goes through, and he still looks to double take. It's a good thing he didn't turn too far around that corner. Otherwise, he would have had 3 players waiting to catch him. And Junior pushing up towards upper tons with this AWP. He's giving his team a lot of info.
Yeah, I think Junior's going to have to be one of the bigger pieces here for Skinrave on CT side. I already talked about his numbers being ridiculous on Dust 2, but right now sitting at only 6 frags. If they want to win, he needs to activate. 60. Going out into mid. No, this is a smoke and CT. Clears out Cryptic, but loses the fight. 5v4 in favor of Skinrave. Walco waiting at ramp, and Marsborne continue to have a slow pace to this round. Now 60 is calling the shots from the sideline.
Move up catwalk here. Flashes offering up a lot of resistance. It will take the site despite the 4v5 deficit here. Chop looking to stay alive and be a late activator in this round. We'll see where he goes though. So as you said, the op difference right now looking to be in the hands of Junior for the CT side, but can Wolfie provide the impact necessary? Take utilities on. Chop's going to have to make a move on through long doors now. How much can he cut off with your grace? He gets instantly blasted. Bomb planted for Cap, but Chop is just now starting to scale forward. Wolfie threads in a kill. I mean, it is planted for them. She needs some help here from Chop, and Wolfie finding more and more frags here. It's going to be the defuse stuck, though. What? Everyone goes down. Wako has time to defuse and will take the round away, but they won't be able to survive with any players. What a crazy sequence there for Marsborne. But still a victory for Skinrave.
I can't believe they got the defusal through. It just felt like everything was going wrong, but somehow Walco slips through with that defusal before he falls to dirt. Skinrave call a timeout because, you know, yeah, you win the round, you got 4 in a row, but that was not the greatest performance in terms of the firepower. And you see, you know, it kind of activates Wolfie with the op, warms him up a lot. And you could see this one slipping in the other direction very quickly if Skinrave don't have more conviction in these round victories. Anyway, Chop going to hit his PrizePicks check mark with more than 28 kills. As he is apparently contributing here. Wants to have his voice heard going to this next round.
Understandably so. I mean, again, good player in the crunch time. Missed out on a chance to, you know, if he was like maybe a second earlier, out towards long doors, could have had a little more something to that play. They're still happy with the amount of damage that's done, as you said. It's Wolfie who just got warmed up, even if it wasn't a losing effort. You know, extra op kills on the T side can do numbers. And he finds a shot through the wall as well, helping out his rifler and getting on in towards this B site. So 2 opening duels off the back of that. Leaves just a single defender in Marky, who just tossed in his smoke, but is feeling the pressure from all different directions. Needs a huge multi, finds it before he's traded eventually. Chop threads in the aggression at just the right time. Crossing in, Junior goes for the wall bang, but can't find it. And that might just seal it on up here as Marsborne bounce right back.
Alrighty. Wolfie, indeed, 2K. The op heating up, and on the other side, it's cold. Ice cold, in fact. Bomb gonna tick away. 8th round will be found for Marsborne. Look at this, he's IGLing, he's fragging, he's doing it all. 6E leading the charge with 17 frags on the board. It's a spot 2 on Junior. Junior does not want to lose that op. It cannot be dropped to the ground here given the amount of money in the bank accounts for Skinrave. And also, because they look behind the next round.
Oh, got another PrizePicks check mark there. For Marky, more than 28 kills so far from him. Looking to increase in that total. He delivered a lot of impact, not only in this map right now, but definitely in that first map to try and get them activated. He's already got an ace, he's got multiple clutches. But here, only has a 5-7. Tasked with holding this B site. Wolfie ready with the AWP, riflers looking to go off the back of it. Great flashbang, lands the kill, opening up, and he somehow vanishes. Junior now also with the scope ready to go, and they realize that there's much more than they bargained for right around that corner. But also pushed up towards top mid. Cryptic is in an impossible position to deal with. This round is already up in smoke right now for Marsborne. Can they recover? Actually going to threaten more aggression there. Catches Grizz, 5v3. They're getting out towards long, but you're never going to be able to bring the bomb over. It's going to be how much can 6E find kills-wise in this position, and he's being watched by the op of Junior. Well, checked every once in a while here, but he's crossed in towards the site. And now I'm getting a little bit concerned here for Skinrave. Definitely Laxi caught off guard. A bit of an unfortunate timing from him, but that at least reveals where 6E's position is.
Wolfie could get caught with Util in his hands. Tosses it forward. Lava tries for the fight. Tags the shoulder of Wolfie, but doesn't know it. Unconfirmed damage. 34 seconds left. Cryptic is going to get one at the very least from the flank, but can he end the round entirely? 25 seconds left. The cap player who was all the way towards the A site, that's 60, trying to support Viz. Eventually, Viz will fall, and Cryptic indeed is the difference maker in this round. Pulls out the USP to get the last. Only 2 HP left, but it's more than enough as Skinrave have gone up to 10.
Yeah, that's, I mean, again, the positioning right there. They tried for the all-in B play, and it gets met by this early resistance, that flash play to open it up, and Marky capitalizing. And from that point forward, it's recovery mode, but you have no map control because you started 4 players towards B. And again, this is more of what I talk about with Skinrave and the tendencies that they like to push on there. When they see that a team likes to do something repetitively on important game situations, like say a half buy, like what we just saw from Skinrave, just come in with a great read and leave Marsborne with no options.
6 just wants to take a straight fight into CT, and it works out! Head ripped off of Cryptic. 5v4 in favor of Marsborne. Smoke gonna get tossed into B, but 60, he's got so much space in mid now. No one taking up the mantle of Cryptic's position. 2 players are walking into mid. Both the B players are focused in this direction. 60's just going to take another hit. Wild goes this time and finds Marky 2. Absolutely unreal impact. 21 and 14 and a 5v3. You can just say, guys, don't worry about A. Junior, despite being flashbang, finally hits an op shot, but it won't matter. Round is over.
Bomb has been planted.
60 just determines it outright right there. He watched as the round kind of got too far out of control in the previous and steps up to the plate there, takes some early space and just makes sure that they have ground to work with in the early stages. And a great turning point here in this matchup, especially, well, I mean, maybe less so if they save both of these guns. If he's looking to deny that much here, it goes and clears out a little bit of T-spawn. Oh, but he's making noise here. Loud and proud, Lexi gonna catch him with his back turned.
Terrorists win.
Should find some safety here. Holding onto his weaponry. Marsborne move on to a 9th. And they just go back and forth here when those rifle rounds come through.
Money's still there for Skinrave. This back and forth affair probably getting them a little nervous because they had full control of this second half. And now starting to go away. What a shot from Wolfie. That wasn't even through the door. Clean on without needing a wall bang. 5v4 for Marsborne. And now they move their way up counter. 60 lurking again. And he finds B. Okay, we'll get right. Oh, Junior getting chop as well. That stops them in their tracks in both directions. That's a quick stopper and could potentially turn the round in favor of Skinrave.
On its head right now. This is crazy sequence. 3v3 here, but with the firm foundation that was the start of this one. The multiple opening picks manufactured. Now they're left slowing it down here. Realizing they maybe jumped the gun just a tad. Junior repositioning. Goes and clears out a lot of middle. Where's the end goal right now? Jumping up. Oh, might have saw some legs. He's getting a couple of spots right there. Here's him rotating on in and tries to thread the needle on Wolfie. He survives. He tanks the shot through the wall. And now it's just going to be on Cryptic here. The back of the B bomb site, helped out by Junior. Rotation starting to get involved, and this becomes very awkward right now for the T side to make their way through. Yeah, Cryptic able to stretch you out. Back side of the box here. Another kill offered up by Cryptic. And it's just going to be Wolfie without the bomb in his hands. This 5v3 going to tumble.
Wow. All right, Skinrave pulling it back. Cryptic with a 3K, and they have to be happy with that result. 11-9 now in their favor. Money is still okay on the side of Marsborne, assuming Wolfie saves this AWP, which he will. Yes. So he can drop an AK for someone. Grizz can buy up a couple of them. Yeah, they're okay. Anyway, Cryptic hits his PrizePicks check mark. 28.5 kills going his way. Marsborne calling a timeout to talk things over because it's an important moment in the match. Even without the op of Junior, which to me is quite surprising, they are still in pole position here on Dust 2, and it's thanks to Laxi, Cryptic, and Marky. I mean, look at the heavy lifting there, doing 21 for Laxi and 18 for Cryptic and Marky.
Yeah, Laxi's come through here with a crazy start to this series. And then you're looking at Cryptic and Marky backing him up here. And, you know, we obviously talked a lot about Junior heading into this matchup being a big priority here on Dust 2, looking to try and match what Wolfie's able to provide. And in that last round, being able to help out there with a couple of crucial op shots and some good positioning is great. But when the numbers aren't there for pieces that you sometimes would just expect to be more explosive, you right now do have Laxi, you know, this trio of Laxi, Cryptic, and Marky stepping up to the plate here. So the firepower is still present in the server for Skinrave. On the other end of the server, 60 still a step ahead of everybody in the server right now. A lead in the pack. Doing so down 2 rounds. Looking to avoid handing over Skinrave what could be map point. Get out long to do so. Thought they might have done a better job, but this molly, the molly that was tossed in there towards long doors, it forces that smoke to fall farther back. So now they have freaking long control here with no resistance, and they know it.
What a peek from Cryptic. 60's no chance to even respond there. Now Marsborne like, okay, let's try to activate long. Let's try to get this space. Smoke's gonna get tossed. Molotov as well into Cat. Junior's gonna respond with a nade of his own, and that does a decent chunk of damage. Incendiaries flying everywhere. Molotovs as well. Marsborne will take the space though, and no one's really here on the site proper. This is actually gonna be a difficult retake for Skinrave.
How patient is this long scaling? Because Wolfie right now gonna have a very favorable duel versus Cryptic. Can he win it? Thinking about making a go of things here, but they're still waiting for the cat prong to approach. Wolfie never gonna bounce on the angle, but it's Cryptic who wins the duel outright. A huge pull through in the round, and Cryptic goes for everyone.
Okay,
a 4K in the round. It'll be finished off by Junior, but Cryptic pulls this round to pieces, and Skinrave gonna have 12.
That's unbelievable. Cryptic, IGL, taking care of business. He's done this before, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. We'll probably see it again. But he's leading the server with 22 frags now and a beautiful 3K. I thought Wolfie had him dead to rights. I don't know how that shot doesn't connect. And Wolfie's probably scratching his head as well, thinking that looked like it was dead on. But Cryptic is the one to walk away with the prize. 3 rounds in a row required for Marsborne to push this one to overtime. Otherwise, we are indeed heading to a 3rd map. And that'll be Inferno.
Open to avoid that reality here if you're Marsborne, but these sort of X Factor rounds coming through there just when you think Wolfie's in prime position to upset the 5v4 and equalize. Cryptic goes for 4 kills and make sure to punish that. I mean, that whole setup was reliant on Wolfie staying afloat. Just can't fight through Cryptic's firepower. You walk into a deciding map here of Inferno with a head full of steam if you're players like Cryptic, Marky, and Laxi, and that's an exciting prospect because that one, you know, while I do still know Junior on those CT sides can have a lot of impact, I feel like opping is usually less of a reliance. So if you can survive Dust 2, with Junior still on single-digit kills right now, and a map that he's usually so, you know, so strong on it by the numbers, right? That's a pretty impressive victory.
Yeah, no question. I thought they would need him. I really did. but absolutely not the case. Sure, he's strung together 3 frags, I think it is, with the AWP and the CT side, but not necessarily the one coming out with those clutch plays. That's Laxi, that's Cryptic, Markey. Not sure what's happening here, though. Bit of an issue that we're trying to resolve. Checking to see if we have information. TeamSpeak is lagging. We do have information. Okay, well, hopefully they'll get that resolved pretty quickly. Seems like a easy fix. But let's talk about Inferno since we have the chance, because it feels like a very realistic possibility now. You know, over the last 3 months, it hasn't been necessarily all roses for the side of Skin Rave, but they are sitting at a 7-3 record, and that's pretty solid. I think only a -1 round differential as well. I say only because it could have been better, right, in terms of a 7-3 record to see it that low. But either way, you're looking over at the side of Marsborne. They are flying high on Inferno, 16-4, 80% win percentage, and both sides of the map, they're strong. So I think it's actually, even regardless of the result here, because I feel like Marsborne can shake this one off. They weren't completely blown out. They will have the advantage of Inferno.
Might be coming a little quicker here. Cryptic not happy with that loss. Sent to the back of his chair as they walk through gray screen. He gets bested. Feeling the frustration this late. Maybe he can be broken through by Junior, but he gets blasted by Wolfie. With the right player, Laxi wrapping this one up on the flank as well. And he goes for kills to collapse it on this mid to B setup and catch them. Just in a liminal space here. Chop now of last man standing. And try to fight for this 1v2. Can he save this thing? Not giving any further duels towards middle. Gonna work his way up catwalking. Already the rotation for Markey. Or rather, Walco jumping him on the punch here. He's aware of it. Can he find this duel? It's awkward to try and drop off this box and still with the head-to-head here. And well, he shows his shoulder and backs out here. The B side is open. Markey's repositioned.
I'm gonna say Walco hasn't had many frags in this map, but that could have been his biggest to end it. Chop. Third, Markey spotted him. Spam through the box, connects on both players, but now he'll have to fight 2 at once and he won't be able to do it. Skin Rave have taken map number 2, 13-9, and we are finally going to a third map of play in a series here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10, as, you know, Marsborne unable to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, a tricky matchup right there when you're dealing with so much X Factor out of players like Laxi, who had a monster map for himself, out of players like Cryptic, who just had breakout moment after breakout moment right there. You can see how much pressure was on Skin Rave trying to close things out there. Some of the reactions, like honestly watching Cryptic get so frustrated and get sent to the back of his chair. They knew that that map was up in the air still, despite some of the successes that they were able to bring to the table. And they do close it out. They have that extra push out of players like Laxi and Walco towards the tail end of this matchup that push it across the line. And now we get this decider of Inferno.
No, I think Cryptic was the biggest piece, though, honestly. Like, towards the latter part of that half, he was the one coming out with the big plays. And we're going to see the numbers come through. Yeah, he's got the check mark. And then we had Laxi, Markey as well. Those 3 are the ones that we've been talking about for the most part. And I think Junior, surprisingly, you know, the best rated player on this map, silenced, and, you know, his teammates stepped up around him. Credit to them.
Yeah, that's a huge positive right there, that it didn't come through from what is usually the win condition for this team, and yet still they are able to put things together, close out a fairly comfortable victory there on a map like Dust 2. They have the X Factor, they have when you have players like Cryptic, Laxi, Markey all getting involved in a matchup, it's going to look like this, and they're able to show their comfort.
Now let's switch gears and talk about the other side of Marsborne, who also looked good, right? Sixy in particular crushed his PrizePicks frag estimate at 38 frags, 9.5 above it. Chop getting the check mark, and I believe Wolfie was so close. And Wolfie's played a pretty good series so far. I would say he's been the better opper overall. And I mean, I don't know if that's going to have that much impact on the next map that they're going towards, which is Inferno. I think it's going to be more the riflers are going to be leaning on. So maybe because of that, you put the lean towards skin rave, like you're already saying, going to that map 3, but still, I don't know. I feel like the numbers are so strong for Marsborne.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you here. You have, Chop playing well, who's an important piece on this map. 60 consistently, dominating in some of these matchups. I
Yeah.
thought that maybe 60's impact was going to be enough if they were just able to thread some of those T-side rounds together back to back, deny some saves. Could have been a bit of a difference maker, but obviously, that's what you would expect to continue into this decider. I'm still with you. I have a little bit of confidence that Marsborne can pull this thing together, but Skinrave got the momentum heading into this third map, and that could be a difference maker.
All right, we're going to hit the break, but when we come back, we'll have that third map between Marsborne and Skinrave to decide the final champion, or excuse me, the final grand finalist here in NA Revival Series number 10.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained, the blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been playing in this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like someone would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10. We're headed to map number 3 between Marsborne and Skinrave, and it's set up to be a pretty exciting one, honestly, here, Cole. I think that we could get one that goes right down to the wire, given the way these two teams have played so back and forth up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, constant momentum shifts here, like individual performances from both these squads being able to step up to make it this decider required right now, right? So if you're talking about Skinrave, you're trusting in the rifle core right now. You're putting a lot of faith in what players like Laxi were able to do, Cryptic with some high impact there. And you want to get your Opera involved in Junior to close things out. And for everyone else on the Marsborne camp, you had Sixy calling out some great games and playing good as well. Everyone wants to get involved there and try and close things out. The pistol looking fast towards brackets, and the crossfire, the setup looking good for the set of Skinrave initially, but they break through eventually. The B site now is completely open. The last 3 players have to panic to rotate in.
Oh.
And the bomb just makes it across.
Oh my goodness, it almost just barely. Cryptic had an opportunity to punish. Now 60 will get tagged down to 0. Cryptic taking care of that at the very least, but the bomb will be planted, and he's only got 4 HP. If Falco gets dropped here, it's probably done. Falco. Ooh, tough fight for him. Biz will win it, and there goes Cryptic as well. Marsborne right out of the gate, make a statement.
Yeah, to comfortably goes through that pistol, and we'll hold things together for a big-time fight towards the top of mid, where Skinrave stack a lot of their players, trying to walk away with some massive advantages, but then it leads to some players pushing down towards the B side, getting plucked out and opening up the other side of the map there for them. Marsborne are looking to pull through here, but up against the force buy, you can see the investment coming through is pretty fierce, and this is an aggressive choice from Skinrave, trying to get it right back here off the back of the pickup there from Marsborne on the pistol. They're not leaving anything up to chance here. Well, I guess up to chance is the play call from Marsborne, which is hitting a pretty weak site, and then probably calling a save. Junior running head first into the wall. The empty site is present, and this one should be comfortable.
Yep, and they're just going to save all the guns. A rare 5v5 post plant with almost 0 damage done. That would have been a crazy round. In fact, it still is. Chop only 1 HP of damage. As Marsborne will take the 2-0 lead. Flashbang going to get tossed by Skinrave just to clear out the space at Banana, thinking that someone might be in the vicinity, but no one is. And they'll run it back again with this force buy, assuming that Marsborne aren't able to hunt anything down. I don't think they'll be that interested in it. Sixy peeks around the corner. In fact, he's committed here. Needs to take a fight to find his way out, and will get one. Traded out by Laxi, so not really that much of a difference maker. Kind of an even trade as we go into round number 3.
A little bit of damage done there, only a single casualty for the side of Skinrave. Cryptic will get back into a 5-7. Marsborne avoiding the stack in the last round with the Hull's pop call. Well, it looks like they might just run it back here. This time Junior a little bit more forward facing though. Bold move to push through the smoke with just a scout. They got the totem pole setup on CT, boosted on top of the boost. Laxi standing 10 foot tall right now.
Interesting idea, at least, but unfortunately for Skinrave, Marsborne are going the other way again. So the stack
It's the
site,
same round.
Exactly. Junior, it's like, come on, no way. Is this happening again?
I've been here before.
Yeah.
I've seen this before. It's the same round.
It really is.
Pulse pop, run it back, take 2. This time Junior sticks around for a little bit more of a fight. I mean, at this point, if you're on the side of Skinrave, you can at least try and go for exits. You don't necessarily have to save. It's not the end of the world if you do. 60 Gonna deny at least exits coming through from Cryptic. A little bit of extra assistance there. Damage being done. Chip off the shoulders. Flashing through the smoke here. 61 as he goes. He's gonna have a Marky taken down there, reloading around the corner. He finally gets finished off by Walco. Should be safe and sound here, Junior. There, caught his knife out for a second. Marsborne under the 3-0.
Yeah, it just makes more sense to try and go for that hunt, right? Because of the fact that you were ecoing anyway, technically, because all that firepower came from the previous round, and any additional damage you can do would give you any additional frags you can find, of course, gives you $50 per frag. So in the end, it's only additional $50, but still better than nothing, as they will be buying up here. Junior has to settle for 0 utility, but he will have the AWP in his hands, and on the other side, a bonus round for Marsborne that you can barely call a bonus because there's 4 AKs and 1 MAC-10. I'll just go for early banana control, nades and flashes tossed, and then Molotov as well. Skin Rave not even challenging for this. They'll probably throw a late volley of utility in here, you'd imagine, if they're even afforded that opportunity. Because it looks like Marsborne want to go fast. Yeah, they're already charging out. Cryptic throws the incendiary down, but he's fully flashed. Still gets the frag, and he's somehow alive. Marky looking to strike as well. He will not be able to, but Walco has done the damage with the Molotov, so at the very least, a 4v3 advantage for Skin Rave, but it'll have to be a post-plant for them.
They still have a smoke here to recycle for Chop, and meanwhile, you look at the defensive retake utility, it is just going to be a smoke, HE, and a flashbang to facilitate recovery in this round towards this B-bomb site. There goes the smoke tossed in. Chop throws one at SB HE to blow it open, and a big-time pickup there requiring a trade from Biz, dancing around the pillar of this angle. And I think, yeah, Chop walked through the CT smoke, so
I like this.
a bit of a peculiar angle. Either turn here, he steps through though. Coverage is enough from Junior with a quick reaction shot. He was the one defusing.
Yeah.
He got off the bomb and landed the kill to make sure he didn't get caught.
That's weird, because if you're Chop, you're looking towards where the bomb is planted, and it feels like he deviates his attention away from it for whatever reason. I guess when he spots the players, has a little bit of panic that sets in, but all you have to do in that instance is fire at the bomb diffuser and hope that you can kill him and create enough chaos that they don't have the opportunity to jump back on the bomb. But instead, it will be Skin Rave hanging on, and Junior, the bomb diffuser himself, right, as you mentioned, is the one who gets that frag and pulls off the defusal. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, that is a nice takeaway right there. Marsborne trying to survive 3v4, but a well put together defense initially to set the tone. They take advantage until they tossed in. Wolfie stretches
shot,
out
dude.
for the shot to open it up. They wanted to work for that control on back, and Cryptic doesn't get a chance to.
Wolfie did this yesterday against Lagan. I wasn't sure if it's just because of his opposition that he's running the op more consistently or not, but no, he likes to play with the op on T side of Inferno, which, I mean, we see it's not like totally crazy, but more uncommon, because a lot of teams prefer to run the rifles. But he made it work, and he's continuing to make it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's big impact, and when you can actually get the op utilized there, nullifies some of Junior's options in this half, where you think, okay, I can peek down middle consistently, because that's an option. This time, Junior left with no options. Hunted down. This is already likely to be a save call here. Smoke spam, unless it creates any sort of disruption, it won't. Got a lurking presence on this B side. Laxi trying to snuff it out. Figure out where Chop's located. Chop gonna get the jump on it, but Laxi's aim too sharp. Looks like Chop is going for the most gentle desk pound I've ever seen. I don't even know if he put his hand to the table. He put it up and just lowered it.
Just keeping control, right? Not letting the emotions
Level-headed.
take over. Yes. It's not easy sometimes. We've all been there. As it stands, Skin Rave will save 3 guns.
Terrorists win.
2-1. Skin Rave have a couple of AKs that they hang on to, and the economy stays healthy, so they're going to get another buy-up across the board. Rounds starting to become a concern. I mean, overall, both teams are pretty strong on CT and T side on Inferno, so I don't know if there's necessarily any concerns here, if it's like a standard scoreline of 7-5 in either direction. But if we start seeing 9 3s, 10 2s potentially for Marsborne, that's when the concerns will start.
Long-term success here. Good setup in towards apartments. Finds the opening quickly. As a reaction, Marsborne trying to speed it up, and Walco almost getting caught with his teammate tossing utility for him. A lurk smoke that leads him up towards the arch side. Viz, you know, to press through it. As the flashbang lands perfectly on the Junior, and now they've got a big-time crunch towards this A bomb site. Walco with his back turned is looking to buy time for a flank here. Grizz is not interested. Handing that one over. Met by a smoke and spam to follow it up, but as he exits the smoke, someone enters, and they'll just trade places. All right, not the worst case in the world for Walco. Oh, almost finds it through the smoke. Wondering where on earth he went. There's finally the bomb being planted, and Marsborne in a 3v3 that Skinrave are fortunate to still be in.
They have the youth, so they can try to go for this one. Will be a couple of Molotovs to slow this down for Skinrave, so they're going to have to throw what they've got now if they want to try for this. Walco trying to slip through. He's spotted. In trouble. Stuck in moto. There he goes. Grizz spraying him down with the AK. Marky and Cryptic are just going to have to pull the plug. There's no more path into this site, and Marsborne continue their winning ways.
No other option but the save here. Can't make it through. We got Murky with the HE, and I guess he's too far removed. Cryptic was hanging around there towards the apartments, but no one gonna exit. Everyone gonna hide inside a pit. No further fights being taken. Marsborne with the 5th T round right now. And there's more of that op impact out of Wolfie. Setting up with the flashes right there to deal with Junior, which again, if you're Wolfie, you know where an opper's playing on this map. You kind of have a sense of things. So when you find that first pick towards apartments, they spot out where Junior is. They flash him off for the next potential duel that he can take. Well put together. I'm right now concerned with Wolfie only having 11 armor, though. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that is weird.
He's getting low.
That's too low. Like, I think it's been analyzed that you can have 80 and it doesn't make much of a difference, but 11 will make a difference.
Yeah. Wow.
And Walco's just gonna fall. Viz charging through the smoke.
Oh.
Junior catches Grizz, okay. A little bit overlooked there. Back and forth we go. A-site control still being fought for. Laxi trying to hang on. He's at 22 HP and it's still enough for him to peek around and get that shot fired forward. Marsborne scrambling a little bit to get the bomb planted as Marky does get Viz, and it's Wolfie with the low armor. You saw it. Took less bullets to figure him out and frag him out, but it will be down to Chop. 1v2 gets the first. Junior grabs the op off the ground. Gonna go for a shot. Flicks around but can't hit Chop, and now Chop knows he's got the advantage of time. So he's gonna hide behind the boxes and wait for Junior to push up a little bit closer. He's gonna spot him, but Junior hits the close range shot. Skinrave find a second.
And there you have it right there, Junior needing to show up clutch here, needing to deliver on this deciding map. And finally gets a chance to activate in a winnable clutch and an opportunity where you have to go for it. Otherwise, Marsborne could just continue to cover the reins of this series and of this deciding map. And what do they do here? They have to lean in on Junior in a clutch, and he delivers. Needing that, though. They're going to need a lot more. Multi-kill offered up, but Marsborne go right back into the full investment. Right back into the purchase here. Junior confident enough to take a duel down middle. Just taking out even further. The Molly forces him back. They're taking a little bit lower. He gets caught by the flash and the Molly.
Not for Moni, who's going to get fragged there. Marky will get the first. 60 falls. 5v4 for Skinrave. Junior's looked as sharp on this map as he has been throughout the series. I think it's the sharpest he's been. This is my point. Shots he's hitting, good. Lead breaking the smoke, peeks around it, doesn't spot anything, and now we'll go to a more passive angle. Lots of time left for Marsborne to work with, but they are just grouped up and taking bracket control right now. 3 players leaning into Arch off of that smoke that was tossed, but 2 will wait to receive them on the other side. Cryptic, right on the edge of it. If they charge through, they'll be in trouble, and they have to at the time the smoke fade poorly. Junior does hit the headshot on Viz before he falls. Now Cryptic will try to strike. He gets it. Bomb dropped at his feet. Steps to the smoke, looking for more. Needs to be careful. Can't overstay his welcome, especially with Grizz finding the tap on towards Laxi. Picks up the op. I'm not sure about that decision, but he will go for the fight towards A site and will lose it. Wolfie, last one available.
He's still unable to activate there. This could be the challenge with that T side up. You find yourself in a position where you set your teammates up, but he's got to knock down a clutch. Misses out the first shot there, staying too elusive on the side as well. Wallbang attempt there in the hunt. Covered up thereafter. Skinrave bouncing back with the impact. Walco able to step up a little bit here in this deciding map as well. Multi-kill on that A-bomb site. Junior offering up one alongside Cryptic, so site is kept together. They capitalize off of Marky's opening duel. They'll capitalize off of the clutch from Junior, and they'll force a force buy out of Marsborne. They go all in on this with a single AK. Everyone else is buying down to 0. They trust in their Tech 9s right now.
Last time this Skinrave core was in the grand finals of an NA Revival series was in series number 7. 8 and 9. They were not in discussion. They're looking to make a recovery here on Inferno. It's looking great in this round. Absolute stunning performance, taking care of business up against that buy-up, and they made it look like an eco.
Pretty stuff right there offered up. Skinrave keeping things nice and tidy. They gotta put themselves onto a position where they can not only take the tie here, but also look to move past. Trying to grab a lead right now. Keep this one clean. There's too many bodies right now. This Eagle scared me from 60. Dodges the flash. He had 2 shots right there connect and eventually finished off by Wolfie through the smoke. Is Marky gonna dispose of the gun? He's gonna make sure it's nice and covered. Yeah, can they grab that? It's not sliding down, is it? It's all good.
But what if they make it towards top banana and boost on top of each other and grab it off the rooftop, right? I don't know how safe it is. Yeah, Marky. Wolfie's looking around here to try and find him. Bit of a standstill for the moment. Walco needs to be careful not to press too far forward, or else Viz could catch him off. Eagle shot to the dome. Nice nade. So much damage done to Viz. And then he'll be finished off by a couple of bullets from Walco's M4. Walco still has to be cautious here. Grizz hiding in the smoke, but eventually Grizz decides to fade off of that position and join up with his teammates to push into Banana. Now, do they realize where that gun is? Because they do have the opportunity to boost up and grab it.
If they realize, oh, does he see it? I mean, maybe right now Wolfie's lining up utility. He should be looking in that direction, but yeah, they're just gonna run right past it. Bit of an opportunity miss, but they're not gonna get past this duo here anyways. And Marky destroys them anyways. There, deals with the pressure quickly. Skinrave gonna move up to 5-5 here.
Honestly, yeah, not sure it would have made any difference at all if they grabbed the gun, but you never know. You never know. Didn't see it though, even with the util being lined up. Round 11. 60 and Grizz. So tossing towards top banana, but the same can be said of Skinray. They're fighting a lot now for the banana control. Molotov goes out, smoke diffuses it immediately. Sure, Junior can take that much damage, and Cryptic finds one onto 60. He was so integral in the recovery for Skinrave on Dust 2, and then the finishing work may be important once more here, and there it is. Cryptic, a 3K on the round. Chop and Biz, the last two standing, but Junior strikes true with the AWP, already almost matching his contribution there on Dust 2. In fact, he may have already. Chop, last one available.
Fight his way out of this one. Boosted up though. He's got a crosshair placement for it, but not going to be able to deal with Cryptic, who continues to reign supreme. Another 4K for him in this series. Locking down the defense for Skinrave. Could walk away again with a massive string of rounds here to head into the second half. Taking control after what felt like such a dominant start for Marsborne. Like they could wipe their memory clean of what happened on Dust 2. Instead, it's Skinrave looking to get 6 in a row to end off the half.
As I mentioned, doesn't matter if it's a 7-5 on either side. Both these teams quite strong across the board, whether it be CT or T. Oh, nice nade. That is chonky. It's every single player on Marsborne. Then Marky's looking to finish the job with the bullets. The first comes through, the second as well, but that will be all before he's stopped by the Molotov. Thing is, Welko tries to take advantage of the chaos by pushing the smoke and does get one almost the second. Chop on life support at 3 HP. And he's got enough life left in him to plant that bomb down to dirt and make it a post-plant 2v2.
Try and work through here towards Coffins. Good control being taken out of this reaction for Marsborne. Flash goes in. Doesn't bait any shots out. Chop holds steady. Grizz playing alongside him. Shoulder to shoulder. Bomb is taken out quite a bit here. And they still got to get past this duo. Great swing offered up from Junior to find the first. And Bomb being down, forcing Grizz into the open. But he knows Junior's not on it just yet. Gonna tap the bomb here and go for a wild swing. But as you said, done and dusted. And one big momentum stopper from Marsborne to end off the half here at 6s.
That's really nice from Marsborne to pull it back and prevent Skinray from pulling off that 7th round. Despite the efforts of Cryptic at the beginning of that one, they're still able to plant the bomb and secure a tied scoreline heading into this second and final half of the series. Still anyone's map. Pistol round commences, and look at the commitment to utility. I love it. Forget about the body armor. Who cares? Just go with util.
Trusting the accuracy, trusting the aim here of Marsborne. With a setup like this, he needs util to succeed, going aggressive. Doesn't stick around too long. Meanwhile, you see the approach from Skinrave. It is only 2 players with armor. I mean, just so much utility to try and pack in on this play that looks like it's finishing off towards B. No map control towards brackets whatsoever. Everyone grouping up on Banana. And this CT side's going to dry peek it as a reaction. But Marky is ready. He's not going to let his teammates fall here. Well, the players raid bossed up with utility for this execution. Flashes need to come through and follow up, and Wolfie threads in a kill before they can settle. Another one offered up by Chop, who needs to find more. But eventually, as the dust settles here, Skinrave going to get onto the site and play a 3v3.
Still a smoke and a Molotov available for Skinrave. The advantage of favoring the util perhaps going to bear fruit in the latter parts of this round, but Marsborne are in position. One from CT, the other 2 from Coffins. There's that Molotov. It disrupts quite a bit. Laxi and Welko get a couple, and the last one goes Laxi's way. A 7th round secured for Skinrave.
Great post plan offered up right there. That's the power, you know, for sure, of prioritizing T-side utility, despite a couple of nice pickups from both Chop and Wolfie as a reaction. The execution and availability for the trades definitely present. Skinrave doing their due diligence to open things up. Force Spy already being brought into the fray from Marsborne, and a Skinrave timeout to head into this one. Interesting to see. But they're putting it together here. Gonna try and bounce back quickly.
Marsborne. MP9's forced up. Only one pistol. That's 60 with the 5.7. A little bit of extra cash afforded to them with the frags that came through in that round to help them get the SMGs. But again, Util, a bit of a problem on their side. So they won't be able to fight for control of Banana, aside from those couple of smokes that are thrown. Skinrave just wait them out, and now they can have their way with any side of the map, really. The riskier approach would, of course, be into brackets, because you got a decent setup there. They won't go window. Grizz is watching this. Difficult fight for Laxi. Yeah, he will win it. Wow, I thought Grizz had him dead to rights when he hits that first, but no. Around the corner goes Laxi briefly, and then he finishes the job.
Back up here. Retreat just a tad. Try back. Fall into some more comfortable positions. But on towards this B side they go. And it is a very weakened site right now. Starting to try and react here and get the numbers brought over, but they're going to ignore that smoke and move straight through it. Everyone's going to look to contain here. Marsborne give over the site. Having some decent positions and some great damage being done right now. So are they going to give this a go here or look to play more of a contained game right now? Up Banana, they lose 60, so that opens up the exit path for Skinrave, and the save going to be confirmed for Marsborne.
Great for Skinrave as well, because they don't lose a single gun in those duels. Used all their utility, so they'll have to reinvest into that, but everything they've got here can be recycled into the next round of play. On the side of Marsborne, same story. It's a force buy, so keeping 3 MP9s certainly gives you a little bit of potency.
Terrorists win.
60 and Grizz will probably just go for an upgrade. P250 at this stage at most. Impressive stuff for Skinrave. Recovering again after the early deficit. You don't want to be fighting back fighting from behind map after map, but hey, look, if you can continue pulling things back in your favor, I guess it doesn't really matter too much.
No stranger to showing up in a late game scenario. As you said, you don't want to be fighting from the back foot. Skinrave looking to take a step ahead again. Just waits out the molly. Oh, but he gets perfect blast there. Trying to adjust while blind. Not going to work, but Viz strikes for 2, capitalizes off the damage. A lot of pressure put on this Zeus kill right now. Can it come through? Grizz gonna give it a chance, and he finds it. Oh my god. Walko sidelined. The Zeus works out in one of the rare occurrences, and it's actually looking to be a difference maker here. Junior recovering lost ground. The rifle picked up, and he can't escape. What a clothesline from Junior. Finds him on the retreat, and equalizes. Levels the playing field once again.
The first Zeus frag of the NA Revival Series number 11 comes through here in the semifinals. And it may be a difference maker. I don't know anymore. Chop. MP9, yes, connects onto Markey. Junior, last one standing, wants to go for the quick fight. Still has 45 seconds left to work with. Now knows the player's faded off to B. Junior is still got to be ready for a fight at A. Molotov gets tossed. He's lucky to be alive. That'll flush the player out around the corner. And there we go. Junior gets the headshot. Very risky approach to the site. But he does survive and bring it down to a 1v1 chop at a significant disadvantage here with only 39 HP versus Junior's 87.
This flank here, he's expecting him to roll up around the smoke area, but this is good position. Junior's watching the angle, spots him out, and just wall bangs him, headshot straight through. And what could have been a big pickup to lift off early from Marsborne is instead shut down by another Junior clutch. The way that they got into the first half and into this map, really, a Junior clutch, and in this decider, having the best performance that he's had all series.
Yeah, I was saying it right at the beginning. He just looked really sharp. Things clicking for him finally. After just really watching him struggle and fight his crosshair with the off on Dust 2. Junior is starting to smile a little bit. Showing that things are trending very well for Marsborne. Actually, not for Marsborne, for Skinrave. An 8-1 run in their favor right now.
Keep the ball moving here. Got themselves an op-out for Wolfie finally already. Trying to get active. Looking down towards the bottom of middle. Duels given over here. It's a patient play to start things off for Skinrave as they enter in. Letting them use the utility that they have left here on this bonus round. Some of it can be even more limiting. You see that block utility stacked over towards the B side, making sure to prioritize having that late to the round here. Now you have 4 players rotating over towards A, facilitated by that util. Try and set yourself up nicely for a solid defense on this A side.
Players funneling through mid into bracket. Skinrave. Get the opener. Cryptic spots on 60. Wolfie with an important trade and a follow-up too. There's the 2K impact, but Junior puts him down with the AK. 3v3. Do they know not really, but it doesn't matter. Junior still spots one up. Then Viz is traded out by Marky. That is masterfully done from Skinrave. It could have all fallen apart, but they clear it very well. And Chop is the last one available. 1v2 clutch required. A 10-6 lead for Skinrave if they pull this off.
Make a move through the smoke, and it's not being watched right now, so he has a timing. Doesn't know where these last 2 players are both grouped up at. Molly can break things open. He's just going to give it a dry swing here. Catches one off guard. Still has that Molly to toss in. Where's he going to throw it? Towards the mini pit, though. Not on the right angle. He still finds the kill, though. Walco jumps the gun.
Oh, my God.
Head and hands right now. And it's a big pull through here from Chop. Looking to elevate.
Oh, my goodness. I feel so bad for Walco because he knows exactly the mistake he just made there. He did not have to fight it. Did not have to get aggressive in that situation. Just had to stay passive and patient, and instead tries to take the fight. Loses the duel. And now you've given Marsborne new life here on this final map of play. Junior going to get the PrizePicks checkmark for more than 16 frags. He's got that for map number 3. And, yeah. I don't know if that's too much of a concern for him. He's probably thinking about how they probably should have got that in the previous round. 60 an opener. Marky the quick trade. Nade goes through, and Cryptic still alive. Only 8 damage taken by that nade. He managed to get away from it in time. Skinrave may just try to activate off of that. Yeah, they're going to push in. Chops moving forward, trying to find targets, but sees all the people being threaded in, and eventually will find himself out of the round.
You're looking for a quick redemption. So back of that missed opportunity in the last round. Up by the 1v2. And he might have just done it with those 2 picks alone. He might have just found it straight up. That'll do it. That'll be forced back into a save. Skinrave gonna take double digits. Knowing what they missed out on in that last round, as you said, you can see the frustration. You can see the feeling in Walco as you get into this deciding matchup here. to this map 3 here after what was a bit of a tricky Dust 2 to survive through, but you know, you had your moments here and there. You still got the map victory. That's all you're concerned about, but you know, deciders, you're still in the mix. You're stressed out there. You miss out on a clutch where you don't really play off the bomb. You know, those are the details that are going to haunt you. Marky says it's all good. We're going to get it right back. Still looking to close this thing out for Skinrave.
And I think that makes Walco feel a lot better too, right? Like having to not think about it as much. Like, oh, okay, we got this round. We're back into it. Rebuff them quickly. It's good for him. It's good for the team. As they're now 3 rounds away from making the grand finals and facing off against NRG, who look really, really good right now. So I don't know if either of these teams are going to have a good time if they get there. Util sails out. That's not on their minds right now. They're just focused in 1 round at a time.
Just trying to take it round by round here. As you said, they're getting past some of the difficult situations. Just need 3 to try and close out the series and again get back into a grand final to contend for another title. But that's easier said than done when you're getting spammed down through the smoke there. Laxi doesn't get to play the round. And the rest of the team trying to pick up the pieces here. Waco caught trying to dance around the pillars and will be finished off by the double swing combo. 60 and Priz finding a way to handle business, and Viz continuing to work his way through middle. This seems like a bit of a non-starter for Skinrave here. They're still going to peek around the corner, but they've got nothing going right now. Side turned. Caught. Off guard there for Junior. Cryptic. Not a lot of health to tank through a clutch and won't be able to start it. And there you go. 8 to 10 now. Marsborne finding the way to get another one. AK is recovered. They're looking sharper and sharper as they go on. A big victory here. We'll see the economy kind of running low for the side of Skinrave. They got a tough decision at hand. Yeah, I understand this timeout.
Yeah, it is a tough choice. I was going to say go for the buy, but Walco down to 1900. Probably a half buy is better. Maybe Walco just on the full eco, or they drop him a gun. And that will be the call. Time ticking down here before this round starts, but Skinrave, despite getting an immediate response against Marsborne, I think having lost that previous one may make them think back and go, what if? Especially if Marsborne comes back to clutch this one. Anyway. That is still far off in the distance. Skinrave with the half buy, might still be able to strike true. AK's out, 60, dipping his toes a little too far in that Molotov grenade. It's okay, it's more the bullets that do the damage, and now he continues to spam forward, gets himself a second. Oh, 1 loss, but Chop will take care of the next 2. Last one available is Junior, jumps up, grabs the AK, sprays down Chop. Smoke gonna get tossed. Molotov as well has the bomb in his back. A plant would be fantastic here for their economy. Oh no! But the brakes and the smoke takes care of it. Wolf is like, oh, I see you. You see me. I will shoot you. Goodbye. 9th round found for Marsborne.
Like a little Looney Tunes interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just looked left there, casually looked right. It's like, oh, there you are. Go ahead and win this round for the squad. Again, not really feeling that relief right now. You can see again the pressure mounting on this Skinrave camp here. Heading up. Feeling the intensity of this matchup right now. When the weight is on their shoulders. Potential of this tied scoreline coming to bear. Smoke spam plucks Cryptic out early, doesn't get a chance here. And oh my god, another one from 60.
Man.
2 ripaways at the start. Straight through smoke. dicing him up. Does anyone else want to give him a challenge? He throws in another smoke so that he could just keep on plucking him out of the server. He's got to be running low on ammo at this point in the A1S. There's a flashbang that goes through it, and there you go. Caught on the extension. Here's the smoke spam consistently coming through. Now Junior, he's going to take the site here. A huge opportunity to redeem this one again. And Chop runs through the flames. He goes down to half HP, trying to make a risky move. Wako cuts off one of the rotate. Another kill from Junior. And this advantage, a 2v5 that was free of charge, 2 free smoke spam kills, is now a 2v3 in favor of Skinrave.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's possible they're going to let that 5v3 slip away. Laxi gets naded down to 48. Doesn't move a muscle though. Doesn't want to give away his positioning. Viz has to clear out everything, and then Laxi will strike. Finds Viz. Wolfie, the last one through the smoke. Laxi gets it. 2K for him. What looked like catastrophe for Skinrave at the beginning of the round turns into fortune as they find an 11th and are 2 away from securing the series.
A devastating blow right there. Again, what felt like already kind of a done deal. Looking at it, ends up being a big takeaway. Junior with that killer instinct right now. Stepping forward, he finds that kill with the flash play through the smoke, and he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't think about what could be around the corner. He knows what he has to do in this round. And charges into the site that is completely free and clear. Just phenomenal work offered up. Skinrave full ahead. Could take himself series point. Could take a little bit longer to get there. Trying to pull together a reverse sweep in this matchup. Flashbang right there. Viz chasing down those kills here. He gets set up nicely, but can't quite close kills just yet. The rotation's starting to arrive. Chop just pushed through the smoke in towards arches.
That's not great. Now you have Skinrave continuing to creep up. The smoke's guising their advance. Priz popping his head up at risk. Now they know where he is. They're going to try and clear one. It's a bit of a bait. They only get one, though. Walco and Junior find 2. 60. Last one available on the A site, and he is done. Wolfie fades off into the distance. Marsborne will have their backs against the wall with a 12-9 lead for Skinrave.
Yeah, huge shock to the system right there. You're looking at what feels to be a pretty comfortable setup there that they just end up barraging, getting punched on back. Chop pushing past that smoke as well, as we said, not great. I mean, it's a surprising decision from him, who again I really feel like has that that level head, has that insurance policy that is consistency, good positioning, good rotations, and just a little bit of a scary move to see. When his teammates were smoked off, there was no support system. And now 12 locked in, only not being saved. This is kind of nightmare fuel here for Marsborne. They have to trust that Wolfie can get the job done with this AWP, who's already having a bit of a tough go of things on this map so far. And the rest's going to be rocking with FAMASas, MP9s maybe. I mean, this is scary stuff.
Scary indeed. 60. Not saying a word right now. Just thinking it through. They're resting on the timeout. Gearing up for what could be the last round of play for them in this NA Revival series. Skinrave have got the money. They've got the guns, the utility, everything they could possibly ask for. In a series that felt like it might be leaning in the other direction for Marsborne when things started out. But these last 2 maps have shown Skinrave's resilience and ability to come back from deficits time and time again. Wolfie can't hit the shot. He gets tagged down a little bit. And 60 put under so much pressure that nade landing right beside him. So he's down to 44. Tosses one back, but that does 0 damage. And Skinrave have full control of Banana.
some initiative. He said full control established. His T side forcing him back and further. The execution tossed in. See if this smoke is respected. HEs look like they're on the ready. Gonna toss that down here, look for some kills to open up the smoke. Flashbang comes through as a counter, and Marsborne are stalling them out. They break through eventually. The MP9 start to rattle off just when you need them the most. And 60 and Chop locking it down. Coming through there just at the right time, through the smoke, and finding impact here. 60 with another. Skinrave hoping that this B-side could be the finisher here, and Marky's got more to say. But Marsborne want to play on here in this PrizePicks Revival series, and Chop down low here, waiting for this flank to seal things up. Viz is going to do it eventually, and Marsborne hang in there.
That is a miracle round from Marsborne as the PrizePicks check mark for map number 3 goes 60's way now. 14 frags secured. Or more than 14 frags secured. 2 rounds remain in regulation. Marsborne desperately clinging to life, but money actually not that great into this round. Skinrave only going to get a couple of Galeels to stay above the 2K mark, 2 Deagles, and the block. This one feels like it may very well be going, but 24. 60, he's been so strong here on top banana, spamming through smokes, and he's going to try and do it again. Or at least he's hugging the smoke, and we'll go into logs. Power position for him, especially if it's not cleared here. Marky won't do so. Okay, 60's going to bide his time. Discipline, waits a little bit longer. Go for the knife, the shot. There we go. Finally, Marky's gone. And on the other side, Wolfie slams to the smoke for a couple. This is going the full 24 as Walco will be put down.
As long as you don't give over anything right there. 60 calling his teammates, making sure to let him know he's got that B-side cover. And it'll come down to the 24th here, whether or not Skinrave can close out this series, or if Marsborne throw it into question with that extra push from 60 and Chop. And 60, who's been playing fantastic throughout this whole series, bringing through that X factor with the dive through the smoke. And the pressure was on. Showing what he can do. Jeez, some damage here. Cryptic still gonna push through. He gets finished off. 60 delivering even more. For smoke spam. We'll back out. Happy with the man advantage here in the 24th round. You'll take that any day of the week.
Calling over for that E to be handed his way. Skinrave. Make a fake towards lane. Being made, and then the fight won by Laxi against Viz. Even numbers. 1 minute on the clock. Skinrave take this one. It's all over. If Marsborne can get it, we're headed to overtime. Adjustment again from Skinrave. Walker swings around, but he gets absolutely decimated by Wolfie. 4v3 for Marsborne, but the light sight is being targeted. Chop giving away his position in that situation as well, so they probably know where to look. They're going to jump up. Chop can't do anything. Down to a 3v3, and now they're isolated on Marsborne. Away from the sight, but 60 through the smoke. Catches a lucky shot. Laxi falls down to dirt. A 3v2 now for Marsborne, and Junior's in a bit of a tough spot. 2 players gonna swing him. Oh, Marky from above gets 60. Wolfie finds the trade down to a 1v1, and Junior will fall. We're headed to overtime. Marsborne have pulled it back for 3 in a row.
Oh my god. Able just about to seal things up there, and a pure panic set in right there. But Grizz delivers in the closing statement versus Junior, who again in this deciding map has been unbelievably clutch. Is unable to finish it off versus Grizz. And now, looking forward to OT here. They get a lot of PrizePicks check marks on this deciding map, including Alexi. PrizePicks check mark. Got more than 15 kills so far. So he gets the PrizePicks check mark seal of approval, and we play on into OT.
Cryptic instant headshot on Wolfie, but 60 finds the trade immediately. Overtime starts off with a bang. Now Skinrave, having lost that initial duel, decide that they're just going to fade off a little bit and try A instead. Walco finds one. That's actually a lot of space cleared out. Viz is going to try and retake A site. He does with 60. Oh my goodness, what a job from them, rotating quickly from B to ensure that Skinrave cannot take another step forward on that A site. Markey, stranded and alone, gray screen for the moment. Smoke fades away, looks around, evaluates everything in front of him, and decides now is the time to go out, and it wasn't a good time. 60 finds himself the fourth, 24 on the board for him as well as he leads the squad.
Able to elevate here. Just consistently finding impact here. I mean, in these late stages, this is where a game does start to look effortless for 60 as well. You can see, you know, how important every frag is for these players on Skinrave, and how scary these situations are in the late round, how frustrating every death can feel. And for the side of 60 and this Marsborne camp here, it just feels like they feel no pressure. Viz opens things up, and in the heat of the moment, they're able to take two. One pushes past the smoke. He's dancing with a USP, and Junior can't track him. I don't know what just happened. How does he walk away with 3 kills in total? The round disrupts, and Skinrave starting to crumble.
Markey still surviving. He just hit his PrizePicks check mark. 14, more than 14 frags on the board. 60 gets one, traded out. Markey, he's done this before. He saw some 1v X clutches from him in particular. Now they know he's here. Maybe he doesn't care. Charging forward, Wolfie locked in with the op. Fires a little too soon. Molotov going to get tossed as a result, and the flashbang proceeds as Markey's trying to isolate Wolfie. The Molotov may have airborne. Yeah, it did. So Wolfie will get the last, and Marsborne pick up a 14th.
Closer. Smiles on the faces here as Viz is going to join the party. Also getting the PrizePicks check mark for more than 14.5 kills. And those continue to flow. It's Marsborne looking to enter into what could be their first chance at series point if they win this next one. Skinrave calling a timeout, knowing that the momentum has shifted in favor of the Skinrave, or of this Marsborne camp.
Alright, Marsborne a chance to get a clean sweep in this first half of OT. Not to mention it'll be their 6th round in a row. Both teams kind of streaky so far in this series, and that does not bode well for Skinrave. Again, you know, one round would have been a difference maker, and Skinrave probably thinking back to that one where things went sideways in a 2v1 post plant. Push that thought out of your mind. You just focus in right here. 60 pushing through the smoke. Could be dead. Is dead. Almost gets a frag before that. Cryptic a little late to activate, but it's okay. Junior only takes damage. There's the 5v4 for Skinrave.
What felt like a big time play there for 60. Tried to get the gut punch going. If that worked, there would have been nothing but frustration felt for Skinrave. Instead, they walk away with an opening duel. Kind of a freebie handed over. And a weakened A-bomb site because of it. Starting to get some extra help here towards B just at the wrong time. Wolfie rotates. And Grizz and Viz got to combine their efforts to try and sweep things down. I mean, time is running a little bit low. They got to get the execution going, but it's just about dealing with this duo. How much can they deliver? It's all set in stone here. Viz offers up a multi, making it possible to get anything extra. He will be traded eventually. And this is where they start to lock in the digits and play the man up now.
That's great patience from Skinrave, right? As you mentioned, they pulled the second player over to the B site, softened up A. Riz unable to add impact really makes it difficult for Biz, although he still gets 2, which is actually impressive considering the circumstances. It is going to be an exceptionally difficult retake for Marsborne. Wolfie still on the AWP, pulls out the 5-7 though. Wants to take a fight with a player on the site. Doesn't see anyone on it, goes around, finds one, but he loses his teammate and now has to panic to try and defuse this bomb. Taps it once and the round is done. There's no way. He hits the shots, but there's no time to defuse it even if he gets both frags, and that will do it. Skinrave do at least salvage 1 round out of that first half of overtime.
Split the difference here, 2-1. Solid T-side closer to put together here. Again, you get that big 4v5 bolstered up by the patience from Skinrave, which is tough to call out in a moment like this where you can see the environment right now and in all of the player cams. It feels pretty tense. They're still playing a patient, composed game here. Walko, given that fact here, able to get more than 13.5 kills for the PrizePicks check mark as well. Again, these OTs pushing forward here makes it so that all these players can get activated here, but Wolfie looking to put them across the finish line, and does seem like Cryptic just jumping around here and Spawn. I'm a little nervous about that flash on him to get aggressive, and he gets plucked out before the flash really blooms down to Wolfie. He times the shot up well, and he finds another pickup.
Wolfie's also got more than 13.5 frags for the PrizePicks check mark. Now Marky gonna get it on the mix here, but finally shut down by Grizz. A 4v2 for Skinrave. Excuse me. For Marsborne. As Walko and Laxi. Well, only Walko now as Laxi was trying to make his way towards bottom banana, but Chop lurking around takes care of that. Marsborne look like they'll be on for map and series point as Walko gets flanked out by Viz through the smoke. 2 rounds for Marsborne to close out this series.
Two chances here, didn't get a shot in regulation. While Skinrave, they had multiple shots there. 3, in fact, in regulation to try and lock this victory up. Now Marsborne looking for back-to-back grand final appearances, looking to go back-to-back here for this squad underneath the new leadership, bringing in 60, getting him involved, looking as good as they do right now. They have a real shot. Junior takes a shot towards the middle. It doesn't connect here. He's getting chased. He's getting hunted. He makes it around the corner in time, so good footwork from him to dive out of this duel and looking to get in towards a more passive position. 60 glinting and run down his Junior as well. Both sides are collapsing right now. It's all on Marky's shoulders. Fighting from 2 different flanks right now. He runs to the smoke just to get met by the Wolfie AWP, and it doesn't get any easier for Skinrave now.
Laxi and Walko coming up from bottom banana, but Wolfie's made the adjustment. He collects a second, maybe even the last. There it is. The offer for Marsborne seals up the map and the series. 16-13 for Marsborne as they will be headed to their 2nd consecutive grand final here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series.
Yeah, I mean, a big statement being made here coming through from Marsborne that they come through ready to play. And in this deciding map here, pressure rises. You can see how much they're feeling the weight of the moment there with every misstep, and yet still they're able to pull things together. Yet still they're able to trust in the firepower from players like 60. Wolfie getting much more involved in that second half and towards the later stages of overtimes as well, finding constant impact. Man, you gotta say, man, this is exciting from the project that 60's been from the project that Wolfie started here. Now that 60 takes the leadership and they're in back-to-back grand finals, taking down some of the competition that they do. This is some big statement wins for Marsborne.
No question. And to see 60 popping off the way he was frag-wise, right? And it's just goes to show you, like, he can still IGL and pop off at key moments to help his team bring it back from the brink, which it really was. 12-9 in favor of Skinrave in the palm of their hands, but it doesn't come through. Let's check out those final stats for map number 3. And you had Junior absolutely crushing his PrizePicks estimate. And that's the biggest shame, honestly, is because Junior played really well. And this was a map where you thought that that would be enough for him and the rest of his squad to pull it across. But, even with what was a lot of fragging from pretty much everyone, it's just right at the finish line, they ran out of gas, especially in overtime. And you saw the frustration from Junior as he died in that last round of play, just hands in the air like, oh no, I feel it's coming. And absolutely it was. They played well though, at least, throughout the entire series, maybe not so much on map number 1, but the second and third maps were fantastic.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I think this is a team that showed their form here, that showed their poise, and unfortunately, wasn't enough to get it across the line. I think most of all, due to the presence here of who they were up against. Fantastic showcase out of Marsborne. Fantastic, series overall from 60. All 3 maps, it felt like he was determining, the rounds here time and time again. And for again, an IGL to be able to step up into this role, take some of the weight off of the shoulders of Wolfie, and still bring that same 60 performance that we come to know and love here. That's been the difference maker for this team, from a roster that I think can cause some upsets here and there to a roster that is capable of winning. That is a roster that's capable of taking titles, and that's what they've shown us now.
And huge marks for them VRS wise, right? Like they're gaining a lot of ground in their competition when they're getting wins like this in Revival Series. Look, we got a fantastic grand final coming up between NRG and Marsborne. But before we get there, have to thank our wonderful sponsor of PrizePicks for making this all possible. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0M store.com to buy some cool gear and sign up for ticket alerts for Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands, and we hope to see you all there. We are going to head to a break. It's going to be a more extended break, of course, because you can now head over to prizepicks.com and get your picks in for the grand finals. We'll take that 30 or so minute break, and when we come back, we'll have those grand finals for you.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much! He got team flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been playing in this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on! Oh, shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Lisa, come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
All right, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10. We're gearing up for the grand finals between NRG and Marsborne. Let's bring up the bracket to talk about how we got here in the first place, because it's been kind of a wild ride, right? The first day of action was 2 O's across the board. Maybe we won't have the bracket. Okay, there it is. 2 O's across the board for every single matchup. But then, you know, surprising, I would say 2-0 for NRG up against Voca. They looked very strong on the first map, a little close in the second, and then it was just like this wet and wild affair in that Marsborne matchup with Skinrave.
Yeah, I definitely was kind of surprised to see the comfort that NRG move on with, and then of course expected kind of a bit of a drawn out affair between Marsborne and Skinrave that are very hard to separate. I think the most important thing for this bracket though is that we see this Marsborne team looking for back-to-back titles right now off the back of an introduction, bringing in a player like 60. That we know this guy can be a difference maker. We know this guy is a huge influence in whatever team he joins. Always gives him an early little surge, I feel like, in teams that he joins. And then you wonder, how things develop, how things continue to grow. But he's stepping into a new role here as the leader, as the IGL. And it feels like this can be sustainable success for this Marsborne roster. I think before this point, again, it was kind of, impressive results. They were, kind of touch and go a little bit here and there, but, never really consistently contending for titles. Now we see back-to-back grand finals for this team.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting to see the progress they've made. Not only back-to-back grand finals, but if you look at it, I think it's 9 series in a row. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's 8, 8 series in a row for them that they've pulled off, and some tough competition in the mix throughout that in terms of wildcard and Skin Rave, right? I think those two teams are very tough to overcome, in particular the Skin Rave matchup. So now they've got their toughest test yet in NRG. Let's jump into the Prize Picks NA Revival Series analyst segment now and talk about NRG again. Sonic impressed us, and I think we expected him to, but man, he really popped off up against Voka to control the series in a lot of instances, especially on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, dealt with the firepower. He handled business in that series, which was so exciting to see. You see a lot of great connection in between Sonic and Zodic when they're popping off and playing in similar positions. It feels like they can also be huge disruptors. Also, talk about George and the way that he sets up Sonic in some of those rounds as well. It just feels like right now in certain maps, Sonic is getting the most attention, and so definitely creates a lot of interest for what he can do as he enters into this grand final. Can he keep up this level of performance? Well, also I think Bro in some of those high impact moments there maybe flew under the radar. I feel like he was also bringing in a lot of success for his squad there. Had when he was targeted a lot, when his bomb site was getting pressured quite a bit, he was also rising to the occasion. So Bro handling business alongside it, and it's no surprise to see those numbers kind of a little bit higher in the charts.
Yeah, and I did say Sonic on Nuke. I meant Sonic on Mirage, of course, where he was super strong. Zodic as well, one to highlight here. It's, again, the same story as we had before. You can pick any one of these 5 players and talk about them endlessly and their abilities to perform well. But yeah, for me, right now in this series, Zodic and Sonic are my 1 and 2 with Bro as the third. Let's switch gears now and talk about Marsborne. And I mean, Sixy. Look, he played so well on Inferno, and he can come through it, especially in a longer series, and really shine on one map. Just has to be one map, and he just takes control of it. In that series previously, it was Inferno where he was absolutely the star player, came through with so many clutch moments, and I mean supported a lot by Wolfie's AWP. I think Wolfie looked like the better opper throughout both of the series that have been played so far here in the Revival series, and eyes on him as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you just talk about the weight that's on his shoulders, it's taken off a little bit with 60 coming into this roster, kind of highlighted this, but the split in between Wolfie getting an opportunity to still have a huge vocal role as the opper, but not have all of the stress of constantly having to look at your mini map, of constantly having to direct where you need the next play to be is so crucial. It's such a huge weight off of his shoulders, and Sixty's been able to take up that mantle and deliver effective T sides as well. So you just think again, it unleashes a little bit more firepower in between this duo. I also mentioned a little bit of what Chop can do in these like high pressure moments. I also think he gets better as he goes throughout a tournament. So maybe 26.5 for a support player seems like a bit of a stretch, but Chop's been really good in grand finals. He's been really good in like elimination games and things like that. So always interested to see what he can do.
All right. Well, all that being said, let's talk about the veto that's coming through here. And we're going to see Marsborne banning Mirage, NRG ban Ancient, which means Marsborne will pick into Overpass. Okay. If you're looking at that map, it's pretty even on both sides. So curious to see why this ends up being their decision when Inferno is available to them and I guess you could look at NRG and say they're flawless on Inferno. There's not an easy map. There's not an easy pick, I should say, for Marsborne. So I get it. Our Overpass feels like their best shot, so they go for that. NRG, of course, are going to pick into Train. That has been a map they've gone into a lot, especially when Mirage isn't available. And then Nuke left over by default. What do you think about this, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of looking at the opportunities here for Marsborne to lift off there, maybe feeling like they want to push to the extremity here for the NRG camp. But I mean, we remember the NRG that we saw early on when Overpass was just released, and I still feel like some of that success is lingering. While maybe they aren't as intense about going into it anymore as they used to. Like I do think that they still have a very strong possibilities on Overpass. They still have, what was good T sides at the time. In terms of how they were able to, draw things out and let Zodic really arrive with the AWP. You just have a lot of different tools on Energy to make things work. So for me, I'm with you. I'm kind of a little bit nervous for that pick for Marsborne there, and interested to see how things shape up on that map here. Are they going to be able to come through with a clear game plan and deliver, or are they kind of trying to target NRG's weakness?
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We've got a bit of a delay, I believe, so we're checking out what's happening. Server changes and ping tests going through, so we're getting all the players ready to go on the server. I mean, we have a little bit more time, is my point. What is your prediction for this series, Cole? Do you think Marsborn have a chance of coming out and fighting with NRG, going toe to toe with them, or we just get another NRG stomp?
That'll be interesting, right? Again, I think Marsborn are showing how resilient they are here, how strong they are in terms of closing out series, no matter what the fashion is in which they do so. They've got a little bit of grit to this team right now, and that excites me in terms of their long-term projections for this roster. I don't know if it's gonna, bear out in this revival series though, right? I still think NRG is a team with a little bit more firepower. I have more trust in the availability. Even though I like Sixie's calling right now, I still have a lot of trust in Nitro and his ability to work these troops. I really like what Sonic's bringing to the table for this team. And again, they've got more time underneath their belts. They've got the major that they're kind of prepping for and getting ready for right around the corner. So I do think NRG is more well prepared for this and should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I think it's also, again, the same story as before, where we feel like they're trying to make a statement, right? They're trying to show we are in
Yeah.
control in North America. This is our domain right now at this tier 2 level. Now we need to be ready to play at the major, and we shouldn't be having problems with teams in any revival series. And I mean, like, that's nothing against all the teams here. I think they're very strong. It's just that NRG are trying to hit another level right now to prepare themselves for one of the biggest moments of their lives in a lot of ways, going to that major and potentially finding some success once they get into the action. But yeah, I'm gonna say 2-0 again for NRG. Honestly, I think that they can close this one out. I don't know if it's gonna be an easy one where there's gonna be a smooth sailing, because Overpass isn't necessarily a map they have a lot of reps on. They've
Mhm.
had their tough defeats there. Gamer Legion, well, yeah, that's ESL Pro League 9-13, and then did lose to Voca there previously, 10-13 on the map. So vulnerabilities present. I don't know that necessarily Marsborn are going to be any better off because they also have had up and downs on that map, but that's where they feel they're going to have the best chance of success. And that is actually, I think, in the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 9, when Sixie went ridiculous, like nuclear. Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the map. 37 frags for Sixie on Overpass, 1.65 rating when he played up against Voca. That was crazy to watch, and maybe he's hoping that he can repeat that type of performance.
I mean, he's definitely capable of bringing that through. That's why I think this team is almost, liking to be the underdog that they are right now, is that they can deliver in these big, X Factor performances when they're underestimated a little bit there. That's when you see some of the individuals rise to the occasion. And I think in any given situation, you can always see that 60 can deliver enough for them to get, map victories and sometimes series victories like what we just saw in that last head to head. So, while Marsborn definitely not favored in this matchup, I still think they'll give them NRG a run for their money. But like you said, NRG is coming through with, I think, different set of expectations. They know that they're the favorites here in this matchup. They know that they have a lot to prepare for. And when you talk about NA teams that want to not only just do damage, not only make it to the major, but also do damage, you usually have to have this massive streak of victories in domestic competition, and you have to show some comfort. You have to show that you're maybe like a tier above some of the competition that you're playing right now, and that's the goal that NRG set themselves ahead of this major.
Yeah, Definitely. I agree with you. Like, that's something we have to see. And then let's focus in on Overpass just a little bit and talk about the win percentages for NRG. This is really, really surprising to me. In fact, not only for NRG, but for Marsborne as well. Their CT sides are worse than their T sides, which is strange. Like
Wow.
49, yeah, for both teams. 49.4% CT round win percentage on NRG and 49.3% on Marsborne versus 56.8% on T side and 53.3% on T side. I don't understand that because this map very much leans towards the defensive end because of how quickly you can rotate between the bomb sites, take up the space, react to the rotations on the T side or any adjustments they make. So yeah, I mean, that I guess explains why they've had such an up and down on this map.
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge shock right there. I'm
Yeah.
definitely with you. Like, I feel like just inherently this map lends itself to the CT side. I mean, maybe in North America things are a little bit shaken up because you don't really fully anticipate some of the position. But I don't know. If that's crazy for both these teams. We watched a lot of it, in EU, and it's consistently dominated by the defenses. But I feel like it comes down to the oppers. I mean, both of these teams again have good vocal oppers who play alongside very active riflers here on this map of Overpass. So struggling on the defense, it feels like is definitely a surprise. Maybe not even struggling is the right word, but not being able to have a favorable win percentage that's a huge shock.
Yeah, we're going to jump into the action now and see who will have that better CT side, whether it be Marsborne, who are the defending champions here from Revival Series number 9, or NRG, who have the most championships earned with 3 so far and looking to make it 4. Here we go. Pistol round is underway as Marsborne will be starting T side and NRG CT.
Start things off with a bang here. Fast A play. Lining up for Marsborne as they snake their way towards the A site, and the panic of rotators starting to rush in to try and support this side of the map here. Wolfie looking for some damage to be done, but 4 players ready to go on the defense. There's those quick rotates that you talk about. Nitro and Zodic able to lift off first while Bro gets involved as well. And Chop realizing how many targets he has to break through with just a Glock here. Starting to isolate these targets, but he has no teammates left versus 3 players. NRG gonna lift off first.
Yeah, very nicely done from NRG. Rotating back in, as you mentioned, going to the A site where Marsborne were trying to exploit things, but they don't even get a bomb plant out of it. 3 players remain alive for NRG. So a little bit of armor saved over, maybe even a player who didn't take damage, or a couple. So they get that $350 upgrade to head armor. And on the other side, Marsborne said, we don't care if we didn't get a bomb plant. We are forcing up Tech 9s and utility available for them. And at the beginning of the round, 3 players go monster, 2 into the lower tunnels. Chop has already gone through short pipe. Stirs up for a jumping player. I think he might have seen one, but either way, they're not concerned themselves. They have to go fast. These Tech 9s up close and personal. Great flashbang tossed by Grizz, and it results in Chop finding a 2K. Bro looking to strike, but eventually he's going to get overwhelmed if he doesn't find frags quickly. There's the first, down to half health. All that utility raining on 4, but that means they'll have none left in this post plant. Bro, still alive, getting a second there keeps hope alive as well for NRG, but he's going to be chased down eventually, you have to imagine. Oh my goodness, how is he alive? Bro, slipping away, tossing the nade forward now, and the nade doesn't do any damage at all. NRG may just pull the plug.
Feels like they already have here. Chop doing all of the work in this round. Running through off of some fantastic flashes, tossed in enough to get the damage done. Bro looking for some exits. They've got them contained, held together in Monster, but they're losing all their guns here. Everyone falls in the server, and if you're Marsborne, you're going to take that completely. A big upset round there. Pulled together early on in this matchup. No bomb plant, but they still make those Tech 9s sink.
That is just, I mean, I know Chop got that 2K, but it felt like the flashbang did the heavy lifting there as he finds 2 players unable to really see him, and he sideswipes them coming in from sandbags. Wonderful stuff from Marsborne. Now NRG are on a force run, right? In a lot of ways, it doesn't really feel like it yet. Bro's stuck on a USB, no armor. He has sacrificed himself to get an M4 in the hands of Sonic and allow him to be the raid boss. So he's hoping that that sacrifice is worthy, and so far so good. Sonic's got the opener.
I mean, trusted with the rifle right there for good reason. Bro sets him up. He knocks down an opening. Still a lot to recover from here, though, and Chop looking to do so towards the short side with the 5-7 burst through and breaks things down nicely. Picks continue to roll through. For the CT side, it forces their hand towards long. Bit of a vulnerability onto the site here, trying to isolate some more targets. Going down low on the site here, but eventually broken through. This Marsborne T side continues to take names. Just going to be Nitro left standing in a 1 versus 2 as they plant the bomb inside the smoke. Still safety found here as the rifle held onto and getting pressed in on by Wolf. He expects the push coming through the smoke. Just one more target to look for here inside a bank here. Nitro just getting played with right now, and Viz only has to buy a little bit more time. Ticking down to the wire. Nitro forced to scale a little bit quicker. Bomb being tapped, and again, Viz gonna play the patient game. Has got this round under lock and key, it feels like. Here's Nitro, simply no time to try and get that second tap in.
Yeah, Nitro very frustrated, you can tell. He really wanted to try and bait Viz up, but Viz very patient in that post plant, and Marsborne do indeed get a second in a row. Very nicely done on the entry towards that A site. You saw it and you called it out, Cole. Like, they were just knocking down bodies, getting effective trades. And even though Nitro tries to come in there and be the hero, eventually he runs out of time without the defuse kit available to them or a smoke to just toss on the bomb and stick it. So NRG will walk away with a Galil. Bro is forcing up while the rest of his team ecos. Interesting. I guess he... I'm thinking he was...
Get a chance to force by last.
Yeah, but still. Chop gonna get one. George and Nitro find a couple, but it's Viz and Wolfie to take care of business right in response. There's the cleanup. And Marsborne get an easy third.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke there, but it's not a laughing matter any longer here for NRG. They got to figure out what they're going to do with this weird economy. Had the USP on the round that he sent Sonic the rifle for, but going to go back-to-back MP9s, I guess. I mean, not the end of the world, but when we talk about struggling CT side, you want to have all your tools. You want to have Zodic on an op, make that A side a little bit easier to hold. It's going to be out of the picture. To lift off despite the pistol victory, denying the bomb plant, right? That should be at least a comfortable 2-0, but now they're facing the deficit of 1-3, and with another scrappy purchase, you got a Mac 10 versus 5 players without any head Kevlar and 0 kits in this round.
I think the biggest size, 0 kits. Chop takes the head off. George then finds the follow-up too. You've got to be kidding me. In the gun round, Chop cuts down 2 players. Zodic, Bro, and Sonic staring down at a 5v3 and wondering what is happening right now. They're supposed to be the favorites, but Marsborne don't care. Bro will get 1 back. 6E at risk going through the smoke. There's the second back. Okay. 3v3. Marsborne slipping through long. It's not being watched. Sonic turns around, but it's too late. He's gone, and so is Sonic. Trades are good. Marsborne in a 2v1.
Just got to try and recover this one. Rifle held on to. Trying to give his team a chance in 1v2, but again, there's no kits from the very start of this round. There's nothing to recover. While he goes in, he's going to have to pick up the pace on this retake effort. And around the edge of the smoke, they're just going to go for the finishing blow there. Wolfie stretches out for the kill, and Marsborne continue winning ways, punishing the full investment right there out of NRG, and doing so in comfortable fashion.
NRG calling a timeout to talk things over because for a moment it felt like they were pulling that round back, but then Marsborne steal it away from them, fighting back from a 5v3 deficit. Take the round. AKs for everyone on Marsborne, and NRG, well, they got bits and pieces. Half buy for them. 2 MP9s and pistols. What can you string together, NRG? As mentioned before, I mean, this is probably the best map that Marsborne could have picked into, given the struggles that NRG have had here lately. Bro, gonna get one. Not a second. Wolfie is the one with the 2K this time in both MP9s. They tried to set it up so that one of them would get a frag if there's a trade available, but it just doesn't happen at all. And Wolfie is able to get the 2 for 1.
Great kickoff here. And they won't give up on that advantage. Taking short control, catching the re-aggression. Now, let's see if George can stir the pot. Sonic tries to help out as well. But no, absolutely nothing. 60 unrelenting, and Sonic just going to dive out of the heavens looking for any sort of damage possible. Around the edge of this smoke, 60 still going to give it a clear. Spamming through the smoke, but Sonic finds a nasty headshot. It's a bomb on the floor there, but no big deal. Grizz will just trade things out. Marsborne still close it out comfortably. It's 1-5 now, and again, the CT side still having its same old struggles at the moment.
Here's the op, though. This is the highlight that we pointed out. Zodic versus Wolfie. Right now, Wolfie's winning that duel. 7 frags for him versus only 1 for Zodic, but now, let's see what Zodic can do. Sniper in his hands, playing towards long A. No one's in that direction. Marsborne leaning in towards, right now, Mountain and Playground. Flashbang gonna get tossed over the wall. They're just slowly but surely gaining space. Short bathrooms player Sonic. Will he be able to get one here? Perhaps the element of surprise, but instead falls back. And Marsborne collapsed towards the B site once more.
Take the ground here. Grizz looking to slide his way through silently, but now finally getting explosive here. As they pull a pin on this play, it's an instant opening double entry coming through from Biz and Chop. And they shut down the setup completely. Broke left, mollied out of position, flashed off. Going to continue to get forced back here. As Sonic tries to support him, they smoke him off and isolate Bro. They are suffocating this NRG CT side completely out of the picture. And there's no other option for Zodic and Sonic. Find a single kill on in, but sticking around feels like a death sentence, especially watching that smoke take place.
All right, well, Zodic will keep his op in place and in his hands, and Sonic will try to save the M4 as well, which they'll be successful, it seems. Probably? No, Sonic fragged out by 60, who continues his hunt for frags here on Overpass. 6-1 for Marsborne on T side. And we did talk about it. Both these teams struggle on CT side. We're seeing it for NRG, but Marsborne with 6 rounds already. I can't believe it's this one-sided.
Looks so comfortable here on the executions, the utility that they're tossing in. Feels like nothing can slow this roster down here. And NRG trying to find solutions. They finally get a Zodic op out, but the B site target, the HE to blow open the smoke, the quick double entries here, and just kind of the lack of availability to take this map control has got to be feeling bit exhausting for the NRG camp. See if they can make anything happen. I mean, in a round like this, you think that Sonic Sop would be trying to float a little bit there, but he's just holding this short control. Trying to keep this space available. Meanwhile, the slow crawl coming through the A side, doing damage through the wall. Getting that ball, he's trying to feel the reaction coming through there. It's Sonic. They're putting in a nice opening goal, running out of health though. Traded out. The execution going to continue into this A bomb site. They will take it by force here. No troubles. Besides that single opener, it will shut the round down from that point forward.
They're just looking too strong right now. Grizz, 2 frags. He wants to get on the action. Doubled up on his scoreline here in this round. It's been mostly Chop, Viz, and Wolfie doing the heavy lifting. Exotic trying to save the op. Needs to get as far away from that bomb as possible because he's only got 11 HP. And Nitro on the other side, saving the armor and the 5-7 along with an incendiary. So, good chunk of stuff there that he doesn't want to lose track of. Or at least lose, period. It will be Marsborne taking a 7th. Buy-up should be coming through in the next round with the full loss bonus kicking into gear. Which has been for a couple of rounds now. At a certain point, this becomes a major concern. Like, weak CT side or not, you need more than 1 round.
Yeah, and especially more than just the pistol that's been taken so far. Getting so comfortably executed on here so far. Having these rounds just kind of blow up in your face. As soon as the flashes start to rain out there, it feels like it's kind of set in stone. I guess we got another gun round to see what the timeouts are called for the NRG camp and what they can bring. But definitely going to be a lot of scratching your heads if things don't get on track now. I mean, short control, connector control, like these are parts of the map that we really haven't seen NRG be able to contest in the late stages of rounds or the early stages, it feels like. So both very valuable parts of the map that you want to establish some foothold in. Could be the adjustment Sonic sent in early to try and take some control towards connector, make things interesting.
Bro spamming the panel with the A1S, but Marsborne have already taken up the space. They're continuing to try and hit this B site, and I agree with you. Connector should be challenged more by NRG. They're scared to go for that fight. George spamming away will take care of Chop. There's a very good crossfire. The flashbang deals with it again, though, and Viz the triple kill. Bro, George and Nitro just fall by the wayside. Zodic and Sonic, the last 2 standing all the way over on the A site, and they are out of the picture. Thrown out of the server, pretty much, as Marsborne take an 8th.
We really are just seeing some of the best flashes you can ask for on this B site. They're catching maximum timing, and Viz capitalizing fully. Has a chance to not only find the first, but turn in for even more. Getting extra off the back of that utility. And now just looking to fade out of this round and look for any sort of exit damage possible. NRG terrorists win. Once again left scratching their heads here. Now they gotta hold on to their guns. Viz can make anything work right now. Jumping headshot. He's laughing. He's having a ball. And nothing can go wrong for him right now.
I mean, yeah. When you're jumping through the air and just hit an AK shot like that, you can't help but laugh. Absolutely unreal stuff from Viz. He is all smiles, 14-4. He is double the scoreline of anyone else on the team, leading Marsborne to victory time and time again, working off of brilliant flashbangs that are thrown to this B site. And finally, NRG are getting aggressive. They're taking up the space over in water, and guess where Marsborne are going? They're going to Monster! Sixy finds the first. No one really goes to short pipe. Finally, Sonic is going to get a trade. Oh, Nitro on Sixy, but no, it's not enough. They should be able to take up the space on B. There's a sandbags presence. 2 players trying to rotate in. Bro flashed out. Look at Chop go. Look at him go. Right through the smoke. They're not expecting it. He's inside of the smoke. Viz will fall. Chop's position, I think, is the most potent one right now.
He
Bro's
should
watching it. Yeah, he will fall. All right, Wolfie, last one standing. Thought we'd see another Marsborne round victory, but it looks like NRG should be able to finally get themselves on the board. Question is, does Wolfie have anything to say about that?
Yeah, getting to the point here where you can take some chances on this T side, but these chances are getting punished right now. Wolfie still with an opportunity to close, but the bomb isn't planted for Graffiti or Heaven right now, so this positioning isn't going to do him much good. And with the smoke, for whatever time delay he wants to do, you can imagine that that smoke's going to go on top of the bomb, so this molly is going to be nullified. So there's that smoke. It's going to make his clutch so much more tricky. Bomb being tapped, connects on the first kill here. Able to stick it, and the follow-up trade from Bro to seal things on up will be well handled by NRG to get their second on the board.
That is, wow, it felt like Marsborne were going to take that round too, honestly, with the way things opened up towards the B site. They went away from the fight at construction initially, but NRG do manage to pull things back with a nice couple of frags, and of course, right at the end, throwing that smoke on the bomb. The fact they had it was great because then the Molotov is neutralized, and obviously you see Wolfie having to go for the fights instead. There is a very important second round, but it costs them a lot of money to find. They will have another investment coming through at the option, and M4s for everyone, and on the other side, same story. Marsborne will not be short-changed. Do nothing. Opening frag goes Marsborne's way again, and the follow-up too. They're just explosive. They keep taking fights so quickly that NRG are struggling to find a response. 4v3 in favor of Marsborne. Spam from George, which will do damage, but that's not enough right now. They need to even the numbers fast before this one gets out of control too.
Yeah, now it feels like Marsborne know that they're going to get some early duels, so they will sure take him. Grizz, 1 HP will get dropped off. George, able to handle the pressure now up short side. The flashbangs this time are seen early. Less effective because of it here. So as you said, trying to fight for some space on back here. They will start to hold things together. This Marsborne roster once again dealing with a deficit. But it's Viz still in the server, 14-5 at the moment. The right guy for the job to try and save you when everything isn't quite going your way. He's the guy that can uproot these rounds, and Sonic's playing super passive on this A side, and Wolfie just seems like he knows this. So confidently working out, he knows the op is here somewhere. He's gonna go ahead, try to find the digits locked in.
I mean, that's a pretty good bomb plant. Now they can play more passively. Still, there is a smoke available for NRG. The question is, will they need to utilize it just to get into the bomb site or not? Flashbang toss. There's a shot for Wolfie. Fades back behind Dicebox. Looking for the follow-up. Stares at Bank. Hits the shot, and so does Viz. Marsborne pull it back from another man deficit, and a 9-2 scoreline now.
Yeah, just unbelievable work there. Pulling back the deficit. So much faith here in what they can get away with in these late rounds, and they just take full advantage time and time again, playing off of each other there. Viz trusting in Wolfie's instincts. Wolfie being so confident to take that ground in the clutch. I mean, he does not hesitate, and that's usually what kills in those 2v3s. That lack of hesitation gets them onto 9 rounds here on the T side of Overpass. And those, you know, stats, they do make sense here today. They are lining up. I mean, maybe not even as much as we thought here, but the CT side struggles. The woes are going to continue. Maybe a collateral can bail them out because Zodix done massive damage. 2 kills here and some change. And 1 round here extra for NRG to try and end off this half.
I mean, it's something at the very least, but a far lower percentage of rounds secured here for NRG than they're used to. And a CT side with only 3 on Overpass under any circumstances is not great. Viz, a 1v4 clutch required. He's been fantastic so far in this first half of action, but this feels like too tall of an order for him. Viz needs to recover the bomb. We'll have a peek here into Monster Tunnel. Looks in short pipe too, but what can really go through here with all this presence towards B? You have to flick like a maniac. There's one. Not a second. Great trade from Nitro, and a solid round from NRG to at least close out a third.
Able to shut it down there. NRG offered up at least a little bit of extra work here, but Marsborne over the half, absolutely asserting their dominance, showing what they're made of here. I mean, this is a scary situation for NRG to open up the series, and the question we were asking for Marsborne was, what sort of game plan do you come through with? It felt like they not only had a very clear vision of how they wanted to play out that CG side, but when the adjustments came for NRG, they picked up the tempo and also caught them there. So you're just beating them to the reaction and being a step ahead all the way throughout this first half. And having, you know, players like Viz step up to the plate here. 16 kills in this grand final here for the opening map. Marsborne up 9-3, looking for their back-to-back titles right now.
Critical pistol round for NRG. 60 alone on A, and this is where NRG are headed. Obviously, quick rotations, players will be here soon, but 60 has to at least get one before he falls, if he falls at all, which you imagine should happen. Oh, there's one. And almost a second. Well, at least damage done onto Sonic. He gets the information relayed over to his teammates, but the smokes have funneled in, and at least Dumpster is blocked off. NRG wary of the possibility of a flank, so they have two players headed down in that direction. But Marsborne are all flooding in from that B site. Bank and Dumpster will be the focus of their interest. There's Wolfie striking onto Zodic. A great start to this retake, but they overlook Bro a little bit. Not long enough for Bro to strike for more than one. A 3v2 as they move in.
On top of that bomb here. Gonna get the 10-second stick going here. Chop trying to lock it down as the Glocks come through there. The protection with the knife out from Sonic.
They thought they got him!
He thought he knifed the diffuser, but that's not the case!
Oh my god!
He got the defuse off Sonic with 2 knife kills, but he still sticks the 10 seconds, and Chop walks away with daylight robbery.
He thought he had him, and I can't blame him, right? You knife someone in the smoke, you're like, okay, that's the diffuser. It wasn't! Chop was still on it. And they got the full 10-second defusal right before Sonic gets the backstab as well, right? It was like a half a second before Sonic goes back in. Oh my goodness. Marsborne are stealing the show here on Overpass. 10-3 in their favor. NRG immediately forcing up. Should they lose this round, it may very well be a 12-3 scoreline for Marsborne.
Absolute ridiculousness there. I mean, 2 knife kills. It's pretty nice. Gonna be part of the sponsors of this round here for NRG, and we'll see if they can make good on the money that they made. I mean, in this case, just straight up better firepower on the T side. AK Galil included. And slowly scaling here out towards long. Damage dealt to Bro as he tries to run away. Now puts pressure on Viz, and he just absolutely deletes him. Great opening pick there from the side of Sonic here, but pressure being applied in towards this long side, and 60 gets caught struggling to track. So now bomb down, 3v4 here with no map control, except for outside of long, and trying to make your way through front bath. I think this might be an early call for a save.
Yeah, that was an awkward position for 60 to be in, honestly, with the players already have taken the site. He tries to double back in, but couldn't track his crosshair very well. And that does cost him. And Marsborne seeing, you know, it's a 10-3 lead. Sure, we lose a 4th, but let's keep, you know, the Galil off the ground, the MP9, the A4, the A1S, excuse me. And try again in the next, although it won't be much of an investment around these guns.
Terrorists win.
4th round, secured by NRG. And we have to bear in mind that all that craziness and the smoke actually happening on the pistol round, right? So, like the money's not necessarily built up for Marsborne. It just felt like with everything that happened in that round, like it was a gun round, right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, both squads had so much cash flow. It definitely did. It's T-side with a lot of knife kills can do that. The save here. An A1S Galil. This T-side looking to build upon it and bring through some more energy into the second half. You know, you start off wanting to make the conversation of getting this into a close game here. That's obviously a tricky task, especially with losing the pistol, but winning the follow-up, the force by so comfortably. Oh, positive sign there. Viz, more jumping kills there. Nice reaction from Sonic to somehow trade things out, but jumping up and down with the MP9 on the boost. A ridiculous sequence. That Sonic is happy to at least walk away 1 for 1 here. They're going to scale out towards Monster. This is unknown. Grizz playing a bit of an awkward angle here on the back of the pillar, trusting in a lock that this won't be a quick scale. Grizz steps forward for a single kill, but getting hunted down by Sonic. He waits for the flashbang, but Nitro backs him up and secures the site here because of it. NRG going to get off the 5 here with Wolfie off to a save.
A little surprised that Marsborne decided to force up in that round instead of just keep their money healthy, but, you know, it doesn't pan out at all, and that gives NRG a bit of breathing room to get back into this one. Wolfie just going to try and save the A1S, but it will be a 5th secured by NRG once that bomb ticks down to 0. Cutting into the lead, it's still a very tall hill to climb. We'll see if Marsborne have a little bit more in their CT side, of course, than NRG. It's crazy to see an overpass that could lean T side for both squads, but we already saw the stats indicating that to us. Just, again, hard to believe.
Terrorists win.
Still a lot of work left to be done for NRG, though.
Let's try and claw things back here. Wolfie has exited the seat. The gaming chair has returned. What's he getting up to? Just a quick stretch. Going for a quick walk there. We'll get back in. This tech probably should be quick here. Viz having himself a good old time so far in this map. I mean, just multiple jumping kills so far in this map. Multiple big impact, multi-kills on that T side. As much as Marsborne still in a very good position, NRG going to be feeling like if they can, again, you know, bring in some energy on this T side, they can take that level into their T side of train, which, to be fair, T side of train can offer up a lot of questions. You know, if you don't have the success, if you don't have the playbook, if you don't have the depth, train can become very tricky to lift off. So it's good to get warmed up here on this map of overpass and at least make Marsborne work for a win here.
Next map will be train. And I think that they'll want Zodic maybe warmed up on the ops, which seems less likely now that he switched over to T side. Not to say he can't run it, but didn't really find his rhythm on CT side at all. Wasn't afforded many opportunities to even bring the op out. That being said, they've still got a chance to get themselves back into this one, so we can't think too much or too forward into that next map just yet. Wolfie boosted up here, a triple boost. He's sitting at the top of the totem pole, looking for visibility into party. Wondering if anyone from NRG is even going to walk up here. And eventually you have to be careful, like, and you can't hold this boost for too long because someone could sneak up long. You'll have zero information of that fact. Oh, no. Is he going? Yeah, he is. There it is, bro.
Oh, wow.
Spotted out. The boost pays off, and they get the first.
That's very cool there. And it's going to queue up for aggression towards B, but a great smoke from 60 to try and delay. You want to buy time for your teammates to live through it, but the flash is a step better. Nitro setting up Sonic for the double entry. Wolfie still coming through there with another frag out of his Hero A1S. And Grizz doesn't get a chance to move forward. They're spammed throughout the smoke. NRG still have good reactions off the back of spotting out that triple boost. They're able to punch quick enough in towards that B site to make sure that they can't get in position. But yeah, it's cool trickery right there from Marsborne to give themselves some interesting opportunities.
Round number 17. Guns are back for Marsborne, but no op in Wolfie's hands just yet. That being said, he's still playing the aggressive spot towards Fountain, and the nade's on the mark. Yeah, that makes Nitro and Bro one-shot headshots with the M4, so mission accomplished for Wolfie, who's now going to fall back to a more passive spot here at short A. Hopefully lean into short bathrooms as well. NRG. Ooh, that's a air burst molly. Not where they wanted that to land, so piece of utility wasted. Still have a lot more left. As they are slowly but surely maneuvering their way through short pipe into construction to take that space, but the bomb has been dropped next to Fountain, which will be corralled by Bro in just a moment. Lots of options here. Go down connector, meet up with your teammates at B, head over to A, have everyone else called over in this direction. Decent amount of noise being made by NRG though. They're trying to fake this. Anyway, Sonic does get an opener. That's towards the B site. Grizz is gone. 5v4 for NRG.
It's a good way to try and fake things out. Finding an opening pick here. And now the execution util tossed in at Wolfie, putting him at the task. I mean, how committed are they here? The rotations are helping out. There's a decent crossfire. And now they're realizing that there is a bit of a stack and they're second guessing George. Gets called for the bomb to bring back over. Chop in towards monster pipes right now. Can he sneak in to deny this bomb plant? That is the big goal. As Marsborne panic to rotate in. There's the bomb denial. Still no one planting. They find the kills, but is there going to be enough time to stick the digits? Wolfie has to survive. Oh, no! He fights his way out of it here. A clothesline headshot Sonic. The bomb will get planted, but it's too little too late.
Wow. Wolfie, a moment away from death with 1 second left on the clock, but his crosshair placement was right on the money. He denies that last frag, and despite the fact that, as you mentioned, NRG had 3 players left standing versus only Wolfie, they cannot secure the round because they waited too long to go for their execute. 11-6 for Marsborne. They are picking up these CT rounds in such weird ways, and actually, come to think of it, both times outnumbered when they get the round victories.
Yeah.
Warrington standing. That's crazy.
Just, I mean, again, leaving that one up to the last couple of seconds of the tick. Able to deny it there for the bomb to drop to the floor, and all Wolfie had to do was survive there. I mean, that is just a couple of miracle rounds, it feels like, for Marsborne to get them onto 11. And well, you got some good moves here to create your own luck. Find yourself a consistent way to succeed here. So far, not the case. Sonic transfers his aim for the follow-up frag and continues to fight his way through into this B-bomb site, brute forcing, pulling on an NRG to scale up to 7 pretty comfortably here. If they didn't have those, you know, calamity of rounds at the 10-second stick and the time running out in that last round, the case could be even more convincing of this comeback effort.
Absolutely. They've been the better team so far after the halves have switched, and it's crazy to see, like, both teams just scraping through CT sides, right? CT rounds, and then... Oh no, Sonic! Doing 60 dirty, didn't even realize it. He snuck up on him and gets the knife frag. Tons of money earned. His 3rd knife of the half. That doesn't happen very often. We'll die too. Oh my goodness. No guns saved over. The economy in tatters due to the way Marsborne have been winning their rounds, and this is very much NRG who are storming back into this map.
Yeah, that's the key detail right now. The Marsborne rounds require a little bit of heroics. They require some good moves and good fortune. And you look at the other side of things here, and it is nothing but consistent domination in the rounds that NRG are piecing together. Isolating targets, throwing good executions into the mix here, and most importantly, you're looking at Sonic constantly doing damage. Constantly finding opening duels here. In this case, Nitro going to deal with the pistols, but Sonic on this B lurk has just been devastating. And not the opening phases, in the executes, it doesn't matter what he has to do. Sometimes he can be left alone, he can still find impact here. Conversation's going to continue in another one. So he takes down Viz on the boost.
Yep, he's taking on that role that Viz had previously of just going behind the flashbangs and finding tons of damage. Well, he will get chop as well. No flashbang needed there. Grizz waiting for him to meet him, and that fate is an AK bullet to the face. 8th round secured for NRG, and let's not forget this was a 9-3 half for Marsborne. And now NRG are on a 5-2 run. Trying to close this gap even further. Still, I think the biggest problem right now for Marsborne is that they haven't been able to get an AWP for the entirety of the half. Wolfie's been on the rifle. They need him to be sniping on a map like Overpass. It's crazy to me that they haven't managed their economy to a point where that's possible.
Yeah, at this point, there's no longer the case for this comfortable lead that was established early on, where you expect them just to wait things out, prioritize getting the rifle work, getting the story going with the Wolfie op, and allowing him to have a little bit more comfort towards this A side. That just hasn't been the case, as you mentioned. 60 gonna try and deal with Sonic. I mean, just not giving up on this duel here. Gives it another swing. Continues to give it a fight there. The battle of the Titans meets in Connector. In this case, 60 able to succeed, and a key piece of this T side of NRG is taken down, and 60 doesn't hesitate. I mean, he's calling this map clear. He's just ran through Connector and flanked Monster, knowing that Sonic's down, knowing that no one's towards this B site. All of the information in the world for Marsborne to stack A.
George and Wolfie bumping heads in the smoke. Do they realize it? Neither
had
does. I don't know.
I think Wolfie did.
He's looking.
Bumped him in the smoke, yeah.
You're right. There goes George. Marsborne finally have the advantage. It looks like they're going to seal this one up, and they do. 12-8 in their favor. One more round, and this one is done. But NRG will be able to fight at full force. Money is fully flowing through their pocketbooks, as they'll have the AKs, the utility, everything they could possibly want. But the problem is they need to win 4 rounds just to pull this one back and get to overtime, Cole.
Well, we finally have a Wolfie AWP into the mix here. Difference maker that wasn't necessary in the last round. He did it with the rifle, but it helped out that 60 was able to deal with Sonic at the start of the round and pretty much call the A side clear by himself. But you can't do that every round. Viz gives it a go. Sidelined early. Collapse from the rest of the squad coming through here. 60 takes another duel, deals damage to Sonic. Players incredibly low. George down low as well. 3 players just taking devastating damage here. George back against the corner there.
Ooh.
And they're walking wounded. 2 players on 1 HP left, and the kills continue to flow through.
I think the bigger problem is on the other side, full health for everyone. So while Zodic with an op, yeah, I can see that working with 6 HP. George with the rifle, maybe not as much at 18 HP. Gonna go to the right site. Only 1 player here. Chop. Molotov sails over, so you know someone might be coming sandbags, but he's more intent on watching Monster, which makes sense. No one slips through. Not spotted towards graffiti. There we go. Now he is. Finds the one on George. Nitro still left trying to get this bomb planted, and he will do so in the smoke. There's the nade, and that'll do more damage to Nitro. Not as much as you might think, as he's still got 82. Zodic watching with the op. Locked in towards Connector. Grizz about to walk into his crosshair movement. Not great. He spots him out, but the spam is good. Oh my goodness, what a play from Grizz. isolates Zodic and gets the shots without even exposing himself. Now Nitro hits a headshot. Captain America trying to bring this one back for NRG, but he will not have the magic this time. His shield cracks, and Wolfie finds the last. Marsborne will get the 13th and pick up this first map in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, just a dominant first half there offered up out of the side of Marsborne. As you can see, the 9-3 scoreline there completely shutting NRG down from what was, again, a half that we kind of expected to lend itself to the favor of the T side. Those numbers that you brought up before the matchup starts kind of show their face here in terms of showing the discomfort for both teams on defense. But over the grand scheme of things, they're able to trust in the availability of the CT side, able to trust in 60 to just be the difference maker. I think that round where he takes a fight towards Connector and takes down Sonic instantly turns the mood around here for this team, and get really excited to see him be the playmaker that he can be, him establish map control that they couldn't really find in the early stages there. It's more of the same for Marsborne as they enter into a grand final, now a map up.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I thought NRG would be the ones up a map at this stage, but no, it's Marsborne who pulled that one away from them. It wasn't easy, right? We saw those CT rounds at the beginning were just being pulled through by the skin of their teeth. I mean, the diffusal and the smoke, and then afterwards, time running out, no plan through for NRG. But I mean, you have to give full credit to Sonic. 25 kills, and he is only 8 away, I think it is, from his PrizePicks frag estimate. That's wild. Nitro did some decent work on his side, but you need more contributions from Zodic. I think as the Opper on CT side, he needed to pop off, and we never got that moment from him. And then Bro and George, same story. Like previous series, all 4 of the core players were popping off. I mean, Nitro was just in the back line supporting them, but this time it wasn't the case. It's the opposite end here for Marsborne, where almost everyone has some contributions. I shouldn't say that because it was heavily favored in favor of Viz and Wolfie, but I guess the difference is the opping that I highlighted before, with Wolfie sitting at 18 frags and only 9 deaths.
Yeah, well, I think what's so promising here is obviously like Viz just kind of outright won them rounds in the very early stages of that T side. So it just felt like the kills that he was bringing to the table were well set up on towards B. Like the flashes were great. So you have everyone really being able to follow up off the impact, but Viz was kind of the tip of the spear for some of those fast B plays. And when you have that rolling in your favor, everyone else just has to get into the backpack in a certain sense and hop in for the ride. That's what they did so effectively. Not a lot of mistakes on that T side. Maybe the defense was a little bit awkward, but they had heroic rounds, and eventually they got their feet underneath them and stabilized a couple of great rounds to close as well.
Yeah, and I think something we're not going to see, though, is the flashbangs that were thrown. I think it was Chop a lot of the time, just tossing those in, supporting Viz, and Viz is getting freebie after freebie because of the effectiveness and timing of those flashes, so we have to give props on that side as well. All that being said, next map is Train here, and I think this map is pretty decent for Marsborne, right? Like, it's not too shabby. In fact, really good, 14-5 on it, and NRG 6-3, but NRG wanted to go here.
Pick into this map, and again, that means T side start. They got some energy on the T side for overpass that can, get the ball moving and try and get some excitement rolling out here for the side of NRG. But obviously, it's going to be an uphill battle to start off this map, and they can't afford to get off to another slow start for themselves.
Not at all. All right, we're going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have Train for you, perhaps the final map of this grand final.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! He got two flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on! Oh, shit! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
He said come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go.
And welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10 Grand Finals. Marsborne up against NRG, and Marsborne have stolen away a map from NRG, and now we go to NRG's map pick of Train again. I mean, they're going into a map they feel strong on, but Marsborne have had some great success here, beating Wildcard 13-9, Lag 13-1 and 13-3, and Notorious 13-2. Their only loss actually to Wildcard prior to that, 10-13 in the last 9. It's been impressive for them. And on the side of NRG, they've had some close losses to Fluxo and Gamer Legion, 11-13 each time, but they're still feeling confident here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely by the way they pick into this map here, obviously things didn't go the way they shaped up for Overpass, but Marsborne, we'll see how prepared they are for this map of Train, right? They get the CT side started. I think that's going to be an immediate bonus to the way that they can lift off here. If they can show up with what we'd anticipate is some dominance on the CT side of Train, if they can get the economy rolling, if they can get the Wolfie op out consistently, that could be a big win condition here. And if you're Marsborne, you want to capitalize on this momentum. You want to take this in 2 and try and close this thing out. Get your back-to-back victories here in these PrizePicks Revival series. Looking to lift off with a pistol here. The aggression is coming through, but it's coming through in the form of a double up towards Ivy right now. So they're starting to wrap this one up, get a picture as to where this play is heading. Meanwhile, Viz committing to some duels and trying to delay this execute from B. Every second that you delay is more and more time that you can clear out space, but Bro might just cause some chaos here. Kill towards the A side. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
He's expecting the flank there. That is crazy. One shot out of the P250 there, deals with it. And this one might be one outright if it's not up to Viz, trying to show up with a monster map again. But he can only find one here. Number's gonna get punched in, and right now Chop is still distracted by Bro on this A side.
Oh, Grizz comes to support though. That'll make it a 2v3. This is still winnable for Marsborne. Kit is available, but now it's only the Kit and Grizz that remain. Zodic, Sonic, and George know where he's coming from. No surprises here. There's gonna have to be some heads ripped off for Grizz, one after the other. Spots out a player, and it's his head that is ripped off. NRG get off on the right foot.
Great showing here out of the gates. Already getting Bro activated. Lurking his way through T-Con. Finding multiple fights for himself. Doesn't have to get too aggressive either. Just fighting that initial duel on players trying to get a little bit active. And then reads the flank effectively. Collects the multi-kill. NRG. To feast here. They've got a force buy to deal with. They're getting off to a nice 3-0 start. Great way to set the tone. See how effective this force buy is. Already taken down low from the early utility and continued utility damage being done. Forces 60 into a fight, forces Viz back, so disrupting so effectively.
NRG continue to stall out here in the Brown Halls. Biding their time, smoking to get tossed for Z. And now they're jumping into a stack box. Let's see what Marsborne can do. They get 2 while flashbang. Wolfie and Viz connecting. That Viz finds himself another. Nitro and Sonic are looking to get this back under control. Grizz hopping around. Gets the headshot on Sonic. That was the bomb dropped. Nitro has to recover that. Knows that Grizz is in the vicinity, but he goes and gets it anyway. Could bring it to the A site, but instead he just goes on the other side of the bomb train and tries to plant it. Grizz is going to know he's here. Oh, Nitro has no idea, but he flicks around and still finds the headshot, even though he goes down to 29 HP. Another close round, but NRG are victorious.
Oh man, Nitro being able to be the hero this time. Needing to show up clutch. I thought that maybe that route right there from Grizz is going to be good enough. And it's good enough to get them another force buy called out here. This is crazy bold from Marsborne. But you can see this is a team that is hungry to show up and show out on this CT side. They want as much as possible. They know that they have the money on the ropes. Maybe you don't expect a second force buy, but again, the early utility damage from NRG is doing massive damage. It is down low. The molly to secure this elbow. I think for this duel, it feels like a death sentence, but for Viz, it's at least a kill and a positive trade as Grizz goes down to 1 HP. Gets the smoke down. No way he's getting out of the corner, though. 60 pushes past the smoke and turns around in time to take care of Bro. Wolfie finds a scout headshot, and Sonic is left with no teammates. And without bomb control here, he's gonna have to make some noise, start to fight for it here, picks up a rifle, and reveals his position, trying to get control of that bomb. Should be with the smoke. Good enough here.
Smoke broken away, and then it floods back in. Sonic doesn't get any visibility. Marsborne able to have impact here. And with 38 seconds left on the clock, I don't really see a path forward for Sonic. He's trying to piece things together and say, okay, where do I go? Will it be B site? Looks like that is going to be his final destination. It's the good choice. There's only one player here, but with 60 playing so far back, it's going to be tough. Oh, Sonic spots him out, though. 60's not aware. Now he fakes the plant, trying to draw out attention, readjusts where he decides to plant the bomb. He's going to go to heaven right now. Trying to go high so he can strike low. But as he goes up that ladder, Chop gets on the scene. Sonic patiently waiting here, thinking about popping around that corner. Finally does, rattles off a couple of shots, but he's not going to miss on either of them. And eventually Chop will not make that same mistake. He delivers, and it will be the first for Marsborne.
Don't have a kit. They play with so much poise right there. They just kind of slowly limit the options of Sonic. He's thinking there's a flank. He's trying to read where the next play is going to be. Just can't quite get a vision on it. And they do not give any chances really to isolate Wolfie and Chop in that 1v2. And there you go. Marsborne able to activate. And you talk about the risky decision of what could have been right now for NRG if they just capitalize off of the advantage off the back of the pistol and clean things up without too many concerns, but that's not a luxury they can afford here. They're now into the force by wars fairly early in this map of train. Risky decision pays off for Marsborne.
Looking at the numbers here, no surprises on train. Both teams with 60% plus CT round win percentages, 64.4 for NRG and 67.6 on Marsborne, and then the 48.6% on T side and 47.4 on T side for NRG. So yeah, I mean pretty much what you'd expect in terms of numbers. So if a good T side comes through for NRG, then they will set themselves up well for victory in this map. But right now, they're still trying to get that momentum in their favor. Chop flashed out, opening fragments away of Marsborne, and then Chop is traded. Biz, though, huge on 2 to give his team the man edge. Wolfie can't see the planter yet, but he will once the bomb hits the dirt. Nitro trying to clutch it out once more. 1v2 materializes for him, but he takes so much damage. And Chris just sticks to the defusal. Pros don't fake. Nitro, you should know that. As the second round goes through.
Trying to wait things out. He does get found by Grizz as well towards the tail, and just add insult to injury. Simply no time to work off the back of that, and they will be taken care of. Marsborne gonna be able to put it into the force by wars. The first team to do it now, stringing 2 rounds in a row. NRG not gonna keep up the pressure. Gonna lean back on a little bit of utility, what could be a flashier play. In this case, utility barrage on in, trying to get those Tech 9s activated. There's close range duel for Zog that goes his way with AKs, the distance, and 60 just tears things up. Some confidence being built for him as Marsborne go up 3-2 and take the lead.
And Wolfie Zop is going to have a chance to really fire off in this next round. No op on the other side for Zodic. Cannot be purchased up yet. They just don't have the cash for it. So an opportunity for Marsborne to start pulling away again as they did on that first half of Overpass. Wolfie into the tunnels. Chop. Are they going to boost up? Nope, they're just waiting in the smoke. There we go. Boost is on. George is kind of aware of the possibility. Now he is. Carroll's showing. Oopsie. Wolfie's gone. They're looking for the boosting player. Chop somehow evades all the bullets. Now he won't. Down to 20 HP. Smoke fake beat was hit somehow. I thought he was going to get the second too. Oh my goodness. Zodic and George are pulling it back in favor of NRG. The bomb is planted. The round is done.
Should just be able to walk away here. That is just pure chaos. So Boost gets caught out there. But they'd hoped to assemble. Now they're looking to hunt these players down as soon as you get those guns out. Showing this level of success. Dealing with the setup. Very promising stuff. And this damage could be done late. Distractions being caused. Zodic set up for success. Oh no! Takes a little bit too long there. At least Bro capitalizes, and now 60 underneath the microscope. He will be taken down. Win through elimination. We'll be tied up 3-3. And a quick bounce back effort from NRG needing to show up on this T side.
Zodic gets the op for free. NRG. Happy to have found a response so quickly, so, you know, getting that is enough to potentially prevent Marsborne from running away with this one. Especially if this round doesn't turn out in their favor. Where's Wolfie playing from? Towards the B site. Not, I mean, usually you want a rifler on the B site anchoring it down so your opper can kind of freewheel either in Ivy or in Z. But they want to put Wolfie as the anchor. Okay, 60. You expect the second? They don't. Grizz managed to get the trade, but 60 was just charging out there with a head full of steam. NRG in the meantime move out of Pop Dog and trades again. No, none at all. Viz is going to get 2. George and Nitro gone. 3v2 materializes. Zodic and Bro, last 2 standing. They do have the bomb under their control still, so not all is lost, but Viz is going to take up this space from Pop Dog into Long Dog.
Work their way into towards this A side of the map here, and meantime Chop going on a bit of a reposition. Viz going back in towards Pop. We'll see if NRG can find the right timing. Try and punch in these digits. Right now it's going to be very difficult. Well, unless Chop goes down towards Ivy, I don't think that's the right move this late into the round here. He'll stick around, but Zodic deals with him. Somehow threads in an op shot. Molly doesn't quite land where they'd hoped. So it's still going to allow Viz to step forward. Gets connected by the flash, but he still finds a headshot. Zodic gets absolutely leveled, and the Molly's on the money. It forces Bro to elevate, step up here, in towards Z. Now he's smoked off, so he's really going to have to work for this one. He's making a lot of noise, trying to figure out a way to toss the Molly on top of the bomb. We'll see if this is on the money. He's sticking it, and the Molly goes way too far. So a full defuse coming through again. No options left but to hold on to his weaponry.
We're a little disappointed with that Molotov. You can see it. Hand to the forehead. Wondering how he missed through that so poorly, but it's okay. He keeps his gun at least. And Marsborne only have a 1-round lead for now. Looking at the money situation, NRG can absolutely buy up here. They will. A little bit limited with the Galil and the util as well, but more than enough to go for an execute. And on the side of Marsborne, they've been struggling to kind of get their money stabilized for the entirety of this half. Wolfie, oh Viz, already out into T-Con, takes a fight and loses it to Bro. Damage done, nade sails in, Bro's gone!
Oh.
60 actually, that was the second nade that was thrown in the direction of Bro, and that's a good trade to find. NRG might try to activate quickly off of that initial foray of utility towards the B site. They do. Chop and get overlooked here. We'll see.
He's staying alive right now. This is a tricky position, though, to operate from. He does find some shots, though. It surprises 2 players. How is he doing this? Makes it look easy. He's got an MP9, threads the needle perfectly, and does enough for Wolfie to just close out 1 op shot. And somehow Marsborne looked comfortable on the defense in a position where Chop should have been left in a panic.
It was just because Chop was hiding behind train towards ramp train, and honestly didn't make a move or a sound by firing his gun. the smoke prevented the ramp players from coming down and finding out he was in that position. So once he hears the footsteps going to the bomb site, he just takes his time, moves around the corner, and then finds two from range because NRG are too focused with what's in front of them instead of what was potentially behind them. Very nice patience from Chop. That'll reset the economy for NRG. Sonic's got the hero AK, but now he's stuck in a corner. I mean, the bullet's just whizzing past his head. Finally pops around the corner.
God.
He delivered the first and the second through the smoke. Oh my goodness, Sonic. A third? Why not? Walks around this site like he owns it and eventually will fall. And there's a response from NRG, excuse me, from Marsborne to make it a 2v2. We can't forget, it was just a lone rifle. And with Sonic going down, they're trying to recover it. And the round will likely end in favor of Marsborne. But Sonic almost did that all by himself.
Such a bitter pill to swallow right there. I mean, as you said, it's hard work being put together by Sonic trying to make it possible, but not able to do too much. There's Chop gonna find the last and seal things on up. I mean, monster round coming through from Sonic, putting it into the realms of possibility, but as you said, just not enough oomph behind it. Only that hero AK into the mix makes it well worth it in terms of the damage here. And again, NRG have shown enough here that they can still deliver when it comes down to later rounds here.
Viz with the PrizePicks check mark for more than 28.5 frags. Good on Viz. He's been a very strong performer throughout the entirety of this Revival series. Wondering a while ago if he would be able to perform at the level he used to, because he was struggling for quite some time, but man, he's really pulled it together on this Marsborne squad. Wolfie an opener there as I'm blabbing away. Sonic is gone this time. Won't be able to have the impact he did previously. Oh no, 60 charges out of T-Con, and bro's not expecting it. He was trying to set up util. So now a 5v3 in favor of Marsborne. NRG have no choice but to try and go fast here, and that works out pretty well. George takes the head off of Viz. Chop waiting next to Oil, and he will get the response. So now a 4v2. All Chop has to do is stay alive and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. But that is a tall order as Zodic closes the gap. Almost gets a follow-up, needs it, and finds it. 2v2. Zodic taking tons of damage, but somehow surviving so close up here. He is the last one available, though, as 60 around the edge of the smoke catches off Nitro.
How they pull back, though. Time's ticking. Zodic looking to buy time. There's retake utility available. They're starting to try and read where this play is coming through, but they got to just speed it up now, and that can create mistakes. They're caught with utility out, but somehow 60 dancing around the shots. And Wolfie, while he misses the op shot, is going to try and stick the defuse here for 60 to move on to the bomb quickly. It's going to be close. Down to the wire. And no, not enough time in the end. Just leaving it a little bit too much. And the NRG survive the round here and put things together, and a big recovery effort offered up there.
That's a good fourth round to find, honestly. And yeah, I mean, they lose the bodies, but have enough going their way in terms of the time left on the bomb in order for it to explode right in the face of Marsborne. Sonic will get the PrizePicks check mark for more than 32.5 francs, so good on him. Another PrizePicks check mark delivers. Or delivered. Molotov lands at the feet of Wolfie, so he has to change up his position around E-Box. NRG defaulting, waiting for pushes to come through, but this time Marsborne not really giving them much of anything. Chop the anchor on B. This is more the expectation for Marsborne. Still the MP9 for him, but we saw him use that to great effect against rifles previously.
Like whatever tool he's given, he's up for the task. Right now, NRG trying to find the right target. Bit of a slow crawl of this round. So watch another smoke get tossed in towards T-Con. What do you do to deal with this sort of play this late into a round here? You can see the doubling up inside of T-Con. Such a bold move. The full faith of Chop to solo defend this beast out of the map here. The smoke fades, and it's a team kill on accident. There's Zodic taking down his teammate to try and trade, but they still have strides on end. Sonic creating new paths here through Ivy. Finds another one, breaking this hole open in the smoke, and it's Wolfie with the barrel scene.
Wow,
and Sonic continues
man.
to do damage. Another entry, another multi-kill 3K opening through Ivy. Leaves just Chop to try and save the day, and there's no chance with an MP9. NRG gonna take another.
This is a great T-side from NRG, pulling off 5, maybe even tying this up at 6. That would be phenomenal for them, given the stats and the lean towards CT side for both of these teams. Money is so bad for Marsborne. You're looking at a force buy that'll feature maximum MP9s in terms of firepower. 3 of them at least, 2 pistols, and util. Well, not much. Not even an aid to stop an all-out push from T-Con, but that's not going to happen here for NRG. Instead, they're going to toss a bunch of util in towards the upper tunnels. And George will make his way towards that B site. Only Chop there for the time being with the P250. While Viz, is he going to get aggressive here and try to go into T-spawn? Well, he doesn't have to, because 2 of his teammates have already done so. Marsborne trying to get in on a flank, which could give them the advantage. Depends how long NRG take to go for this.
It's not going to be a time-buying mission here for some of these B players. Try and delay for as long as possible. There's a disruption. There's a trade that goes missing. The shot vanishes in thin air, and they escape with a shot that does connect eventually. I mean, Zodic lands the much harder one there. Now they're just caught, stuck in between. The bomb is on A, being planted in fact here, and Sonic's now making good on this mispositioning. Grizz also caught, and somehow they're making it look easy in recovery. The missed shot from Zodic I thought was going to cost him at all, but he quickly warms up into things here and is looking to close off this half with just Viz left standing.
Oh.
The shot gets baited out there, but an HE ran right into head first for Viz. They can't tank much more than that. 42 HP, there is no kit. The cutoff on the cross there, again, another awkward miss, but Viz, simply out of time, is just going to hunt these kills down instead. Zodic won't allow for it. We are knotted up at the turn of the half here, and NRG pull through a T side that is necessary.
NRG in fantastic shape going over to their CT side now. Tied up at 6. Marsborne could never really find a flow state on their CT side, so now it's NRG. We'll try to do them one better. Pistol round is on. In terms of pistol round success, I think it's greater than 60% for Marsborne. Yeah, it's 68.4%. versus NRG's 27.8%. That is a very low percentage. NRG. Let's see if they can change that here. It doesn't look like it. Chop gonna find an opening too. Nitro and Bro erased. Wolfie's gonna plant that bomb.
Sandy counter started against them, but there's 3 kills in quick succession. This one, again, could be like a quick recovery. And picking up now, just 60 left standing. Fully flashed off right there. Finished off by 1 shot. Connected to the toes of 60. And NRG are going to make things look comfortable to start off their CT side. Bomb planted over the site, lost, sure, but in recovery, those dual Berettas and USPs start to show up, and Sonic's still delivering in stride right now. This is an amazing series for him off the back of a great day already, and 14-5 or 14-8 rather, and 128 ADR.
Yep. I reverse cursed NRG there. You're welcome, NRG. They will take that 7th and the pistol round. 14-8. Yeah, it's crazy as you mentioned for Sonic, and it's not even the scoreline that's impressive. It's how he got that ridiculous 3K when he's the only rifle, and then he continued to abuse the players on that A site when things look dire for NRG, pulling rounds back by himself. Marsborne, very real possibility. Map number 3, and they're just going to be torn up. Grizz will get one back, but that'll be it pretty much. Wolfie alone, headshot on the Bro, but one returned right his way by George. 8-6 for NRG.
defense. Not giving any chances. That's the forces by. Put to rest here, and Marsborne gonna be having to call a save. Like you said, yeah, it is the way that he's been able to establish these frags here, these opening duels on a tough T side. That you know, again, you just need someone to be able to activate. And Sonic, it felt like was that guy in any given round. Play on. And Viz will connect onto Sonic here. Again, the point man taken down. I think instantly opens up the door here for questions now. Who's going to be the next player on NRG to step up? Well, it's not going to be Zodic. He's down as well. 2 Deagle shots rattle off for 2 opening picks of 5v3. A little bit of panic setting in, forcing George on the aggro. He's down low. 14 HP, but at least he threads in a kill before he goes down. He's going to escape Pop with his life, but there's a positioning out of T-Con already. Viz in a forward-facing duel. Their sides turn. Viz activates here. Grizz trying to thread the needle as well, and they're getting stalled out and finished off for NRG to try and recover this one.
The eco's still on here. Wolfie hits the headshot, but George finds the instant trade. It's all up to Top now with the P250, and George will not allow him to take another step out of Pop Dog. He is just absolutely decimated. And NRG do indeed take the first 3 rounds of their CT side. Marsborne will bring the guns out to give NRG a scare, but now it's their turn to try and pick up some T rounds.
See if they can bring it out there. I mean, again, it's a lot of valuable damage being done out of very little investment between Grizz and Viz. Pack a punch. They're gonna do it again. This time, Viz through the smoke in towards T-Con, opens things up. Bro gets tucked in. Another man advantage here, trying to be pulled back, and Molly gonna do some extra work and forcing Sonic out of position. Makes him jump a little bit there, and Chop thinking about turning that corner, just making the right decision and avoiding this op scope. Zodic is so focused on trying to deal with them, but he never even gets a chance to pop the shot off. Looks like a B-side finish here. You got a single lurk towards Ivy. You need some good entries here, because you still have a duo in defense. Nitro, though, falls, and an HE does amazing damage. But George could catch back's turn. Side by side right now. George catches 2. Caught with utility out there, stalling here, and Bro falls.
Oh no.
Grizz as well. And now it's just going to be a 2v3. They're left outside looking in on this smoke. Maybe thinking about a last-second redecision in towards Pop, but that's a mullied-off angle as well. There's no good options for Marsborne, and they're actually going to call a save?
That went from looking like Marsborne were going to easily take it to a complete fumble in that push from George, right? Like, they didn't know what was happening. They didn't realize that a player could be coming from from ramp, and it didn't even have a flash behind it, nor was there a smoke. He's just walking out in the open, and they were not ready for it at all. Great work by George. And Marsborne indeed called the save. They don't even activate into a B site that looked like they were ready to go into. Flawless CT side for NRG, as they need 3 more rounds to push this to a map number 3.
They can take this thing back here. Opportunity to punch their ticket in for this first T round here for Marsborne. And it feels like a couple missed opportunities right now for them on this T side. They're finding advantages, and it's a closing that they can't quite do right now. Talk about the pistol, you talk about that last round.
Okay, well, Marsborne gonna have to try and make this work with the saved guns. Chop did only have $50 coming into this one. Same for 60 at 100, so money's gonna be a little weird. This is their best chance at competing in this round, was going for that save previously. Sonic falls back after the smoke is tossed down. Incendiary by George to keep Hop Dog at bay, and then Zodic strikes onto Grizz, then peeks again on to Viz. Double dipping with the AWP and even looking for a third here, but he may get flanked out. Wolfie's around this corner, and he does eventually find Zodic. The thing is, there's not really much space to be afforded to them, and the bomb's already been dropped right in front of George.
I mean, we'll see if they go for another save here between Chop and Wolfie. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
10 seconds left. There's definitely not enough time to get onto the site. So now it's about holding on to your weaponry. And another round fairly comfortably coast through here. Now it's surviving after time. Chop down low. George jumping around with the dual Berettas. And Chop gonna have $50 in this round here now, instead of walking away with what could have been an AK and some armor to back this one up. A kill like that can feel like the finishing blow, to be honest with you. And Marsborne going to call on a timeout, trying to create some leverage.
Well, this is looking kind of rough for them. Unfortunate for Chop, because he can't buy up pretty much anything, so he's dropped a P250. What is the call here for Marsborne? Not to say they can't make it work, but dying after time in that circumstance was so difficult for Chop. He would have loved to have kept the AK instead. And now NRG are just applying the pressure on a tower that already feels like it's toppling over to get that final blow.
This is flying out of control here in the second half. I mean, as we kind of come to anticipate, we've seen a lot of dominant defenses. So when you look at that first half and you see it's knotted up at sixes, you think NRG have probably done enough. And so far, that's been proven true. Timeout from Marsborne, though. They're not willing to give up on this thing just yet. They have to provide a little bit more of a punch here. Rushing the AWP, and Sonic still threatening a kill. His rifler along the side of it. Nitro tries to come through and cover. But the side access being granted right now. 60 wielding an op now. Finding more and more damage, and maybe Marsborne have more to say. 2 kills. Offered up in the 3v3. Wolfie to complete the mission as Marsborne get their first on the board off the back of the timeout there and found their 7th.
Wow, that's explosive for them. Not to mention, it's just on an eco round, technically. They didn't have much around it. Or, excuse me, it was a couple of players who were more limited. They did buy up guns in that round, but I think it's great for Sixy to come through and show that he's been in every single role, right? He's been an opper, he's been a rifler, he's been an entry player, support player, now IGL, so he can pick it up at any moment. And in that case, the opping experience has a lot of impact for him. More than 27.5 frags. Sixy has got another PrizePicks check mark. Has potentially brought Marsborne back into the discussion here on Train with that previous round.
Takes one to break through here. They're going to need that round-by-round consistency, and there's more opening duels provided here. Sonic looking to thread in some aggression with the op, but you have to look at this flank, trying to wrap things up. Bomb's just been dropped, and now you go see Wolfie check the flank. It at least forces George to activate, but he deals with the opping presence here. Number's going to get punched in. Now they know there's a player in T-Con. It's going to constrict the post plants, and Chop taken down as well, leaving them limited on option. 60 gone hunting. Nitro not giving him a duel right now. Convinced right now that's back against the wall. George forcing another fight there, finding another kill. It's a Viz and Grizz looking to save this round from the brink. Stuck in towards the back of the site with the fight time. Viz steps up and finds a big time pickup here. Delaying even longer. Clothesline onto Bro. And now Panic setting in for Nitro. Sitting inside the smoke is Viz, just delaying this long enough. Leaving no time on the board here. Going for the kill as well. Marsborne PrizePicks get 2 in a row and break the economy of NRG. They're not done just yet here on Train.
That's crazy. PrizePicks check mark for Wolfie as he hits more than 27.5 frags. But what I wanted to say was that was great movement and maneuvering by Viz, because once he finds the first, he gets across into the corner without really being spotted. So he gets to reset himself and then pop out again to find the second, even the third at the end, as you saw him chasing down Nitro. Unbelievable work individually, and that's what Marsborne needed. That's what they were missing on this T side. And they forced NRG onto an eco round with only a P250 bought up by Nitro. Wolfie's waiting here with Grizz, and Grizz is actually going to be the one to take care of business. They rebuff the attempted push from NRG, and Nitro will at least get one. Chops on noticing. What's that? What happened? Okay, we're good. Nitro's gone. Don't worry, 60. Your death was not in vain. And now Bro, I mean, doing work with the pistols at least our NRG. Bro swinging around. Oh, nice effort, but Viz is good for both of the last 2 frags.
Goes through. Take 9th here. The money shattered, but it's going to quickly be rebuilt. And as they buy up again, it's not going to include exotic AWP. It's not going to include, you know, that perfect utility, although pretty close to it. We'll see if NRG can close here. The pressure being applied from Marsborne. And you look at some of those earlier rounds, and if you're Marsborne, you wish you could have capitalized on those advantages. But you're finally able to break through and get the first on the board. It might not matter though. Zodic, even though without the AWP, finds 2 kills to open us up. They try and charge forward out of T-Con. And that aggressive combo of Viz and Grizz that have been working well off of each other. Our sideline Bro collects Wolfie through the smoke. Jeez. And this is going to be 12 for NRG. They do so in stride. Barely taking a lick of damage here so far. And Chop, realizing this is done and dusted, going to make a last-ditch effort for some damage. Anything given here? He's gonna lurk himself down the ladder. Nitro, we'll see if he gets caught surprised. Playing a passive angle, not a big concern. Trying to cut off the rotate, but at least he could be alarm bell. If not, he'll be the full stop. And an RG. Got themselves 3 chances to close here out in regulation. You know, first of which is going to be the easiest here. While we're at it, also got a Zodic PrizePicks check mark for more than 29.5 kills. So good work from Zodic overall, playing out this Train CT side and bringing in that big impact.
Only 2 HP of damage taken in that round for NRG. That's it. Absolutely dominating round, and Marsborne will have their backs against the wall. 3 rounds in a row required to pull this one back. They did it against Skin Raid, though, if you recall. Went to overtime and won the map. Not on Train, but still. See if they've got it in them here. Hovering around the tunnels there at the B site. Viz waiting for push is still a T-spawn, and he's one of the potent rifles here, so you kind of want him to move along and support his squad. But he's getting a smoke ready to try and fake an A hit. There it is on the exit. Now they move forward. Chop only gets 1 though. George the trade and Nitro with 1 as well. Makes it an advantage, and now a 2-man advantage. This one is likely over. Grizz gonna have to clutch out the 1v4. Gets the first. Fades off into the distance. Trying to rotate back to the A site, but Bro backs off. Doesn't want to make himself a ripe target. As time is slowly ticking away on Marsborne's opportunities here on Train.
Now Bro exposed. But yeah, that internal clock starts to tick as well in your mind here if you're Bro and you're thinking, okay, well, could be repositioning. In towards T-Con he goes head-to-head versus Grizz. Catches him with his side turned. And we'll seal the deal there. Finishing kill offered up by Bro. And it will be a solid victory coming through out of the gates for NRG, needing to show up here in map 2 to fight back in this grand final. It requires a decider here, another 3-map series, and NRG not ready to give up just yet.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a very spicy third map of Nuke that we've got on the docket. I'm excited to see it because both teams, it's pretty even, right? It's more even than it was here on Train, I would say. Statistically, it felt like Marsborne would have the advantage there, but definitely NRG, as soon as they got 6 rounds T-side, I was like, oh, this might be cooked. And while we did see a bit of a resurgence from Marsborne, NRG did push it across the finish line in a similar fashion that Marsborne did back when we were on Overpass. So let's check out the numbers. George hit the check mark. I think we had a couple of others. Yeah, Sonic for sure and Zodic too. So 3 of the 5 players getting their check marks. And as I say that, I realize it's actually 4. Nitro just barely got above it. No, NRG, honestly, that second map was fantastic. Even on the first map, they were pretty competitive. So I think this is a team that can very much keep their composure even when they lose a map, it doesn't go their way in a BO3. They can come back and get that reverse sweep. So honestly, everything's kind of falling into place for them in a good way.
Yeah, you deal with some tricky situations here. You're able to fight your way through the adversity, and it feels like a big confidence builder heading into this third map, knowing that you can bring home some good T sides when your back's against the wall on a map like Train. Things got off to a very rocky start for NRG in the first half of this series, but outside of that, have shown a lot of resilience and strength in the following 3 halves of Counter-Strike here for them. So a little bit of excitement for them as they look to continue that momentum heading into this deciding map. And you can see from players like Sonic that's going to be clear. He's not going to let off the gas. He's going to keep up this performance. He's going to keep delivering in stride because that's what he's been bringing all day today.
This has been a great grand final, honestly, because we look at both sides and we don't necessarily see weaknesses on either end over these first 2 maps. A lot of players popping off. Sixy gets the check mark. Viz, Wolfie as well. And I mean, even Chop and Grizz had their moments too. So in my mind, these are 2 squads that either team could come through and win this NA Revival series as we jump to map number 3. But overall, yeah, Marsborne, they're playing well.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I'm excited to see if they can continue to keep up the resistance, no matter what the case is. It's a good showcase for back-to-back grand finals that this is a team that remains competitive versus the top dogs plucking the map and still a chance to take the series if they show up in the same level as what they brought to the previous nuke. So we'll see if they can bring that intensity.
All right, well, we're going to hit a short break. When we come back, we'll have the final map of PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to have the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, that's that was hilarious! Everything to be gained, the blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been playing in this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me.
Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house.
And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games.
And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times. What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You can just do that.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10, our final map of play in the Grand Finals, which have been great so far. Both NRG and Marsborne delivering, and now we head on over to Nuke to see who will be the victor. Will it be NRG getting their 4th NA Revival Series championship, or Marsborne going for their back-to-back wins?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool here. Either way, a show of excellence for one of these two
Yes.
teams in terms of how they've been able to play out these events and utilize these events to elevate themselves in the scene here. For NRG, they've trialed so many different rosters and so many different players, trying to configure the right team that can get them to a point where this roster can compete internationally and really show up and deliver. That's what they're gunning for right now, especially with the major around the bend. And for Marsborne, it's showing that this team is ready to turn a new leaf and not only be, an upset team, but a contender on a consistent scale to be one of the better rosters in North America. And I think they're capable of doing that with this new look Marsborne team. I think they're capable of bringing that with the leadership that Sixy brings alongside the firepower now that's been unleashed for Wolfie. It's a very exciting sequence here for this squad.
Yeah, no question. I agree with that, and I think Marsborne are really putting themselves in contention for a top 3 spot in North America Tier 2 right now. It's really impressive what we've seen throughout this Revival series. And NRG on the other side, we did see them previously earlier on in the day on Nuke and absolutely stomped Voka 13-2. Like, that was pure dominance on a map where we did mention they had their struggles lately, but it was up against very tough competition. Fluxo, Legacy, NIP, and Audic, right? So those are 4 pretty strong teams that they had to face off against between Pro League and Fragadelphia, Fragville 2025. And, well, I mean, they showed that they've got a lot of learnings from that with that win against Voka. So, yeah, I think it's going to be another very fiery map of play. But if NRG can kind of look the same way they did against Voka, Marsborne may not be able to compete here as well as they have on the previous 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, right, the way that they did that was very replicable. It feels like, again,
Yes.
if you're looking at what you had going for yourself, a lot of that in that dominant first half, I think it was 10-2, if I'm not mistaken. It was a lot of combination between players like Sonic and Sonic that were firing up and constantly bringing home these opening duels, these round suffocating plays there. It really didn't look like they were able to get off to any secret control because of what Sonic was doing consistently to slump towards that outer yard. So we'll see them start off on the CT side once again, which is quite nice for them. But yeah, I mean, that led to the first dominant half of NRG. They're looking to replicate that for this deciding map of the Grand Finals.
Here we go. NRG get the start on the CT side, winning the knife round. Zodic gets the first. Marsborne trying to flat out here. It appears the top may have the advantage, but he turns around at the wrong time, and Zodic will strike. Bro and Nitro so low, and a rotation down to B from Marsborne is actually brilliant. They get the bomb planted. Grizz finds a frag. Biz gets one as well before he's traded. Can Grizz do more? And yes, he can, supported by Sixy. Down to a 2v2. Nitro deleted too. Zodic, what can you do? It'll be a 1v1 as he gets the headshot against Grizz. Sixy, IGL versus Opper. Waiting in decon. Zodic biding his time, looking for the right moment to strike, and he won't be able to do it. Sixy clotheslines him with the Glock, and then adds a little bit of BM on top of it. 1-0 for Marsborne.
Oh man, denying Exotic his ace right there, finding a 3K of his very own. Marsborne show up with a big punch towards that A-bomb site. They have dual Berettas on the T side, which is a bit of a rarity. They strike through and make it down in towards the vents and towards lower. That's a good quick audible that they have to call when it feels like they're meeting a little bit too much resistance and rotation out of NRG. They dive down the vents and make something out of nothing, essentially. Bro, getting himself tucked in here. He might be overlooked, but the wall of smokes protect. Now, Sixy diving on top of Mini. A big pickup here for Bro. Can't escape the Wolfie, able to trade things out through the smoke and offer up a little bit of security here. Wolfie, though, gets plucked out, and maybe a little bit of justice there. Another kill from Sonic now. And things are getting way out of control now. Bomb has to be recovered towards that outer yard. In the meantime, you could see Nitro step up and try and recover some secret control here. They start to get a picture as to where these last players are now, with Chop making noise as well. When the leg's not spotted, okay, I think someone did call it out to George. He starts to be looking much more aware there. And again, the bomb is still down towards the outer yard right now.
Garage player in Zodic. Yeah, he's waiting here with the AWP. Viz slips back and grabs the bomb. 31 seconds on the clock. They've spotted him out. Not the angle that Zodic needed to hold there. So Viz will bring it down to a 2v2. George waits on the site, lurking in the shadows, hoping that time will be on his side. Molotov goes up for heaven. He comes around the corner and Chop is dealt with. Nitro supporting as well. Viz, last one available, and he will fall to NRG's forced by Reigns Supreme.
So work there. Nitro doubling down there. Closing things out. The chaos of that round from NRG. Setting it up early with the out of yard aggression. Some crazy smoke spam with a 5-7. Lands and takes down Wolfie. Drops the bomb. And from that point forward, Marsborne are trying to pick up the pieces. And NRG do not give them a chance until 30 seconds or so left into the round to find another kill. Marsborne miss out on an opportunity to capitalize here. The forced by war is going to start off early here on this deciding map for map 3. And NRG have a chance to get off to a solid start on this defense like they did earlier on in the day here in the semifinals. Sonic looking to be the tip of the spear here. The difference maker in that previous matchup, and for all of the series so far, has been a huge influence for this NRG camp. Looking to keep that trend true.
Wow. That's a lot of smoke breaks,
Ito.
yeah. Sonic does
Never
get
makes it cross.
the shot through the smoke. Yeah, Viz cannot get across. Neither can 6E make his way out of outer yard. It'll be a 5v3 in favor of George. Sees all this movement going towards ramp, falls back where reinforcements are waiting to cover him. And now Marsborne don't really have a path forward. Bro will delete Chop with the spray down from the MP9. Grizz, maybe a shot off? Yes, but he's the last one standing. And hits the second, maybe the third. Grizz? No. Thought he was cooking for a moment, but he does get eventually taken care of. And it will be 2-1 for NRG.
Nice attempt there for a little bit of exit damage. Chipping off for NRG. But they put it into the force by wars here off the back of that victory. And you can see what they do so well towards that outer yard. Just a little glimpse of it real quick, though. You know, it's not the full gun rounds that you see it against for the set of Marsborne. You hope that they're a little bit more effective at taking this outer yard control. But you can see why it's so difficult for teams in the past here that have played up against NRG and the barrage of utility, the mollies, the smoke spam. It's so difficult to cross in comfortably when you give this team all the tools. We're still yet to see Zodic with the op-out, but Sonic and Zodic, when they're firing on all cylinders, it's very tricky to get past.
Honestly, this map has looked like NRG's best throughout all of the maps we've seen them play here in Revival Series. It really feels like the protocols are solid, which makes it even more surprising that they couldn't find a win in this competition, right? Anyway, this round is quickly over. Anti-Eco dealt with and disposed of by NRG as they chew up Marsborne and spit them out, getting ready for this next round.
Start things off with a bonus. Not going for a lot of reinvestments. You can see them holding on to a couple MP9s. You're not getting Sonic with the op just yet. That's, again, I mean, we've seen from the force buys already from NRG that CT side MP9 still very useful. Still pack a big punch here with these close range duels. You're going for a bit of a shifty setup. A double up in towards secret. And a lot of presence towards ramp early as they just start their campaign towards the outer yard. They're going to boost Bro. A little flashbang there for good measure. You're making noises as a drop off here, but you got one hell of a task. If you're Viz, 2 players right around the corner. As the rest of the team kind of grouped up, ready to deal with ramp control, you're going to get that early punch from George. Finds the first pick there, but Sonic trades things out comfortably and spots out and more. But 60's threaded the needle here, found the gap in the defense.
Sonic shutting down Grizz, and while 60 does find the gap in the defense, he's going to be Wolfie. Join him, and Wolfie cannot make it there. Sonic waiting at the bottom of the vent, and from below takes care of business. 60 will get one at the very least, but the bomb's already dropped and lost. And this round is probably also going to be completely in favor of NRG. 60? Maybe he has something to say about this. From Hut. There's one. Okay. 30 seconds left. 60 still has to get the bomb. I think this is the toughest task, right? Like getting down vent, grabbing the bomb, and getting back up. I just don't see it. What?
Oh, he made
what?
it work.
60, you gotta be joking
That's so
me.
ridiculous. He's gonna fake it though. Nitro jumps
Oh
on the
my
fake.
god!
And now he has a chance here. Taps it again. It's gonna be another fake. HG dunks him down though.
Oh,
What
man.
is that? The perfect toss. An absolute touchdown from Zodic. Winning the round right there despite the heroics from 60. Banking that HE well on the ladder. I just can't even comprehend how difficult that is to do. The momentum shaking up your movement by the ladder going up it. And that's so precise from Zodic. Wins him the round without any question.
I thought 60 had that one, and I had just said that NRG was in complete control, and 60's like, are you sure about that? Are you sure? Well, clearly not. But, wow, that's crazy to be able to grab that bomb so quickly and jump back up the ladder without a reaction from NRG. And then, as you mentioned, a beautiful nade toss. As perfect as it gets to finish 60 off. 4-1 for NRG, but they had to fight hard in that round to secure it. Round number 6 will feature a half buy from Marsborne. 60 on the hero Khalil, but everyone else on Tech 9s. NRG, lots of presence on A in the opening moments of the round. They do have Sonic at outside, or out of yard. He's looking to take a fight. I think he wants to just hop for information, and as soon as he spots someone, maybe throw that flash out. Instead, finally does peek around that corner, spam a little bit. He's on the receiving end of damage, but not too much.
I think way to play this out here where you try to spot out as much information, try and identify how much is towards that outer yard. HE to blow open the cross smokes and putting a lot of pressure with the smoke spam. Now 60 looking to scale off the back of that reload and gets caught in an awkward angle. They move out towards A there in the distraction in the heat of the moment. Grizz looking for more. Pistols out for Sonic. Sets his focus on the Tech 9s and Grizz sends his crosser up high. A massive 2K, but the bomb is on the floor in Squeaky. So it's still recovery mode here for Marsborne as they try and pull through this round. Might help that. Although the bomb, you're gonna see the blinking still, doesn't matter. Grizz catches another headshot despite the difficulty. And now Bro gatekeeping the bomb here. It's on the other end of the wall and Viz trying to figure that out. Is desperate for any sort of ground given. And Bro gonna reposition here. 15 seconds left. Still want to keep an eye on the bomb here. He's gonna kind of take his eye off the ball for a split second, but swings in and they line up for him. Bro knocks down the final two here, and NRG keep soaring.
I mean, they keep having these clutch round victories on CT side. Marsborne making them work for every inch. And you saw there, I mean, the only reason that Bro wins that is because the bomb's dropped in his position, so he plays it a little passively, peeks around the corner, and they line up for him, so the bullets just tear through each player into the wall. And so do they fall. Round number 7. Marsborne, I mean, they're getting so close round after round. You'd think the economy would be in a little more trouble for NRG, but it's not. They're still pretty good because some of the rounds early on were a little cleaner. They're going to go in. That doesn't break the smoke the way they want it to. 60 is able to capitalize for one, maybe a second one here. No, it's Bro striking onto Viz and Nitro on Grizz. Zodic is going to manage to shut down 60 afterwards, and then Wolfie, while trying to take a fight into lobby, falls by the wayside. Very rapid fire round there, but NRG are able to close it out again.
Whipping out the Tech 9 right there in the panic and still finding another kill. It's so massive. Just delays ever so slightly the ground that can be gained from Marsborne. Keeps him at an arm's length. Marsborne just keep on going for these punches here. They're constantly going for these jabs. And I understand the reasoning behind it. They're always close in these rounds. It's coming down to clutch. It's coming down to 1v2s, 1v1s. But they're constantly low on utility. It's forcing these quick plays. NRG seem prepared for it. We'll see if Sonic is again. Util's out right now. At risk of getting caught by the smoke spam. Getting caught. Surprise. He still holds his ground. Sonic delivers another big time pickup. Sonic goes in for another punch, and damage being done through the smoke leaves Marsborne's ground limited.
I mean, Zodic is just doing incredible work right now, but finally Wolfie will shut him down. The thing is, that's a first frag in a 2v5 to bring it down to a 2v4, and Viz already at 6 HP. Wolfie spots out George. Now he's going to slowly creep his way up, slithering his way into locker. George.
A double swing.
Yeah, double swing coming through, and George will get Wolfie before he falls, and that was the healthy player. Viz limping along at 6 HP, stumbling his way towards the B site. 45 seconds left. Sonic is trying to make his way there before Viz has a chance to plant it, but a great Molotov toss may secure him enough time to at least get the plant, and that's $600 important in the bank account. Oh my goodness, Sonic dodged to the Molotov. He thought he could make it through. Viz, a chance at a clutch, but Nitro will shut it down. 7-1 NRG, and over the last 4 rounds, NRG have had 2 or fewer players left alive.
You're so close to winning these rounds here. Just need the heroics. And like you said, you wanted that low HP bar to be the player you trade out, but instead it's the player that's required of the trade. And there's just not enough health to win a 1v3, even with the luxury of a molly burning down one of those players. Still have to get through the clutch. And bomb plants, you're constantly coming down to the wire. You're constantly delivering in these rounds here close to the victory. They're going to keep the pies rolling. They still need to get around on the board here. Another one. Need to capitalize on these clutches. That arc going their way. Gonna put into these late round situations. Jump spotting. Exotic. It's been an absolute monster this map again. Grizz finds early impact. Deals with Bro. Boy. The Molly's the utility. The pressure does not stop for NRG. They take trophy control, and George wants to move into lobby.
Sonic just keeps hunting. He's like looking around. Where's the frag? Where are they? I want to find them. Need to get more kills. But NRG are the ones with a man disadvantage now. That's a deep smoke thrown towards, the T-spawn side of lobby. And that's a lot of control gain for NRG, so they could lean back towards the B site now. And 2 players down into secret. Could be joined by the rest of the squad. We'll see where Marsborne decide to send the troops along with the bomb. Sonic hits the shot on 60. Viz not able to get the trade immediately, or maybe even at all. Sonic closing the gap here. Does he expect it? Yeah, sort of, but it doesn't matter anyway. In the meantime, Nitro also gets chopped over at the A site. 3v2 for NRG. Grizz and Wolfie moving their way towards heaven. 28 seconds left, though, Cole.
George starts to cue in onto where the pressure's going to be next. Up towards the heavens, but timing could be rough. He's not watching the right angle. Had to split his attention between every direction. Sonic gonna fly up the fence. He finds safety, though. Gets around the corner, tosses an HE right on the money for some damage onto Wolfie.
What?
He was doing some wallbang damage as well. But it's a quick headshot to ensure victory. Now a chance in the clutch. Zodic in a 1v2. Going forward, spots the head of Grizz, and he survives the first exchange here. HE dodged. And smoke tossed in to create some space here, trying to avoid the spam. Grizz reads into the push with the smoke. And finally a round goes their way. In the late round, it's Grizz and Wolfie with the full house to capitalize. The close nature of these rounds in the past, the money is kind of at a breaking point after this one for NRG. If they can just get 2 in a row.
It's crazy how misleading this scoreline is, because we have seen close round after close round, clutch after clutch for NRG, and finally they run out of gas in the tank. Zodic tried to do it with the op. There was a rifle right there that he could have tried to grab, but instead the op does not give him a path to victory. And Marsborne, as you mentioned, finally getting himself a second. Wolfie finds one, but a quick trade on to him by George means that both oppers are out of play in the first 15 seconds of the round. Sonic tossing the nade out. Ooh, Viz might be looking this direction. Sees the barrel of the gun, and there it is. Sonic gone. George spotted out as well. Can't evade 60. Here we go again. Marsborne a 4v2.
Yeah, this could be the breaking point here. This could be the opportunity to unleash for Marsborne. Needed a second round on the board to get the ball moving, but 2 in a row, as I said, could break the economy. Could finally capture a little bit of momentum in this deciding map. This is looking like a save being called already for Nitro and Bro that have no room to retake this one. We'll see if they can walk away with their guns right now. Still a danger of Viz. Playing active. Backs are turned, sides are turned right now. Player painted into the corner here. Viz takes a shot. Goes for some duels and will be finished off. Still not a comfortable save position here for either one of these players. How much hunting present they want to go for right now. Marsborne get 2 in a row.
Terrorists win.
Break through the deadlock here. Exit damage, nice. I think NRG. I guess they could definitely just call a save and try and buy for last. I think that would be the safer approach with the lead that they have built. We'll see what they go for. If they want to keep the intensity up, want to keep their foot on the throat, not give over any of this momentum. They're going to call a timeout, but it looks like this is going to be a force buy.
Yeah, it looks like they were sending it, but I think calling a timeout to say, is this really what we want to do? This is in fact the case. Let's try and do some creative accounting. Can we get rifles for most of the players here? Yes, 3 M4s available. Nitro on the auto shotty, so he's playing top hut. And George, maybe MP9? Maybe from us? We'll see. I think MP9 would be the call for him. No, actually, I take that back. That's from us. Just realized he bought the armor already. And Util's already strong enough across the rest of the players that, you know, you want to get that 4th rifle.
Nitro auto shotty. It's classic. Has to bring it out at least once per CT side of noob.
Yeah.
An absolute necessity. He loves to get himself tucked in towards hut. Prime location for it, but the AK does show its value right there. A fairly good gun as well. Still, though, the sight hold could come crumbling down if it's not for Viz. Continuing to break through here. A big swing through midi and another kill offered up by Viz. 3 kills on the inbound here before Grizz finally steps up. And just Sonic left standing in a 1v3 that's winnable now for him. Has to dice up these duels. Grizz gonna tap the bomb. It's not a full commitment. And Zodic not gonna bounce on that first stick. Second tap here. Does get it committed, but right underneath him. Looking to avoid the uppercut here. Damage being done now to Grizz and another finished off kill on the Viz. Grizz dancing around the silo. Zodic looking to chase him down, and he just doesn't have the health here. Zodic from the heavens is an absolute angel for NRG.
Unbelievable stuff coming through from Zodic, and again, a 5th straight round here with NRG only having 2 or fewer players surviving. 1 left here. It's actually the 3rd 1v1 or 1v2 that they've clutched out. Unbelievable stuff. Zodic doing so much work, and he manages to collect his PrizePicks check mark for more than 14.5 frags here on map number 3. And NRG, well, they want to collect the 9th round and really put a stranglehold on this map. Marsborne have got to be frustrated. I think in a lot of cases it's worse than those close rounds repeatedly than it is to get blown out. Just because you feel like you're so close to collecting things and then unable to get across that finish line. They're just going to try and charge away. I don't know if this is a good idea. It doesn't feel like it. Yeah, they're getting shut down completely. Although I say that, Wolfie and Viz get a couple back, but the problem is they've just lost Wolfie. And now it's up to Viz in a 1v2. He doesn't have the bomb either. Plenty of time on the clock, but without the bomb, this becomes a very difficult task.
And again, there's that timing. Ticking in the back of NRG's mind here. Gonna double up inside of lobby. And Viz has got to make some magic out of this position. If they can show up with some clutch factor to end off this half, well, that would just be the cherry on top. But this position from George feels like the determining spot right now. And on the ladder, a little bit overexposed there. George catches him. And it will be 9-3 at the tail end there. NRG put together another fantastic defense here for themselves. And are looking to sink this win on in. This deciding map.
Well, Marsborne switching over to their CT side. 55.1% win percentage on this side of the map, but if you look on the other side, typically have 50% of their T rounds as wins, which is not the case in the first half, not even really close to it. So this is framing up to potentially be a quick third map for NRG unless Marsborne can get the defense going quick. And they will! Chop singing with the dualies. 3-4 frags on for the ace now. Zodic within his reach, and there it is! The ace coming through from Chop as he cuts down every single player that stands in his way.
That's quite the introduction to the server there for Chop. That's his first 5 kills.
Oh my god.
Of this deciding map right there. It was silent for the whole first half, but get him on CT side, it is over. As they just fed him the ace, the dual Berettas to set up the need for him to gain some confidence here in this second half, as what is going to be over the grand scheme of things a key piece for this defense. He's able to hold down that A-bomb site by delivering an ace. And the faith still placed in his hands, even without a kill in that first half. You'd love to see Gris is committed on this defense, though. Gets the reload off somehow, and the Glock eventually finishes him off. Challenging position, but met with a flawless victory, and we're going to fly by the first 2 rounds into the first gun round.
That's so fast. Compared to what we saw in the first half, we're having these long, drawn-out rounds. Marsborne shutting down NRG twice in a row. But now the guns will come out. NRG. 3 AKs, 2 Galils. No ops available yet. Too early on for that. NRG are trying to put the finishing touches on what has been a very good map of Nuke for them so far.
Bringing the gun round here, bro. Not seeing the shoes. No shoelaces. Drooping over the hut right now. Safe position. Out of Chop here. The smoke's gonna fade away though for Sonic. Trying to get active. Sonic took a lot more of the mantle on that CT side, so Sonic wasn't as much required to deliver the rifling when it comes down to that defense. But on this T side, that's where he definitely can activate. That's where he's been bringing in the intensity all day for NRG. Opening duels, the confidence to take them, trusting in his instinct here. And Nitro's just let him off the leash towards this outer yard. Everyone else grouped up in towards ramp, putting 60 on notice. He's committed here, no chance to get the kill and fall away. He's got to try and find a multi in a 1-for-1 duel. It's just about as good as you can ask for here. Sonic goes down with nothing this time but damage. And they're going to try and jump the rotates down. Grizz, the sole defender here, looking to lock it down. He does deliver the clothesline kill, getting chased in from all directions and dropped by Nitro, but he buys it a little bit of extra time here.
Not a nade, excuse me, an incendiary will land by the side. Chop strikes from ramp. Zodic not expecting it. Now Nitro surrounded. Not much he can do here. Okay, he thinks about taking the plant, but Chop is right there and just watches him as he frags him out. And Marsborne get a third. NRG unable to collect things there. And Sonic, right before that, it felt like he was thinking about the transfer kill before he got the first one and didn't finish the job on the first player and then just got overwhelmed by the pressure that was being applied. This is a dream start to Marsborne CT side now. And you're looking at an NRG squad that has to go on the half by. Can be effective with those Tech 9s. Be a fast play coming through. Yeah, they're going to just charge into A and hope for the best. It's died yet. Bro gets the first, the second for George. This is more than just a little success, a ton of success for NRG. Grizz and Wolfie will try to strike. They've got the rifles, but some will be picked up off the ground, at least one in Bro's hands. Oh my goodness, what a blitz.
Rush here, bro. Got to hold it together, and Grizz trying to break through. Got to start somewhere here. Another pickup. Watching the flank and catches one. Also catches the player out, dropping off the ladder. Wolfie isolates the target here. Smoke on top of the bomb. Gonna stick this defuse. Wolfie trying to get it down range, and he gets spotted through the smoke there. Sonic saves the day on this T side when NRG needs someone to show up clutch. It's none other than Sonic to deliver their first T round.
Holy. Grizz gonna get his prize picks check mark here for more than 14 frag. But madness again. NRG can't seem to win a round cleanly. That's just not possible right now on Nuke. Unbelievable. 1v1 required for a fourth time. Molotov sails through the window there on top of Bud Viz. Not really safe there. Or actually he is. Wow, okay. Flashed out. Should be spotted here, you'd imagine. Maybe they're going to overlook it because they think the top of Bud is clear. Bro finds Chop. They are overlooking him, but they're taking care of all of his teammates, and he only gets one before he's spotted out. Then the second Grizz supporting very well, and now 60 will spot out Zodic. Only Bro left. A 1v2 clutch required again, and he'll go to the B site. Goodness
Real
me.
chance. He's got the cool bomb animation as well, so it's gonna boost his odds of this clutch.
Oh, lethal.
There goes the smoke. He's gonna get caught with a side turn. I mean, how quick did Grizz make it through lobby into ramp room right there to catch Bro off guard? I mean, as soon as you heard Bro dive down the vents, Grizz was already halfway through trophy, so good read of the situation. No chance to clutch there with how quick the reaction was. Plenty of time for this defuse, and Viz able to delay long enough there. I mean, as you said, his teammates were cut off very quickly. You lost Wolfie and Chop out of the get-go. But Viz finding that multi-kill and delaying long enough to get his teammates involved helps out there. And Bro gonna get the prize picks check mark. Got more than 15 kills so far, so a good performance out of Bro. Rising to the occasion in this deciding map, but this T side still stalled out.
Doing a good job. Viz in particular, he's got a 3K this round. It's done unless Sonic pulls off the round of the match. One frag for him. Bomb not in his possession. Plenty of time left. He's tempted to do this with the AWP. My guess is his temptations are not necessarily to try for a clutch, but to save the op.
See how much they give him here. I'm definitely with you. The full minute left on the clock, you hope that you can create some avenues. That many smoke not going to do him any favors there. We do got another prize picks check mark though. Viz able to also capture a little check mark for prize picks for more than 14 kills. Again, been a stronghold in some of these defensive rounds. I mean, Sonic just kind of moving around the world right now. It kind of feels like he's going for this clutch, but obviously making noise, tossing the molly. I don't think he's going to make much moves past ramp when he gets tucked in. And Marsborne fighting this one back piece by piece.
Certainly are. Limiting NRG to 1 in this second half so far versus their 5.
At least rip away an op there for Wolf. He kind of got caught in the heat of the moment there, looking for those kills when Viz was finding them all. Expected that he could just have himself a quick jump through the outer yard. It's a lot of money to be taken out of their pockets. In fact, it's enough to make sure that they don't have an op in this round, actually. So, all things considered, little investment there for a big-time payoff. That's such a luxury right now. And look at Zodic having a lot of time to just work through his progressions and try and find some openings. Oh, you see him. Got him caught towards the back of red here. Catches him on the fadeaway here, but at least won't be causing a distraction. Dodging the smoke spam as Viz now set up with aggression. 60 also dueling. Finds 2 kills. They sent the whole house towards the outer yard now. And completely disrupting NRG setup.
Viz is here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because 60 was pushed
He's
up
still
so
tucked.
far. Viz didn't really have to activate, and he's just going to keep waiting. NRG are wary of the possibility, perhaps, of more presence there. But you see
I'd be
Nitro.
surprised if they checked it.
No, I don't think he is. Like, he's looking around to see if there's a push that's going to come through. Grizz spots out Bro. Now Nitro might be tempted to go out. He'll walk right into the crosshair. Yep, not aware of it at all. Viz strikes. They had a bait and switch setup, but the switch never happened. And that's the benefit of Viz. George at least gets one onto Wolfie. Has to ferry the bomb to a bomb site. Win the fight against Viz and won't be able to do so. Marsborne have got to 9.
Those guns back out once again for the side of NRG, and as soon as they try and feast towards the outer yard, as soon as they try and send, you know, forward players there, guess where Marsborne are? Ready to match your energy. Fighting just in the same way, with the same amount of presence there, and 60, the player that breaks through. He finds 2 kills. It obviously sets the round up for success. All the while, Wolfie's just clapping his hands, saying, look at me. I'm over here towards the back of red. That's where you want to set your focus. And NRG overlooked the angle, understandably so. They just run into constant resistance. And an all-in play from Marsborne pays dividends for them. That is a huge move. Willing to take the risk in this deciding map here. What a cool setup to bring out in this deciding map right now as well.
Yeah. Two players in ramp, one leaning in from hell, potentially. You see NRG just with the 4 Tech 9s and the AK. Again, hoping that a blitz towards the A site will yield them the same success it did a couple of rounds ago. They're pumping the brakes for a moment. Here comes the Heaven HUD. Excuse me, the top HUD. I believe. Drop down, and Bro puts a bullet right between his eyes. 5v4 for NRG. Bro walking through the Molotov, and he gets a second Nitro, a third. Will it finally be an NRG round victory without losing multiple bodies? There's one gone. Grizz can only strike for that one. Wolfie in a 1v4 clutch. And gets dinked down to 1 in order to get George. So now he's just going to fade off. And indeed, NRG have more than 2 players alive in a round victory.
There you go. Well, let's not speak too soon.
I guess.
The bomb blast is pretty big. And Sonic is on T-roof scaring me. Although I think you're on the money there. This one should be a safe escape. NRG looking to lock in 11. They're hunting Wolfie down. He's just on a measly 1 HP. The chase down going to come through there. Zodic checking all of his corners and finds himself a little prize there of an A1S to recover, as well as the 3 alive. 60. Off the back of that round, though. Able to do enough to get the PrizePicks check mark there for more than 13.5 kills.
I mean, if you're NRG at this point, just forget about the AKs and the rifles. Just do Tech 9s.
Their executes are deadly towards the A bombs. I think that's the big difference maker there. Is
You're right.
The cool setups that they have here towards A. I mean, we saw where Nitro tossed in that molly, a little bit atypical, but shaking things up is NRG at a time where they need it. And lobby control dominated by Marsborne. That's the decision that they make here. Meanwhile, it forces the reaction from NRG to duck down and towards the lower side of things.
Bro gets spot up the player on T-roof. Anyway, in the meantime, the teammates have to get towards the B site, but Viz is going to spray down Zodic and then get Nitro through the smoke. 60 onto Bro. This is looking like a 10 for Marsborne, and it is in the blink of an eye. We are in double digits on both sides of the server, heading into round number 22. NRG with the rifles have looked flat versus Marsborne, who have taken control of things here on their CT side.
maybe it is the Tech 9s there. It's just complete dominance.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
As soon as the rifles go towards or be brought out there for NRG, they call a timeout. I mean, in theory, it's a good adjustment there. They speed things up as they realize lobby control is taken. So, yeah, you run it towards the outer yard. You try and get in towards lower as soon as possible. What's crazy is Marsborne are also there. I don't know how they're moving this fast. Jumping the rotates down the vents maybe, but they have multiple players ready to defend while also having lobby control. So when you look at the structure of Marsborne's defense, I feel like there was 6 players in the server right there with how much presence NRG were running. And I can imagine they feel the same way. Call a timeout, look for a little bit of a breather. Right back into the swing of things here with another forced buy, full investment. Lobby control.
Yeah. Lobby control attempted here, but Zodic this time is just hunting scalps. He's got 2 of them. 60 retakes the space in lobby, knows that Zodic is pushed up. Zodic's in trouble,
Oh my
but he still
God.
gets that with only 23 HP. Wolfie finds one, but can't chamber the second round before Sonic closes in on him. Viz, last one standing, 1v2 required, gets the first, knows that Zodic was leaning in towards the B site, but another 1v1 round. Who
He's just gonna
will
go
reign
spot the bomb.
supreme?
He's going to find the bomb here in T-spawn right now.
Oh my
If he
God,
keeps walking
dude.
around this corner, he's going to have it in the palm of his hands. And Zodic is going to try and follow in his footsteps. Where is it? There it is, blinking on the ground, right outside of the big garage. Is Zodic just now starting his campaign, and this just feels like a position that is unlosable. I mean, as you can see, time's ticking, and Zodic's clearing all of the wrong things right now.
Zodic.
He's looking to win this through the kill, but that's not the way to go about this clutch. In this given situation, he has no idea that Viz has full control of the bomb. And Viz might just win it by staying patient. $20 left.
Yeah.
He's still got to fight through this duel. Try and find the bomb and get it planted here. He does have a smoke that might help him out. Now you're starting to realize that the timer's ticking against you. You're going to fight towards CT spawn, and Viz is just going to cut him off. Finally has to unleash the aggression, and Marsborne tie it right back up at 11s. The penultimate round.
Wow. All right. We're going the full 24 here on map number 3 of these grand finals. Couldn't have written it up better. As NRG call the timeout. How do they get a round victory here on a gun round? Honestly, like, that's been the biggest challenge. Both times, like you mentioned, that they won on the Tech 9s, they were executing into the A site. I feel like just try to go back to that similar setup they had with the rifles and see if that works out for you. But Ramp hasn't really been challenged too much. They've really been putting a lot of emphasis on outside and getting into secret. And that hasn't really worked out for them well. Of course, there were forays into the A site that were rebuffed too. But nothing like the blitzes we saw in those anti-ecos that, in the ecos that ended up being successful. Anyway, we'll see what they decide to deploy. Marsborne fighting their way back from a 9-3 deficit, tie things up as already impressive enough. Lined up, Viz gets the opener.
And Grizz goes for another punch here. He's not going to be able to escape there. Hunted down by Bro. So ramp control busted wide open. But there's no utility to, comfortably plant the bomb in towards this lower site. So you're going to have to work the hard way for this control and find some follow-up kills. And Viz confirms more information. I mean, that's a bomb committed on B right now. So you can start to bring in the troops here. Nitro fights his way through one duel, but can't deal with 60 as well. So bomb on the floor now. And it's still recovery mode. You know that Bro was close by as well, as Nitro was a player to go down there.
Still recoverable for
Surprised to not
NRG.
rotate just yet. I guess they're just now starting to work through hell.
Sixy, he can't strike either. Sonic will take care of him. A lot of HP required from Sonic in order to win that duel, but still, the important part is it's down to a 2v2. You've got the bomb, planting it in the smoke. Wolfie charging through with Chop, and yeah, Bro is going to go towards A. He's the last one alive now.
All the time in the world to get the numbers punch in, and then you're talking about a reposition here from Bro. Where do you head in this round to try and close it out in the 1v2? Both players with smokes. Do you want to thread in a huge flank? Do you want to trust that they're not just going to stick the bomb outright, or that they're going to delay this round late? Because he's going to wrap in towards heaven.
Oh my god. Like,
I don't know if he has time to make this move here. Wolfie's moving quick onto the site. Smoke on top of that bomb is going to queue up the defuser, trying to figure out where to throw it. There it goes, on top of the bomb. Wolfie even reading it in. And they're going to stick this defuse here. Bro in a panic trying to chase things down. It's not going to happen here. Marsborne on to 12 here. Just passing by NRG in the 24th round to get themselves series point first.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 9-2 in favor of Marsborne here in this second half. So if NRG win this last round, both teams will of course have gotten 9-3 CT sides. We knew that both of them preferred this defensive side, but didn't expect this type of result. NRG usually pretty strong on their T end as well. Sixy, ready and waiting. An ultimate round. Can Marsborne complete the recovery and get a back-to-back championship here at the NA Revival Series, or can NRG push it to overtime for some more CS?
Let's see here. All the action so far today. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail. Wolfie collects, though. The smokes are fading. They're in a panic. And Sixy also finding success down to a 5v3 as they finally cross in towards Secret, but they're so loud. Stomping their way through this lower bomb site to survive. And Grizz has rotated, committed on in. Trying to get some extra help here, but giving it a fight. Grizz broken down. They're going to go down the vents here, and a chance now to operate in this post plant. A 4v3, a late lurk that Wolfie is not prepared for, but trying to read into. Bro, when does he finally activate? This patience could pay dividends, and now, just as they fade away, a couple of kills from Zodic could throw this round up in smoke. More impact out of Nitro, and it's all on the shoulders of Wolfie. No smoke, just a kit to try and stick this bomb. He can't adjust in time, and NRG, despite the 5v3, are going to put it into OT.
Overtime found by NRG. Unbelievable effort there in that final round, despite being down a man, because that first fight by Grizz does not yield him a single frag. That's what opens up the space for NRG to really capitalize, especially Bro's lurk. He waits so long before he strikes, and while it will be one of the last pieces required, it is important for him to be involved in on that flank. And Marsborne, I think they let a golden opportunity slip through their fingers, because they had a 5v3 advantage at a certain point, and then just, it's gone. Like, NRG are able to keep things alive, hope alive for a championship here in NA Revival Series number 10. Zodic will find an opener, chop the trade, missed shot from Wolfie, smoke blooms in front of his face, and he's down to 23 HP without another chance here to see a body. Viz manages to collect Zodic. Nitro working from top of Marshmallow, looking around. Doesn't see anything. And you see an NRG kind of scrambling a little bit. Player Sonic is down towards Secret, and he's made his way through. If he gets to the B site without anyone rotating for Marsborne, he may just call over the troops and say, guys, we need to go B. The problem is I don't feel like the other two are really in a position to join him right now. So he may be the one that's coming up perhaps to link up with them.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it interesting here. Vent Dive is the best port of call. They have actually a smoke to try and test their luck. But, you know, smoke spam from Viz can disrupt it. And as you said, who's going to meet who? Sonic doesn't know that, you know, no one is rotated in towards this lower bomb site either. So that lack of information can be deadly. Can slow it down, create hesitation that can kill. Smoke goes in towards Secret. Molly as well, trying to set up for what could be a vent dive. Flashbang to boot. Trying to catch Viz, and there you go. Blinded up by the util, covering his teammate, crossing down. and they all make it successfully. Molly goes down as well, but there's not enough cover. 60 fights forward, drops the bomb as well in a panic. Now Sonic has to plant. Is there enough time to draw in these rotates here? Wolfie gotta protect, but he can't quite find any more ground here, and stuck inside the vents is Chop. He catches him on a jump though. Sonic caught surprise.
Oh God, this is insane.
And George now left into a 1v1. Can NRG pull through another clutch round? Or they barely skate by, or will Chop be able to upset the tides? Looking for his 3K. Doesn't know where the last stands. Bomb planted in the open here. Planted for ramp, I do believe. So, comfortable positioning. All you have to do is wait for the tap. And George isn't making any mistakes here. The time getting lower and lower. Chop's just going to have to go for the full stick. He knows it's over. Looking for the kill instead. Gonna fight his way out of it, but not gonna get the round victory. NRG find their 13th first.
Yeah, George doing everything right there, just waiting, not moving a single muscle, didn't have to fight the bomb because he knew that Chop would have to chase him down and try to find something, as George will hit his PrizePicks check mark of more than 14 frags. But NRG have got to be satisfied with the way things have gone for them lately. Both teams, as has been the case throughout the entire series, having streaky back and forth affairs. And now NRG looking for that 14.
Well, here the clutch factor coming through from NRG. Has been breathing life into these rounds. And overtime, you can afford the clutches because the money's not a question. You can sustain this playstyle that feels so dangerous in regulation for NRG. This Chop looking to hunt down Bro. Players conceding that ground there, and eventually Chop able to strike first. Had a really tough first half for himself on that T side. Again, 0 kills, but started off the second half with an ace. And has been slowly grinding his way back into this game here. An opening pick like that could build even more confidence.
Wolfie watching with the AWP. Waiting at ramp. George about to go into his crosshair. It's only a matter of time, it feels like, before George decides to commit. But Zodic in the meantime catches off Chop, and there's the smoke blocking off George's visibility. So Marsborne may need to make a readjustment. George actually goes out, and Wolfie will catch him off. Oh no, wrong timing for George. Wolfie able to reign over him with a frag. Viz, oh, they have a clear top cut. What's happening? 60 is able to get a couple. It's actually Viz just assisting on that, but still, Sonic is the last one available. 1v3, 18 seconds left. 60 spots him out, but Sonic's able to get that frag. Not the second though. Grizz sprays down his body, and back and forth we continue to go.
Oh man, it's devolved into pure chaos here for the closing of these rounds here. Details as these teams got to be feeling the fatigue setting in. Both long days of Counter-Strike here, no question about it. Sonic, despite the long days, this overtime affair, looking to grab himself a PrizePicks check mark as well. More than 15 kills right now on 16. Sonic providing impact all day today. Early duels though. Viz strikes first again. Opening pick given over to Marsborne early, nearly a kill onto him, but survives with 6 HP, lives to tell the tale.
Marsborne want to lead heading into the second half of the first overtime. CT side already so but the Grizz, that's not good. Util Incendiary clips the top of the box and bounces right back in his direction, so NRG don't really have to worry about the fire burning at their feet as they try to advance here in towards ramp. Grizz wisely making the readjustment towards big box because he wants to take a favorable fight, but even then, this is not going to be easy for him. Molotovs, flashbangs, everything flying on in, and there he goes as well. Body sails through the air and lands on the ramp, as it will be down to a 4v4. 45 seconds left on the clock. NRG leaning towards the B site. 60 trying to stop them in their tracks.
To do so here, the utility again running a little bit dry. There's still one molly left, and 60 goes forward into a duel. It's caught overexposed. 30 seconds left. That molly so impactful now as it puts the pressure on Wolfie, who lands a nice adjustment. Sending that crosshair down south and able to collect 8 HP though and 6 for Viz, who started this round off incredibly low. And Bro gonna finish off what Sonic started. NRG a chance to walk away with 2 T-side rounds in overtime here. And Chop and Wolfie trying to bring home another clutch for Marsborne. A difficulty for this Marsborne team to break through in these late rounds. NRG have thrived in these clutch environments here, and Sonic gonna remain true in that. Chop getting avoided right now, and his teammate Nitro covering his back. His NRG moved past an OT first half and grabbed themselves a 14th round.
Another check mark. I think everyone's going to get them at this point.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time. Nitro, more than 13.5 frags for his PrizePicks check mark. Marsborne, or I should say NRG, are 2 rounds away from their 4th grand final victory in the NA Revival Series. See if they can do it.
That's the expectation that we set for this NRG team.
Yeah,
here.
of course.
Set high hopes, right? That this team is a roster that can dominate. They almost lost this series in regulation, but they show up in crunch time with a 5v3 victory to force OT, and now they take the lead in overtime. They're looking to pounce on this chance, and it's a CT side now that they just have to sink 2 rounds in. They got 9 wins to 3 losses in the first half when they were on the defense. But George got completely off guard. So surprised by the move there, trying to get in position. But in transition, gets dealt with. It might be easier said than done to claim 2 rounds here.
I think the biggest problem is that there's no one on the B side anymore because George gets clipped so quickly, and now Bro, who was close by, is gone. Sonic's clearing the right angle, it doesn't matter. This round looks like it's going to end in favor of Marsborne. You don't have to save the guns if you're NRG, but they're just so out of position. Keeping the op up is not necessarily a bad idea, and they will just give up this site.
I'm not gonna stick around there, leave this one up to question for whether or not if they save. Nitro may be a little bit more inclined as he finds that kill, but no, that's not gonna be the case. Should be able to escape this one with a pretty comfortable win. For the side of Marsborne, this NRG run away. Find safety in CT spawn where they started, and 14 found right back here. Still up in the air. Marsborne can deliver much more of that. Just think about how many times you can catch George off guard. Pretty rare occurrence in the ramp room. Usually so consistent. Usually a pillar of this defense. But taken advantage of in this last round. We're knotted up once again here as the NRG timeout comes through.
And for Marsborne, their night's not over after this grand final. They have another match coming up almost immediately afterwards in Challenger League. That's going to be a very long day of work on their plates. Right now they're just locked in, trying to get that $4,000 grand prize in their back pockets for a 2nd consecutive time. Sonic, in the meantime, doesn't want that to happen at all. He has played such a good series of Counter-Strike. A little slower here on Nuke, and Zodix kind of stepped up to fill that void with 30. But still, he's had so much impact for them that you can't help but look towards him as the reason why they're even in this position on map number 3. Opt by Zodix, speaking of which, he continues to sing with the AWP. He's been the one standing tall over Wolfie as well.
He's been all his.
Yeah.
And he's already repositioned effectively here. I mean, stacking up the ramp side of things, hoping that his A players can deliver. And they are doing just that. Met by counter utility. Let's say try and throw a punch. There you go. 60 breaks through there, traded quickly. And Grizz and Chop looking to save the day. They know where Bro is, lock him down. But Zodix already on the scene in the heavens. A dive down the vents here for Chop. Looking to make it happen towards B. It's definitely a plant here. But can he get through 3 players?
We'll see. We'll see. It's possible. He's gonna land at speed. The flashbang as well. Just way too much util, as NRG are apt to do in late parts of rounds. And Nitro's laughing, celebrating, happy that his team is going to get an opportunity to close out this series.
There you go. NRG able to claim themselves 15, and Chance didn't have it in regulation. That was Marsborne's first. They were the team that just pushed past into 12 first in the 24th round. And now the shoe's on the other foot for NRG. And you think, okay, now this is where the experience reigns true. This is where you can trust in players like Nitro to close things out, seal the deal. Sonic, who's already been performing. A little boost to deal with here as Crosshair near on the line, but it's Wolfie who strikes first, catches him off guard, and deals with a heavy hitter early. Sonic now picks up the mantle. He's no stranger to opping, and he catches a timing shot for a 1-for-1 trade as the dust settles. Marsborne inching forward with a lot more resistance, but Sonic delivers another one before he's finished off. And Viz, important trade to keep things contained into a 3v3.
Sonic used to be the secondary opera way back on the extra salt days, but let's get back to the action. Bro, gonna get the headshot on Viz. Nitro finds Grizz. Chop, the last one standing, but he will stay standing for a little bit longer. Now, looking for the fight outside. There he falls. NRG are the winners of Nuke and your champions here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 10. Their 4th championship in this Revival Series as they lead the charge in that stat.
At the fight tooth and nail here for this victory, but they just push it across the finish line for NRG as they keep them at bay there on the other side of things. Marsborne had a chance in regulation. In that 5v3 huge opportunity that you still see the heroics, you still see that clutch factor come through out of NRG, that experience raining through from this team here. So many, first half clutches that got them that dominant scoreline that they needed to take it into overtime and finish the job here. And NRG, obviously, not the cleanest of fashions to get the job done, not the dominance that we hope to see out of them, but it's still job well done here in terms of closing this off, finishing the mission, and getting a victory in this PrizePicks Revival Series.
I think Marsborne deserves a ton of credit, though. I don't think that NRG necessarily played badly. I think they had a good series of Counter-Strike. It's just Marsborne were matching them blow for blow. Like, they were right there in the series at every single point, and it easily could have gone their way. Really. Super impressed with everything they've brought forward, as we're going to see the stats come through for this final map of play, I believe, with Viz at 30, Grizz 26, 60, 25. I mean, absolutely ridiculous numbers as we went into overtime. And it just felt like Marsborne deserved a chance at victory, honestly. And then they got it. It's just, it doesn't come to fruition. And you have to wonder, maybe this team's going to actually be competing for a major spot in the future if they're going up against NRG and pulling off maps like this.
I'm right there with you. I think this team is absolutely going to prove to be a contender here in North America in terms of trying to claim that spot. I think that 60, again, with the leadership, with the firepower, can certainly develop. And it just doesn't really feel to be a missing piece. We saw a missing half from Chop, but then he brought it together in the second, was part of that comeback effort with the ace on the pistol. Just feels like anyone on this team can keep their head in the game and keep a measured approach. Now, they didn't close it out there. That's because NRG took it up a notch there. Player like Bro bringing through his best performance in a map, being the difference maker. Sonic certainly one-upping his performance from earlier, it feels like, towards that outer yard and dominating with the AWP. And in a veto that we thought was going to be super op-centric, Zodic not as explosive on some of those CT sides, but there you have him with a big deliverance in that third map decider, and that's what they hope for out of NRG in terms of the feel for the game, in terms of the rotations. He brought it.
All right. Well, I think that wraps everything up, folks. We are done for this PrizePicks NA Revival Series. NRG are your champions, and we have to thank the people who make this possible. And of course, that is PrizePicks, the sponsor of all the NA Revival Series. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0M store.com to buy some cool gear and sign up for ticket alerts for Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands, and we hope to see you there. Speaking of the future, the next NA Revival series will be taking place from November 14th to 16th, so make sure you sign up and always, of course, tune in for the action there. Thank you so much to Flom, Jason Lake, everyone who makes this possible here in the NA Revival series. And I mean, we are signing off for the night. We hope you guys have a fantastic evening.